The tension is palpable as an announcement blares. The national address is kicking off in just 60 seconds. While a sharp-suited assistant stands by the podium, ready for the president's big moment. He nervously checks his watch, the digital 8:59 glaring back, a silent question hanging in the air: has it really been this long already? A wave of intense worry washes over him, his brow deeply furrowed. His hands clasped tightly, the immense pressure of the upcoming broadcast etched onto his face. Then, President Jang Won-taek takes the stage, kicking off his address with a powerful, direct greeting to the entire nation. Before dropping a bombshell request. He's not just asking, he's demanding that everyone make sure their neighbors are tuned in, repeating the order for maximum impact, while a family is already glued to their TV, hanging on every word. And out on a balcony, a young man is already screaming, telling everyone to fire up their TVs so no one misses this absolutely critical broadcast. President Jang Won-taek's broadcast is blowing up, with ratings going through the roof just moments after starting. He's thanking everyone for their patience during this crazy lockdown, but you can feel the tension building. Then, the bombshell drops. He's declared a state of emergency martial law, kicking in at 5 p.m. on July 16th. This is huge. And get this, the military has taken over all media and infrastructure, shutting down major roads. It's a total lockdown. He slams his hand on the podium, ready to drop the real reason for all this madness. Behind the scenes, he casually asks his aide, Chief Lee, for a cigarette, while the chief is freaking out about the political fallout. He just laughs off the political drama, lighting up a cigarette and reminding everyone that the real reason for martial law is way bigger than some angry politicians. He exhales a long stream of smoke, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve as he stares into the unknown. Then, the chilling truth, he wants humanity to go out with a dignified end. Back on air, he looks straight into the camera, telling everyone that they already know what's coming. The ultimate plot twist, the game, Survival Life, is actually happening in real life, with a fiery asteroid blazing through space. He looks up, as if seeing the doom himself, and confirms that the asteroid from the game is real. With sweat dripping down his face, he finally names it, Unjambai. From the control room, he continues his grim report, dropping the bombshell that the US military's attempt to intercept Unjambai had been a total bust. The asteroid, now a fiery streak across the sky, had slammed into the planet, unleashing a cataclysmic impact. A massive explosion ripped through the urban landscape, confirming catastrophic damage across the entire region. He continued, his voice heavy with regret, admitting that the people of Japan were already facing the unthinkable. Across the globe, ordinary citizens were rapidly turning into grotesque, flesh-eating zombies. The zombie spores, spewing from that cursed Unjambai, were now an undeniable, terrifying threat. With a grave expression, President Jang Won-taek announced that the spores would hit their country today at 1 p.m. Addressing his fellow citizens directly, he declared that there was no escaping the zombie apocalypse. However, a glimmer of hope emerged, as certain individuals, like the powerful figure radiating a golden aura, seemed to be totally immune. From what had been gathered, a small number of people, including the Awakened, might be immune to zombification, and for them, the president had a secret weapon. For safety reasons, these time shelters would be opened 1 year from now, and citizens were urged to rush to the marked locations on the map. Finally, a guide on how to deal with the monsters appearing in the early stages was presented, with all this crucial info to be blasted out again via flyers dropped from airplanes. The president's voice, heavy with the weight of the world, dropped the bombshell: all thermal power plants were going offline, plunging humanity into darkness. Despite his flaws, he stood firm, declaring he'd done everything humanly possible to prepare for the end. Then, with a profound bow, he bid farewell, a chilling promise to meet again, alive and well, echoing as he thanked the mysterious informant who gave them the exact D-Day date. But elsewhere, in a chaotic room, a gloved hand reached for a tiny, fluffy white dog, its bright blue eyes reflecting the grim reality. A heavy sigh escaped him, a quiet lament that the apocalypse was actually here, his hand tightening around a remote. But then, a spark of defiance ignited in his eyes, a silent vow to survive, no matter what, because the end was here, and he wasn't going down without a fight. Later, geared up with a backpack and a heavy-duty shovel, he stood tall, a lone warrior silhouetted against the gloom, ready to face the unknown. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, betrayed the soul of a seasoned veteran, forged in the fires of the apocalypse. A grim smile touched his lips, as he marched onward, his loyal, fluffy sidekick barking a defiant woof right by his side. Then, a jarring jump back in time, to just a few months ago, showing a city already ravaged, glowing with an eerie, apocalyptic light. The chilling question echoed, as a devastated street stretched out, crawling with an endless horde of monstrous creatures. The scene shifts dramatically to a ruined city street, where Song-ho, rocking his peak avatar, is looking up at two other players on a platform above him, ready to throw down. Suddenly, one of Song-ho's other avatars, the slick, duck-butt Peak, pops up, dropping a line about how losing this round would be his third L in a row. The pressure is on. And then there's Rabbit Gongju, the bald dude with bunny ears and a bat, who doesn't pull any punches, telling him straight up that a 3-0 sweep would make him a total noob. Then, the quirky Survivor 1, rocking cat ears and a strawberry apron, drops some wisdom, pointing out that just trying to brute force it is why he keeps getting his kills snatched. Songho's Kimbapcha avatar, all blonde hair and smiles, throws out a challenge, daring them to show him he's wrong about their flashy, but ultimately ineffective, tactics. Kimbapcha keeps poking at his teammates, insisting they're useless without their fancy moves, as another voice just screams, UGH, I don't need your backseat gaming. Can we just start already? Let's go. Rec M. Duck Butt Pig Peek, knife in hand, stares down Rabbit Gongju, who's ready with his bat, and with a smirk, gives him a 1-minute head start. The trash talk is real. We get a super intense close-up on Duck Butt Pig Peek's eye, his foot twitching, absolutely primed to explode into battle. This isn't just any game, it's the game, survival life, and a chilling voice warns, you better not regret it. The stakes are high. Then, with an explosive burst, Songho's peak avatar absolutely launches himself, plowing straight into a terrifying mob of shadowy monsters. The fight goes wild as Rabbit Gongju gets sent flying, tumbling through the air, engulfed in a blazing red energy field. This is Sura, the ultimate apocalyptic VR game. But Rabbit Gongju isn't out yet. He recovers in a flash, unleashing a devastating, red-hot swing of his bat, as this insane VR game mixes zombies with who knows what else. Songho's avatar, a total beast with that slick dark hair, was absolutely tearing through a horde of fantasy monsters, his every move exploding with sick blue energy. He was just absolutely owning it, landing another insane blue energy hit that made sparks fly like crazy. But just when you think he's got it, bam. He gets absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air from a hit he didn't even see coming. He let out a frustrated yell, feeling that hit hard, and couldn't help but think about how this game went from chart-topping to having, like, 4 players a year. Seriously, another meat shield. Just his luck. Things were getting super intense with a giant monster closing in, so he quickly checked in with his crew, Rabbit Gongju and Survivor 1, who were right there with him, asking what the plan was before hyping them up with, alright, everyone. Someone slammed a glowing red button, triggering a total game changer, because this game went from 0 to hero and then crashed just as fast. Then, boom. The giant monster just blew up in a blinding yellow-orange explosion, sending shockwaves through everything and hitting all 3 players hard. Even though this game was practically dead, Songho's new avatar, a blonde-haired character in a maid outfit, was ready for action, with someone yelling, Kimbap Nim, finish it. Taking charge, he was all like, thanks for the offer, as his new avatar gripped a super cool glowing purple bow. Totally locked in, his hands expertly pulled back that bowstring, making the purple energy just explode. He lined up the shot, ready to unleash some serious magic. Then, whoosh. A super powerful, glowing purple energy arrow just blasted off, flying straight for its target with insane speed. A devastating purple energy blast rips through the digital battlefield, its power undeniable, yet the outcome is anything but victorious. The magical residue fades, leaving only the bitter taste of failure, as a frustrated voice curses, this game is absolute trash. The vast, indifferent sky looms over the devastated terrain, mirroring the utter exhaustion of a player who groans, ugh, another loss. Perched on a crumbling rooftop in a post-apocalyptic city, Songho surveys his fallen comrades, as one of them whines, seriously, is there anything else to play? Another snaps back, do you think we'd be stuck with these dumb wagers if there was? A third player laments, this game is dead. There's literally nothing left to do. Survivor 1, sprawled out beside a male companion, nods in weary agreement, seriously, I wouldn't even be surprised if they pulled the plug on these servers today. Rabbit Gongju, his signature bunny ears twitching, emphatically agrees, yeah, what he said. He then lets out a frustrated groan, ugh. I'm so bored. I need some action, some dopamine, like, now. A buff male player, lounging casually, teases Songho, hee, told you so. I said we should chill, right? Survivor 1, ever the optimist, suggests, anyone up for another game? The muscular guy immediately shuts it down, nah, I'm totally wiped. Can't handle another round. Rabbit Gongju chuckles, for real, lol. Out of nowhere, Songho's eyes light up as he spots something on his screen, yelling to his crew, yo, everyone, get over here. A game chat pops up, revealing a new message, and someone comments, whoa, a chat message? It's been ages. The message blazes, Nubais Nyub, PC, yo, anyone here? A surprised voice exclaims, wait, seriously? The entire squad crowds around Songho's screen, and Survivor 1 shouts, 5 players online. This game is blowing up. But Songho, ever the pragmatist, cuts them off, ugh, seriously, I got this. Just zip it for a second. Songho grins, basking in the sudden enthusiasm of his friends, as he types a quick reply, alright, I'll hit you up once I'm done with the tutorial. And just like that, 2 hours fly by as he finishes the basics. The tutorial is absolutely brutal, and a squad of players is completely losing it, with one shouting, "Yo, is this seriously just the tutorial?" Song-ho is totally fed up, staring at his screen with pure agony, the game's insane difficulty making him want to rage quit. "This is impossible, I'm out. Peace." The game's savagery is on full display as a grotesque monster gets absolutely obliterated, its head caved in by a powerful, paw-covered boot. Over in another corner, Rabbit Gongju and a buddy are venting about the game's constant updates, like, why can't they just make it easier? His friend's like, seriously, what are these devs even thinking? The rage is real, and his friend just throws in the towel, "Ugh, whatever, I'm logging off for today." With the squad breaking up, Survivor 1 gives a chill goodnight, even throwing in a respectful "nim" for good measure. But a crucial question hangs in the air, will they even be back online tomorrow? Song-ho's face is still stuck in a shocked, slightly stressed look, his eyes bugging out as he tries to wrap his head around everything that just happened. He finally manages to answer the silent question, a hesitant, probably, barely making it out. He's thinking that Rabbit Gongju and even Duck Butt Peak, aka Song-ho, must have been feeling the exact same pain, as Rabbit Gongju and his friend share a knowing glance. And just like that, the gaming session is over, the two of them logging off, ready to jump back into reality. He's looking back at the ghosts of his squad, remembering the epic streams and the good times they had, the glory days of Sura. But a harsh truth hits him, their epic journey was over, and he was still holding out hope they'd come back. He kept that stream going, refusing to abandon his passion, even when he was knee-deep in a zombie apocalypse, fighting off endless waves of the undead. The other OG started ghosting, logging in less and less, but he stayed, a lone wolf, grinding through every single update. He was live, day and night, holding out hope for their return, his blade a blur of light as he absolutely shredded through the game's toughest challenges. Months flew by in a flash, and his grind never stopped, even as Sura kept dropping massive content updates. And if the zombies and fantasy beasts weren't enough, the game dropped a whole new level of nightmare fuel, grotesquely mutated creatures started popping up everywhere, making Sura even more insane. He was hyped for the massive update, but the new challenges just made him feel even more alone in this brutal world. His friends? They'd completely checked out, ghosting the game entirely, their digital avatars now just sad holograms of what used to be an epic crew. And just like that, Sura turned into a solo grind. Eventually, it was just him, the last player standing, and he finally snapped, yelling, "Damn it, this game is hopeless. I'm quitting for real this time." His face was a mask of pure rage, the VR headset glowing with the digital world he was about to rage quit, his hand clenching a virtual pickaxe like he was about to smash it. A chilling message flashes across the screen from the Survival Life Ops team, dropping the bombshell, the game is shutting down permanently in just 1 week. They're filled with regret, but Song-ho knows this is a game changer. A jolt of disbelief hits him hard, making him question if the game was just biding its time, waiting for him to finally throw in the towel. The frustration boils over, a vivid memory of a monstrous foe with glowing red eyes flashing before him, a challenge he still burned to overcome. He'd dreamed of taking down that one epic monster with his crew before calling it quits, but a crushing wave of despair forced his hand, making him hit the stop button and ditch his gear for good. Then came the purge. He wiped his streaming account and the MeTube channel where he'd poured 500 hours into Sura, but even he couldn't erase all the memories, stashing the hard drive full of his gaming life into a dusty closet. Kimbapja, his old game ID, was officially retired, because Kang Song-ho was about to level up in a whole new way. That's right, he was finally living his real life. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the air, "Yo, burnout bro. Get me 2 tekbaki and 2 kimbap rolls, stat." Kang Song-ho, now rocking the Burnout Chef title and 3 months into his new, proper life, shouts back, coming right up, as he expertly whips up some tekbaki. His old ID, Kimbapja, wasn't some random pick, it was a shout-out to the very food he was now mastering. He'd been crushing it with this snack shop for 3 whole years, his hands a blur as he perfectly sliced kimbap rolls. With happy customers chowing down, it was obvious, business was booming. Ever wonder where this guy runs his empire? It's right there, on the first floor of the house he inherited. After losing his parents way back in high school, he made the second floor his personal sanctuary, but the real magic happens downstairs at Song-ho's Tasty Snacks. Then, out of nowhere, as he's whipping up some deliciousness, a familiar voice shouts his name, ready for some tasty treats. And who is it? None other than a super cute customer, joking about how busy he must be. Meet Mi-kyung, the local hairdresser and a total regular, even if he still hasn't caught her last name. She's totally eyeing up the snacks, exclaiming how amazing they look. Everyone knows Mi-kyung is a looker, but then she hits him with a question, "Have you seen this?" She's practically shoving her phone in his face, all excited about something. He's like, "Huh? Seen what?" And she spills the tea, the kids are all over this online trend. Her phone shows a wild post, shout status window, and it pops up for real. The comments are a mix of haters and believers, and Song-ho just gives a non-committal, "Ah, is that so?" Mi-kyung glances up, looking all hopeful and a little confused, waiting for his reaction. But Song-ho just laughs it off, totally shutting down the idea, and playfully calls her out for being so easily fooled by internet rumors. Just moments after brushing off the status window as a total hoax, Song-ho's world gets flipped upside down as a glowing, otherworldly message materializes right in front of him, screaming "status window." Eyes bugging out in pure disbelief, he instinctively reaches out, a choked gasp tearing from his throat as the impossible just became his new reality. He stumbles back, reeling in pure shock, the absolute insanity of the situation hitting him like a truck. Faint blue energy crackles and sparks around him, lighting up his utterly stunned face as that crazy window just won't disappear. He lets out a primal cry of pure bewilderment, that glowing interface now fully, undeniably real right in front of him. Staring up at the impossible display, he can only stammer out his shock, "Holy crap, for real? It actually showed up." The window lays out his raw stats: health, strength, agility, dexterity, perception, plus a mind-blowing trait, open private portal, and a weird feeling hits him, like he's seen this exact setup somewhere before, but where? Then, a terrifying vision slams into his mind, a relentless horde of grotesque zombies, straight out of a game he knew, the infamous Survival Life. He's trying to piece it together, remembering that the Sura system didn't even have traits like this, all while that open private portal trait just keeps staring him down. The system spells it out: open private portal is exclusive to the trait holder, and the command is as straightforward as it gets: open portal. He mulls over the command, thinking, The command is a little lame, though, even as his world is about to change forever. With a sudden, life-altering decision, he declares the simple, yet monumental, command: open portal. His hand shoots out, and the command he just spoke explodes into a vortex of swirling blue energy, crackling with raw power. The chaotic energy violently coalesces, slamming into a distinct, rectangular shape, its vibrant blue light absolutely exploding. A fully formed portal now looms before him, a shimmering, luminous gateway that's a dead ringer for the labyrinth gates from Sura. He's absolutely floored. A tidal wave of disbelief crashes over him, his hands gripping his head as he screams internally, is this really the Survival Life system coming to life? He fights against the impossible truth, muttering, no way. If this was real, there'd be headlines, an article about Boonjambai or something. Desperate for any answers, he whips out his phone, his face a mask of worry as he frantically starts searching. His eyes practically pop out as an article flashes on his screen, revealing an asteroid, Boonjambai, under NASA's watch, with its approach to Earth dangerously close to zero. He violently shakes his head, trying to force himself to believe it's just a coincidence, yelling internally, no, no, no. It's too early to jump to conclusions. But the chilling question screams in his mind as he glares at the article: what if it's real? His gaze snaps back to the glowing portal, a terrifying realization hitting him like a truck: is this impossible nightmare actually happening? He stands frozen before the vibrant blue gateway, its intense light casting an eerie glow on his face as the terrifying reality finally sinks in. The portal pulses with an otherworldly, terrifying energy, a silent, ominous invitation to a world unknown. The chilling truth flashes across the screen, a countdown to the apocalypse, with a mere 32 days left until everything changes. Song-ho reached out to the shimmering blue portal, his gaze locked on its depths. Thinking that at its very bottom. His hand flared with that signature yellow energy as he wondered, is it really smart to just dive in without a plan? The portal pulsed, and he felt his resolve shifting. Now armed with a ladle, ready to test the ground. He cautiously plunged the ladle into the portal, probing for whatever awaited on the other side. Just dirt. He quickly deduced the other side wasn't some deadly labyrinth, but rather, this portal might just be a warp, teleporting him somewhere else on Earth. After a quick safety check and some prep, he was finally ready. Staring into the glowing abyss, he posed the ultimate question: should I go inside? He just stepped through the portal, and Song-ho is already looking totally lost, his face screaming, what just happened? The portal's still buzzing behind him, but he's already face down in some crazy, vibrant forest he's never seen before. He's staring at this insane, glowing foliage, and all he can think is this even real? He's on his feet, checking out the place, with a chill in the air that's totally out of place, and even a random blue bird is just chilling, while he's like, seriously, why is it so cold? His phone's got full bars, but zero signal, and he's instantly figuring out, okay, no signal means this place is super remote, like, impossible to get to. He pops open a marker with a quick flick, then immediately starts carving a big 0 into a tree, setting up his first trail marker. He knows he's got no clue where he is, but he's already got a plan. Forget confirming my location, I need proof. Time to explore and leave some markers. He's been walking forever, and this endless wilderness is seriously getting to him. He just can't help but groan, this is killing me. He's looking around, and this forest just keeps going and going. He's practically screaming, why is this forest so huge? He's totally wiped, but then, out of nowhere, a terrifying flash of red eyes pierces the shadows right behind him, proving he's definitely not alone in this wild new world. Whoa! A sudden, brutal impact sends Song-ho flying, red energy exploding around him as he hits the dirt, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat. Then, bam! A majestic white deer with insane antlers appears, and a system window pops up, screaming, "Valley Deer." He's absolutely floored by the revelation. The named creature in that system window? It hits him like a truck. This place can't be Earth, right? Those glowing blue eyes of the Valley Deer are intense, its form almost shimmering in the forest, it's like something out of a game. He quickly gets back on his feet, shaking off the initial shock, realizing this thing, despite its stare, isn't actually trying to attack him. But this whole situation. It's screaming apocalypse to him. He hasn't seen any proof yet, but a Valley Deer is way different from the usual Sura monsters like stone monkeys or humped boars. This is a whole new level of weird. A deep, unsettling feeling hits him hard, a gut instinct that this place is definitely linked to something massive, and just like that, he's pulling out his knife, ready for anything. His hand tightens on the knife, the cold metal a brutal reminder that this new reality is directly tied to the disaster he'd been trying to ignore. It's time to get serious. He takes a step, boots crunching, admitting that he's not fully in survival mode yet, but he's definitely heading that way. He shoves down the doubts, knowing that absolutely nothing is certain anymore, and he has to be ready for whatever comes next. Knife in hand, he stands tall in the glowing, mystical forest, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He wanted to deny the coming disaster for humanity, but that hope was crushed fast, his eye now reflecting the brutal, undeniable truth of his new, dangerous world. After a relentless search through the bizarre forest, he finally strikes gold. A radiant sun apple materializes, signaling a major breakthrough. Gazing up at the ethereal, glowing tree, he can only utter, "This is unbelievable." Without hesitation, he snatches the glowing fruit, taking a massive, crunching bite. Suddenly, a blinding golden aura explodes from him as he devours the apple, the exact same power-up from the game's cash shop. He's absolutely floored by the revelation. He lets out a bitter, exasperated laugh, the sheer absurdity of his new reality hitting him like a truck. Clutching the radiant fruit, he knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is the real deal, the game is now reality. Dejectedly, he slumps against a tree, muttering about goblin droppings, just another piece of the terrifying puzzle confirming his new, game-like existence. With a desperate grip on his head, Song-ho finally throws in the towel, declaring, "All right, fine. Let's just accept this madness." His expression morphs into one of grim resolve, as the chilling prophecy, "the end is coming," fuels his newfound, unyielding determination. With every last shred of doubt obliterated, his gut feeling now a terrifying certainty, he bolted from the portal and immediately launched into preparation mode, the first step, digging out his old hard drive to rewatch all that crucial early game footage. Back in his sanctuary, hunched over his gaming rig, he's deep diving into archived gameplay, a desperate attempt to find answers in a digital world he once knew. Staring intently at the screen, he can't help but think about how he only streamed and recorded for fun, never imagining his casual hobby would become a literal survival guide for the apocalypse. The alien asteroid Unjambi slammed into Okinawa on July 20th, unleashing an instant apocalypse. Zombie spores infected everyone, turning them into decaying horrors within 5 hours, kicking off the terrifying Iron Death disease. The clock ticks down to PM 10:48 on 20XX-06-18, revealing only 32 days left until everything goes down. Song-ho, glued to his screen, knows this survival life is packed with the most brutal, annoying mechanics imaginable. But out of all the garbage, the absolute worst was the Iron Death disease. This wasn't just a disease, it was a phenomenon that made all metal literally disintegrate, turning cars and weapons into piles of useless rust. The world became a wasteland of crumbling buildings and ravenous zombies, because those zombie spores would just keep spreading, hitting infested areas like a second wave 5 hours after the initial outbreak. This relentless, terrifying decay instantly hurled humanity back to the Stone Age. Eventually, the Iron Death disease does fade, but the timeline for recovery is totally random, depending on the region. The real kicker, though, is that it takes a brutal 6 months to a full year for the disease to finally clear out. But here's the twist, this catastrophic Iron Death disease was suddenly meaningless to him now, just another minor detail in his insane new world. Because the insane trait he just scored was none other than private portal. It's just a theory, but the Iron Death disease shouldn't be able to breach his portal, giving him a potential safe haven. After his deep dive into the apocalypse data, Song-ho didn't waste a second, unleashing all his saved cash. He went on a shopping spree for the end of the world, snagging everything from weapons and food to tools, medicine, and all the gear he'd need to survive solo. But even as he prepped, he kept one eye glued to the online community, watching the chaos unfold, some begging for awakened heroes, others screaming fake news, and a few even flexing their new, stolen powers. He couldn't believe how chill everyone was, but he shook it off, because as soon as the sun came up, it was back to business, more supplies, more prepping. He swept through the supermarket, a man on a mission. Then, on the way back, he scored a sweet 60-pound hunting bow in a hush-hush deal. The seller was all, thanks for the smooth transaction, but Song-ho shot back, no, thank you. I really needed this. He flashed a satisfied grin, clutching his new weapon, as the seller waved him off. He glanced at the sky, a tiny seed of doubt sprouting. Was he going too far? Nah, he decided, even if it was all a false alarm, he'd just have to tough it out for a couple of years, no biggie. Morning errands done, he headed back to his place. And slapped a temporarily closed sign on his shop, claiming it was for remodeling for a few months, making sure every second counted. Outside, a tired look etched onto his face. When a frantic shout ripped through the air, snapping him back to reality and confirming that whatever was going down overnight, it was definitely not an overreaction. Just as Song-ho was about to make his move, a familiar face popped up, hitting him with the question, "Yo, are you seriously shutting down the shop?" He played it cool, brushing her off with a laugh, "Nah, it's just super old. I'm totally planning a massive remodel." Haha. Mi-kyung, totally buying it, was hyped, "Dude, you must have made bank." Song-ho just laughed it off, playing humble, then quickly tried to bail, saying, "Nah, not really. It's just old. Anyway, I gotta bounce, got stuff to do, hey, Ajiasi, wait up." But Mi-kyung looked like she had more to say, her face falling as she mumbled, "Oh, it's nothing. See ya." Walking away, he couldn't shake the feeling, thinking, what was she even trying to tell me? He totally could have pushed her for answers, but he just kept his mouth shut. His eyes were miles away, his mind already racing. Because from this moment on, he had some seriously important stuff to handle. Back in his secret lair, Song-ho reached out, a sick blue energy exploding around him as he declared, "Open portal." The air crackled with insane energy, shimmering with glowing particles as his gameplay kicked into gear. This was the ultimate planner's style, as he stared down at the holographic interface, ready to dominate. Always the mastermind, he was the one who cooked up insane strategies to conquer any challenge, a true tactical genius. That's exactly why, among the seasoned pros, he always felt like he was missing that raw physical power, a feeling that hits different when you see him and Rabbit Gongju absolutely dominating a pile of defeated monsters, all under a blood-red sky. But like, seriously, why though? Because in Sura, you don't just level up and get stronger. Nah, you gotta earn those gains through the brutal results of hunting and exploring. And now, he's embracing that truth, standing in a sun-drenched forest, ready to master the bow. Pulling back the bowstring, he's totally wondering if this crazy new plan is actually gonna pay off. But then, bam. The system drops a bombshell, telling him it's way easier to draw than he thought. It's like, one more. Again, and he's thinking, whoa, if I can just nail the aim, this is totally happening. Then, out of nowhere, this super flashy, sunglasses-wearing avatar pops up, practically screaming at him to, now take a shot, leaving him totally confused, like, so I'm supposed to shoot right now. Locked in, he pulls that bowstring back, muscles flexing with an insane new ease. His whole body locked and loaded for the ultimate release. And as he zeroes in, a ghostly image of a battle-hardened archer, with a blazing red eye and a fierce gaze, literally overlays his vision, channeling some ancient, deadly wisdom straight into his aim. Then, with a lightning-fast, buttery-smooth motion, that arrow is gone, ripping through the air with unbelievable velocity. A mysterious, glowing rift pulses with raw power, hinting at untold dangers and opportunities. After his insane archery display, Song-ho can't believe his own skills, literally asking if he was Legolas in a past life. Talk about natural talent. Even though he can only pull the string a few times, he's already a natural. But that's not enough, he's hitting the gym, Sura style, to get even stronger. His hand, scarred from his past, is now ready to forge a new destiny. Basic training. Done. Now, he's leveling up his strategy for ultimate survival. He's got two major goals now. First, he needs to know if he can actually take down monsters in his current state. And second, he's building a secret hideout, a fortress to stash all his gear and supplies. But hold up. He's not going full Leroy Jenkins just yet, he's waiting for his new weapons and gear to arrive before doing anything crazy. Armed with a wicked blade, he's ready to carve his path through the wilderness. Then, out of nowhere, he spots glowing golden orbs on a tree, and he's absolutely hyped, shouting about his insane luck. He knows that preparation is key, so he's getting ready for anything and everything the future throws at him. This level of foresight and readiness is exactly why he's going to dominate. Still a total beast in Sura, Song-ho is on the hunt, eyes peeled, knowing he's close to something big. Then, his sharp eyes snap into focus, he's found it. The first clue. It's goblin droppings, and that's exactly what he was looking for. Why goblin droppings? Simple, Goblins are pack hunters, so finding just one pile meant something was off. These monsters are all about living in groups, so a lone pile of droppings. That's a huge red flag. The droppings were just seeds, meaning this goblin was starving, and just like he thought, it's probably a lone outcast, making it the perfect prey. He grabs a stick, his face set, ready to keep moving. He's locked on, he's gotta find this goblin, no matter what. You don't get many chances for a real fight, so he's not letting this one go. But time's running out, it's getting dark, and those wolf howls. They mean he's getting closer. Those howls mean he's gotta be near the valley, where his target is waiting. His determination is rock solid, eyes burning with the thrill of the hunt. He's found it. The lone goblin, just as he predicted, confirming his genius-level deductions. This isn't just any monster, it's a low-tier goblin, notorious for its brutal tactics, wielding spears and poison darts to paralyze and torture its victims. These goblins are pure evil, loving to paralyze their foes with venom and then just mess with them, a chilling fact he files away as he watches his target. This isn't just any goblin, it's an old, exiled one, probably kicked out of its tribe, which means it's weak, vulnerable, and ripe for the taking. Its weakness, combined with the threat of poison darts or a spear, is exactly why he chose a bow, it's the ultimate counter. He takes a deep, centering breath, his hands rock steady, a silent command to himself, stay calm, stay focused. The bowstring stretches taut, muscles coiling with power, his eyes locked onto the unaware goblin, it has no idea what's coming. The goblin, still chilling by the water, is totally clueless, its fate already decided by his iron will. He tells himself, just don't get nervous, and this hunt is mine. He's got this. Then, with a burst of raw power, he lets it fly. A glowing blue arrow rips through the air, a guaranteed hit. The goblin's eyes pop open, pure terror flashing as the glowing arrow screams towards it, its red gaze reflecting its final, horrifying moment. Bam! The arrow slams into the goblin's head with brutal precision, its last, agonizing shriek tearing through the night as it drops. He aimed for the head, but hey, a hit's a hit. Now, what's the next power play? No time to waste. He's pressing the attack, dagger blazing with red power, slamming into the monster. But wait, the goblin's still moving. He's thinking, is this thing some kind of veteran? How is it still standing? No time for questions. He's back in the fray, dagger now glowing with an icy blue, unleashing a barrage of attacks. It's a full-on clash. Red meets blue, energy exploding as their weapons collide in a dazzling display. He's parrying like a pro, his blue glowing blade batting away the goblin's attack like it's nothing. He lets out a primal scream, face twisted in pure battle fury. Boom! A devastating kick connects, sending the goblin flying back with a pained "K-E-O-K" as red energy explodes. His eyes are blazing, thinking, this bastard, as his dagger glows with an insane blue power, ready to end this. He's on it like a predator, pinning the monster down, a blur of motion, ready for the kill shot. The goblin lets out a final, desperate "Kaiwak" as he plunges his glowing dagger deep, a massive blue energy burst sealing its fate. Swirling blue light consumes the defeated monster, its form dissolving into pure energy. He drops to his knees, the fight finally over, the sheer exhaustion hitting him like a truck. The goblin, skewered by his glowing blade, lets out one last, agonizing scream as it finally bites the dust. Its body twitches, a final, pathetic sound escaping its throat, and then, silence. Total, absolute silence. A system message pops up, confirming the kill and 2 sweet points, but Songho, still catching his breath, is just stunned. He actually pulled it off. A shaky laugh bursts out of him, pure shock and triumph in his voice as he keeps repeating, I did it. I actually did it. Then, he checks out the dead goblin, spotting a pouch with guaca powder and vegetable oil. He thinks, wait, in Sura, this combo made an ointment. Gotta test it out. No time to waste, he starts digging a quick grave for the goblin. Can't have anyone else finding this mess. He keeps digging, knowing that leaving the body out in the open is just asking for trouble, it'll turn into a bone creeper. After the burial, he heads to a stream, and his eyes pop open. Bright red trout are chilling in the water, a super rare find that instantly grabs his focus. Then, it hits him like a ton of bricks. The red trout, that means something big, something dangerous about this valley, and he's suddenly questioning everything. His face twists in pure horror and disbelief, a desperate whisper escaping him, no way. This can't be good. Suddenly, a terrifying red eye fills the frame, burning with an intense, evil glow, signaling that something seriously dangerous just showed up. Just as he grasps the danger, a monstrous owlbear, its eyes burning crimson, erupts into view, casting a terrifying shadow over him and radiating an intense, blood-red aura. Completely outmatched and staring down certain doom, he collapses, a single, chilling thought screaming through his head, I'm screwed. A chat message pops up, throwing out a quick, hi, Kimgeru. Suddenly, with a massive, hyped-up grin and those signature glowing red eyes, Kimbapcha, our main man Songho, bursts onto the screen, ready to rock the stream. The chat goes wild with users like Danmuji, Bullsangman, and Gukbatman blowing up the feed, and he drops the bomb. He's diving back into the monster-infested forest, picking up right where he left off. He's chilling in a virtual classroom, surrounded by sick holographic screens, but even with all that tech, the chat's still roasting him, calling his content boring. What the viewers don't see is him grinding behind the scenes, rocking a VR headset and controllers, putting in serious work to get all this awesome content ready. Still deep in the VR zone, we see his streamer self on screen, shouting out a huge thank you to Bullsangman Nim for the donation. Flipping back to Kimbapcha mode, he flashes that signature smile, totally owning the chat's comments, with a holographic display just chilling above his head. After a quick chat skirmish, Songho clears his throat like a boss, then smoothly pivots, dropping a reminder about those pesky goblins and kobolds they talked about before. He keeps the info flowing, hammering home the absolute necessity of dodging the bone creeper, warning everyone to stay away from that thing no matter what. But then he drops the real bombshell. The true terrors of the forest are werewolves and owlbears, flashing terrifying images of these beasts for everyone to see. Pointing to a holographic display, he lays out the cold, hard truth: an owlbear setting up shop in a territory means serious trouble for anyone dumb enough to wander in. He's still dropping knowledge bombs, breaking down the monster ecosystem's delicate balance. His avatar's mouth wide open, still mid-explanation, as he reminisces about the good old days. Man, looking back, those were some seriously good times. He's thinking about Bullsangman, always hyped, and Gukbatman, who was all about his Gukbap. Bullsangman would be like, ooh, really? So exciting, and Gukbatman would just complain, ugh, the Gukbap's gone from cold to frozen. Stop explaining. And even Dog That Barks for Yudo Shodhi Hunt, who'd change his name on the fly just to get a laugh, those were the days, man. He then pivots, ready to drop the ultimate strategy for fighting an owlbear, but then, a weird thought hits him. A question popping into his head: wait, why am I suddenly thinking about all these happy memories from the past? His real-world face contorts with worry, and suddenly, a terrifying owlbear fills his vision. Its glowing red eyes pierce through him, and a chilling question hits him: is this seriously what it feels like when your life flashes before your eyes? He spins around, his back to us, deep in the shadowy woods, trying to shake off the creepy vibe. He shakes his head, deciding that for him, this isn't his life flashing, it's more like his old friends are yelling at him to snap out of it. He looks up, a new resolve hardening his expression, standing there in the misty woods, eyes locked on something beyond our sight. A hand reaches out, almost grabbing at the air, as an inner voice snaps him to attention. Alright, Kong Songho, time to focus. An owlbear, a beast notorious for absolutely shredding anything in its path when hunger strikes, looms menacingly. But the chilling reality is, it's just standing there, which means hunger isn't the issue. No, Songho quickly deduces, there's only one thing that's really ticking this monster off. He's trespassed into its domain, the very territory where the valuable red trout thrive. Given the circumstances, he's frantically trying to figure out the ultimate escape plan from this death trap. A crucial question burning in his mind: is this the only one? His mind, the part that screams, Kimbapcha, the absolute legend, is clashing hard with the pathetic reality of his current body. A phantom image of his absolute beast hunter self, radiating a blazing red aura, manifests behind him, practically screaming for him to unleash his power. But his actual body, the one belonging to Kong Songho, feels utterly useless and completely out of its depth. Yet, a raw, unyielding resolve carves itself onto his face. He knows it's now or never if he wants to make it out alive, roaring at himself, come on. His face twisting into a primal scream of pure effort as a blazing red aura erupts from his very being. The owlbear's terrifying red eye locks onto him, its gaze absolutely lethal and unwavering. This owlbear might have owl-like night vision, but there's one critical flaw: it's totally vulnerable to sunlight. Staring down the beast, he'd already downloaded its entire combat manual, every move, every pattern, just waiting for him to unleash the perfect counter. He dove, knowing this was it, the one shot, the single perfect timing to turn the tide. Red energy exploded from him, his face a mask of pure determination as he locked onto his target. To unleash a blinding light in this nightmare scenario, he knew he had to go all in, no holding back. He moved like a phantom, a lightning-fast blur closing in on the unsuspecting beast. Bam! He hit it with a blinding flash, right in the owlbear's face, targeting its biggest weakness. The beast reeled back, its eyes burning with pure agony, unleashing a primal, ear-splitting roar. He stood his ground, a supernova of light erupting from his hands, blasting away the darkness and leaving the monster stunned. Just like that, the epic battle vanished, replaced by the annoying ring of his alarm, snapping him back to his boring old bedroom. The alarm blares, ripping Songho from his sleep, and he's instantly hit with a wave of pain, his entire body screaming from what felt like a real battle. He checks the clock, 8 a.m., and a wild thought hits him: did he actually pass out for hours after that insane vision, or was it all just a crazy dream? A terrifying flashback hits him, the owlbear, after the goblins, a nightmare he desperately wants to erase from his mind. He vows never to face another owlbear, his body still throbbing from the phantom blows, and then it hits him, he hasn't eaten a single thing since yesterday. With a pained grunt, he practically falls out of bed, crashing to the floor in a heap. He struggles to sit up, complaining about his dead legs, his eyes landing on his backpack, just within reach. He digs into his bag and pulls out a glowing yellow apple, its soft radiance lighting up his face. A system notification pops up, stamina restored by Sun Apple, and a surge of power instantly floods his body. He sits up in bed, glowing with a golden aura, feeling totally re-energized, the Sun Apple still in his grasp. A huge, genuine smile breaks out on his face, all traces of his exhaustion vanished. But then his face twists into confusion, a hesitant, slipping out. He blurts out, "Why is Mi-kyung here?" just as her smiling face pops into view. Mi-kyung, flashing a peace sign and a dazzling smile, declared her presence was purely for the food, this spot being her second favorite restaurant ever. He started to probe her real motives, but she instantly shut him down, claiming it was just awesome to have a meal buddy. Mid-meal, Song-ho smoothly pivoted the conversation, inquiring if she'd actually tried that thing he'd brought up earlier. Mi-kyung's eyes practically popped with excitement, shouting, "The status window. Did you try it?" Her face practically glowed with pure joy, as she finally understood why Mi-kyung's SSI had been so quiet before. Flashing a confident grin, she boldly stated, "I'm telling you, I think it's real." Song-ho was in a tight spot, remembering a news report about a convenience store heist and pondering if the culprit was just naive or totally pure, but he knew exactly what she was really trying to get at. He faked a smile and flat out lied, saying he tried but nothing happened, totally justifying his fib because his trait was not for fighting. Suddenly, a vision exploded in his mind, himself, standing in a dazzling blue portal, gazing down at a crew of other people. He pondered his unique skill, realizing it was built for solo missions, not team-ups. In a world where safety was a joke, he felt Mi-kyung's cloak brush his shoulder as she leaned in, eyes glued to his phone. He knew that showing his cards, his real powers, was basically yelling, "Come and get me," in this apocalypse. He knew Mi-kyung's SSI was still pressing him about awakening, and a sudden pang of guilt hit him, forcing out an apology. But Mi-kyung, with a knowing smirk, dropped a bombshell, admitting she'd lied about something too, leaving him hanging. He thought she was a good person, and picking up on her vibe, he told her there was no rush to spill the beans. Inside, he was thinking, "We still have time," a steely resolve hardening his gaze. But Mi-kyung, totally reading his mind, told him to spill his guts when he finally felt brave enough. After that intense chat, he bounced home, only to find a mountain of packages being dropped off right at his door, making him shout, "Delivery goats, for real." His ordered gear was finally rolling in, piece by piece, and he gave a quick shout out to the delivery guy, who just shrugged it off as part of the job. Back inside, he scoped out the second floor, a serious look on his face as he planned his next move. Meanwhile, his hands were busy tearing open a package, unveiling some heavy-duty, golden brown material. He then went full tactical, picking out his gear for the mission: gas mask, fireproof suit, pepper spray, fire axe, a small gas can, a plumbing pipe, a portable extinguisher, and a telescope, leaving no stone unturned. His mission was locked and loaded: find the perfect hideout, a critical move in his master plan. Clutching the fire axe, he swore to himself he'd secure that hideout, no matter what it took. A shimmering blue energy pulses, signaling a major shift in his journey. As the ethereal glow fades into the background, setting the stage for what's next. He treks through a dense forest, his backpack heavy, a fire axe secured to his side, the faint blue energy of his system still trailing him as he moves with absolute purpose. Finding a suitable hideout hadn't been difficult, he reflects, having already spotted a suspicious-looking place during his previous search for the old goblin, a true stroke of foresight. Approaching a cave entrance, he surveys the surroundings with a keen eye. Peeking through thick foliage to observe the potential sanctuary, his senses on high alert. The cave entrance, nestled amidst lush greenery, seemed absolutely ideal. He muses, confirming this was absolutely perfect for a hideout, though the key was determining what kind of monster already called this place home, as he raises a portable telescope to his eye, ready for reconnaissance. Through the lens, the cave floor reveals distinct, small footprints, a crucial clue. Prompting an internal exclamation of, "Ooh. Aren't those kobold footprints," as he recognizes them instantly, a game changer. A genuine smile spreads across his face, a rare expression of satisfaction, as he declares, "What a stroke of luck. This changes everything." In that moment, he couldn't help but smile sincerely, knowing that while his plan would work on all low-tier monsters, this discovery was a game-winning move. With the wind direction locked in, he knew his master plan was a go, no environmental interference could stop him now. His genius plan targeted the sleeping kobolds, turning their own cave into a death trap, a lethal poison for the slumbering beasts, as they lay unsuspecting within their rocky lair. This was all part of his master plan, so he rushed to gather firewood, but even for him, it was a tougher grind than expected. Once the firewood was strategically placed right at their cave entrance, he knew it was more than enough to get the job done. Kindling ready, he then doused it all with gasoline, setting the stage for an explosive showdown. The trap was primed, just waiting for the spark, but before he could light it up, a furious kobold roared from the cave's depths. Suddenly, two enraged kobolds, eyes blazing with fury, exploded from the cave entrance, ready to tear him apart. Their furious kobold echoed through the air, fangs flashing, ready to strike. But he just met their aggression with a cool, almost mocking smile, casually greeting them with, "Ah, hello." All that wood chopping was just a warm-up, because things were about to get seriously wild. No time to waste. A blinding burst of azure energy exploded from his hand, it was go time, and he was bringing the pain. That raw energy ripped into a charging kobold, sending it flying as the real fight kicked off. Still processing the chaos, he questioned if drowsiness was even a real status effect. After absolutely crushing a kobold, he pondered if he could still pull off a one-turn kill. His eyes widened as a system message flashed, confirming he'd hit level 1 and scored 4 sweet points. No time to celebrate, though, he had to act fast, igniting the trap before any more of those things woke up. Boom! The fire erupted. Spreading rapidly, because every low-tier monster in Sura had one critical flaw. He stumbled back, a sudden phenomenon catching him off guard, as the system revealed their vulnerability. Sure, burning them alive was the goal, but just smoking them out wasn't enough. And as the new guy, he definitely didn't want to deal with a massive cleanup, so he devised a genius strategy. A terrifying kabul echoed from the cave as the creatures were plunged into utter chaos and confusion. And when they finally came charging out, desperate to escape, they fell right into his fiery trap, allowing him to annihilate them all in one epic move. Songho surveys the chaos, calculating the damage. He expected at least 5 kobolds from a typical pack of 7, but the numbers are looking way lower. Then, a brutal impact rips through the air, a crimson explosion against the dark, smoky void. He locks in his count, only 3 kobolds left, with the flames of his trap still raging behind him. Suddenly, 2 of the reptilian beasts bolt forward, their movements pure panic, as if something unseen is driving them out. All 3 remaining kobolds burst out, their guttural screams filling the air as they freak out from the insane heat and smoke. Trap deployed, mission accomplished, Songho switches gears, grabbing a heavy axe, with some weird green goo bubbling near his boots. He unleashes a devastating axe swing, a blue energy streak trailing its path as it smashes into one of the monsters. The kobold lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its reptilian face twisted in pure agony. Then, Songho goes head-to-head with another kobold, blocking its desperate lunge with his staff. No hesitation, no mercy, he blasts a freezing mist from a yellow can, encasing the monster in an icy shockwave. The kobold screams in pure terror as Songho lands the ultimate, game-ending blow with his staff, now blazing with intense red power. The monster goes down hard, a massive burst of vibrant green energy exploding from its body as it's utterly annihilated. He stands victorious over the fallen beast, a chilling question hanging in the air, is it just you left? But the kobold leader, trembling in fear, can only curse its own weakness, a pathetic display of terror. And with a cold, final word, he seals its fate, goodbye. As the last breath leaves its body, he claims his prize, vowing to repurpose the creature's lair. A brutal, crimson splash confirms the finality of the battle. Emerging into the tranquil forest, bathed in golden light, he exhales deeply, the adrenaline slowly receding. The battle was a breeze, but the aftermath is a brutal reality check, his stamina is completely drained, making every movement a monumental effort. Checking his stats, he sees the dreaded exhaustion debuff and the frustrating reality that leveling up doesn't grant status points, just like some cruel game mechanic. But even with the grind, leveling up means unlocking game-changing convenience systems, like the online shop, making this entire ordeal a massive win. He gazes at the shimmering interface, a whole new world of power and gear now at his fingertips. But beyond all the loot and power-ups, the ultimate prize is a secure space, a personal sanctuary in this chaotic world. A smirk plays on his lips, a surge of power coursing through him as he grasps the magnitude of his unique gifts, powers that are exclusively his to command. Gazing into the shadowy depths of the cavern, he ponders the next move, the grand strategy unfolding in his mind. He lets out a weary breath, surveying the chaotic aftermath of the kobold lair, a monumental task ahead to transform this mess into a fortress, all before the apocalypse descends. After finally securing a hideout, a dark, rocky cave, a single lantern barely cut through the gloom, marking his new temporary base. No time to waste, Songho immediately got to work, sweeping up the mess and getting this place in order. This place was tiny, only 15 meters deep, barely a shelter, and the grime was next level, making him gag at the sheer nastiness of it all. Maybe it was the brutal fight he just barely survived, but this cleanup felt like an impossible mission. Seriously, this was the hardest work he'd ever done, and he couldn't help but rage, cursing those kobold bastards for leaving such a mess. But hey, at least he had a safe zone in the other world now, which meant it was time to open that dimensional gate, a dazzling blue portal ripping open right in front of him. He could totally exploit the gate's powers, making everything so much simpler. Or so he thought, because easier was a total lie. He was so freaking tired, he was practically on the verge of collapsing. He just sighed, accepting his miserable fate, muttering about his what a life as he kept scrubbing away. The craziest thing he discovered while dimension hopping was his power to fix coordinates between worlds, and he couldn't help but wonder if this insane trick would actually pull off what he had in mind. Yeah, he could totally fix the coordinates of both worlds, and he was putting that power to work right now, closing down the glowing portal. He'd always wondered if objects could actually interact across dimensions, even when they were literally straddling both worlds. And now, as the water blasted through the portal, he couldn't believe his eyes, it actually worked. The water poured into a dark, mysterious cavern, its surface glinting with an eerie glow. Then, he stepped right through, finding himself on a glittering path that stretched into the unknown depths of the cave. Taking in his surroundings, he thought it looked pretty good after his quick cleanup, but those bloodstains still needed a serious scrubbing. His brain was already in overdrive, planning his next moves, and he figured pouring concrete for a solid storage area was the way to go. But then a thought hit him, making him pause. Wouldn't the mortar take forever to dry? And what about the sandwich panels? Ugh. Suddenly, his eyes landed on something incredible glowing in the walls, luminous stones and ignition stones. This was huge. He let out a stunned wow. These were the absolute must-have starter items from Seora. This wasn't just a cave, it was a treasure trove. He knew he had to start mining the second his construction plans were finished. A huge grin broke out on his face, his hands practically buzzing with energy as he clutched the glowing treasures. Back from the dimensional grind, a deep groan rips through him, a brutal reminder of the intense battle he just faced. Inside, he's questioning everything, wondering if he went too hard, because literally every single part of him is screaming in pain. His arm, especially, is a mess, covered in countless small cuts. He spots the cuts, shrugging them off as minor annoyances, definitely not worth wasting a rare sun apple on. But then, his eyes land on the shimmering guaca powder, a fresh haul from his last adventure, and a brilliant idea sparks. Time to whip up some healing ointment and see what it can do. He gets to work, expertly blending the guaca powder with vegetable oil, nailing that perfect 1-to-1 ratio like a pro. He keeps stirring that mixture, until it's just right, a perfect healing paste. A triumphant chuckle bursts out as the system flashes a message. He just crafted a fairly useful ointment that actually heals wounds, even if it's just a little. The ointment is ready, looking perfect, and he's totally unfazed, bragging that for a guy with his kitchen skills, this was absolutely no big deal. With a satisfied hum, he smears the ointment onto his arm, watching closely as it starts to work its magic. A soothing warmth washes over his skin, and he can totally feel it healing, but a nagging thought starts to creep in. He keeps slathering on the ointment, but a big question hangs in the air. Is he really going to have to do this every single time he gets hurt? To absolutely crush his stats, Songho knows he's got to keep grinding, but the shadow of the coming disaster is seriously messing with his head. A dark cloud crosses his face, because he's got this gnawing feeling he's gonna bite the dust before the real disaster even hits. He's running through his options, but a bow is a no-go, too terrain dependent, and even a gun, which could only pop off a couple of enemies at the start, just won't cut it. Then, bam. A light bulb goes off in his head, a sudden spark of genius in his gaze. He's standing there, and suddenly, one huge idea just clicks, something massive that he absolutely has to check out. Strolling into a room, he's totally zoning out on background lore, wondering if this stuff is actually gonna happen for real. No matter if it's true or not, he figures this info isn't completely worthless. Phone in hand, he's deep in thought, especially if those precursor events from the game's lore actually start happening. With a look of pure focus, he's convinced it'll be super helpful to dig deeper into this. Plan locked and loaded, he's got his phone in hand, ready to unleash his next move. Later, he's up on the rooftop, right on schedule, gearing up for some serious construction with mountains of mortar bags. A voice from off-screen is like, dude, you seriously hauled all that up here in one night? But luckily, all those mortar bags he ordered the night before were already stacked and ready to go. Songho was on a roll, making quick work of the package delivery, his movements precise and efficient. He kept pushing, clearing out the first floor, a true package-moving machine. He was about to tackle the next mountain of boxes, when suddenly, a friendly voice cut through the air, Songho. He spun around to find a smiling young woman, beaming as she chirped, "Good afternoon." He couldn't help but notice her relaxed tone, thinking, whoa, have we gotten this close? She's totally dropped the formalities. She kept chatting, pointing out, I've been seeing you everywhere lately. He just blinked, as she casually dropped, yeah, I've been hitting up the tteokbokki place every single day. Song-ho let out a sheepish laugh, oops, my bad. I've been totally swamped with the store remodel lately. She gave him a once-over, you definitely look like you've been working hard. When he asked, she just gave a knowing, well. Then she hit him with the truth bomb, dude, you used to get a haircut like clockwork, every 3 months. Song-ho couldn't argue, yeah, you got me there. She pushed, see. So, wanna get a cut right now? He thought, you know what? I actually need a haircut for the exploration anyway, so this works out perfectly. With a determined nod, Song-ho started gearing up with his gloves, alright, let's do this. Song-ho is in the chair, ready for a fresh look, as Mi-kyung kicks off the session, asking for his style preference. He drops a bombshell, telling her to shave it all off, leaving her totally stunned and asking, why? He reveals his motive, a fresh start. Mi-kyung gets it instantly, declaring she'll make him look absolutely epic. With a quick spray, Mi-kyung notices Song-ho's shoulders are looking seriously buff. He casually confirms her observation, admitting his recent workouts are clearly paying off. Mi-kyung drops a knowledge bomb, telling him the status window is all about survival life, and he's totally shocked, oh, really? She keeps the intel flowing, adding that Awakeners are basically gamers who played once, and Song-ho's mind is blown, whoa, really? With a snip of the scissors, Song-ho demands to know Mi-kyung's source for this crazy intel. Mi-kyung blushes and avoids his gaze, while Song-ho stares, clearly intrigued by her reaction. Just as she's about to spill the beans, the salon door chimes, and a new face walks in. Song-ho instantly recognizes In-hak SSI, demanding to know why he's there so late, and In-hak SSI coolly responds that he's got some hot intel to drop. A character note flashes, revealing In-hak's past beef with Song-ho over loud singing, and Song-ho's jaw drops as he connects the dots. This pushy bastard was Mi-kyung's secret intel source all along. Mi-kyung dropped a bombshell while styling his hair, revealing that the video poster was trying to monopolize the intel, then deleted the footage and vanished. Song-ho couldn't believe what he was hearing. In-hak, ever the instigator, chimed in, confirming the video was gone and his crew was already on the hunt, trying to track down the guy's home address. Mi-kyung, clearly unnerved, stammered, but isn't that illegal? In-hak just smirked, demanding to know who she thought they were even looking for. He then turned to her, revealing he was the one who deleted the video, claiming it was out of pure disillusionment. In-hak kept pushing, declaring that exposing Kimbapchoa and spreading his intel was a public service, but Song-ho's gut screamed danger, sensing they were coming for him. In-hak, ever the recruiter, told Mi-kyung to be bold, then pressed her about joining his team, but she was still on the fence, saying she hadn't decided yet. Song-ho's hand tightened into a fist, his patience wearing thin. This whole thing was just absurd. He scoffed internally at In-hak's monopolized talk, because he barely had time to think before the video vanished. In-hak, losing his cool with Mi-kyung's hesitation, snapped that she was frustrating, then declared this whole mess was playing out just like Seora. With a chilling lick of his lips, In-hak declared that if the bastard had just posted the info, they wouldn't be forced into this extreme hunt. Mi-kyung watched In-hak, thinking he sounded like he'd already bagged his prey, but he just repeated, I can't wait for long. A wave of anxiety washed over Mi-kyung as she considered the fallout. What if the entire community flooded her with hate and curses? The pressure was immense, a single, burning question searing through her thoughts, if so, what's next? But as Song-ho wrestled with whether he should drop the intel, In-hak's voice ripped through the air, snapping, what? Who do you think you are? Get lost while I'm asking nicely. In-hak wasn't letting up, his voice like a whip, barking for a quick decision, then zeroing in on Song-ho with a harsh, you. Song-ho, totally blindsided, tried to pump the brakes, insisting he had no clue what In-hak was on about and begging to table the discussion. In-hak's eyes narrowed, his fuse burning short, a dangerous glint in his stare as he geared up for a verbal counterattack. He doubled down on his aggression, snarling, what? Who do you think you are? Get lost while I'm asking nicely. In-hak's eyes flared with a terrifying red glow as he closed the distance, delivering a chilling threat of another brutal humiliation if Song-ho dared to resist. In-hak's stare was pure menace, his dark eyes burning into Song-ho, a silent promise of pain. Song-ho, seeing the writing on the wall, let out a frustrated sigh, declaring this wasn't the battle for today and that he was out. In-hak spun on his heel, his exit line dripping with contempt, yes. See you later. Mi-kyung exhaled a massive sigh of relief the second In-hak was gone, but then Song-ho's voice cut through the quiet, Mi-kyung SSI. He moved closer, dropping a surprising suggestion, let's exchange numbers, just in case. The digital world is buzzing, and one voice cuts through the noise with a chilling warning. Back at home, he ditches his current grind to dive into the digital realm. He types Kimbapchoa into the search bar, and boom. The infamous early game honey tips post pops right up. The community, once a chill info hub, is now a raging inferno. Everyone's losing it over the deleted videos, swearing revenge. The comments are pure chaos, with calls for doxing and heated arguments about spilling game secrets. Whoever dropped those early game tips, they're getting absolutely roasted online. He scrolls past the zombie survival guide, only to find a commenter straight up threatening the poster. Then, a familiar ID, towing 6974, catches his eye, making him wonder who'd be crazy enough to use their real name for a gamer tag. The hate train for Kimbapjoa keeps rolling, but then his blood boils as he sees posts plotting to harass Meek-young, even talking about seducing her. Pure filth. Totally fed up with the online cesspool, he slams his computer shut, utterly disgusted with humanity. He wasn't broken, just utterly sickened by the toxic mess he'd seen. But then, sitting there, a shift began to happen within him. A sudden, intense clarity hit him, and a powerful directive echoed in his mind. His head was clearing, and the command was absolute: open dimensional gate. His eyes narrowed with resolve as he thrust out his hand, and an explosive surge of electric blue energy erupted, spiraling with immense power. The raw, untamed power of the dimensional gate flared, its brilliant blue light twisting and expanding with incredible force. Then, for a solid 48 hours, he went all in, grinding away, pouring every ounce of his focus into building his new sanctuary. He was down in the dirt, pickaxing luminous and ignition stones, literally blowing off steam with every swing, just to keep his head straight. He was mixing mortar, getting his hands dirty, and then meticulously smoothing it out, making sure every detail was perfect. Once the grueling construction was done, he finally emerged, letting the fresh air hit him as the mortar cured. Then, as the moon climbed high in the dark sky, a powerful realization struck him. His hand tightened into a fist, a fierce conviction burning within him: I'm no hero. I'm just a regular guy, and I don't need some epic quest to define me. Yeah, in the end, his eyes blazed with a singular, unyielding purpose. He knew exactly what his ultimate goal was: I just need to survive. Just as he locked in his new resolve and spun around, something absolutely terrifying made its grand entrance. With his eyes flaring blue, he instantly recognized the terrifying bone creeper, and it was game on. This monstrous skeleton, with its eyes blazing crimson, burst forth from a terrifying cloud of purple mist and jagged dark energy. Pure rage ignited within him, and he let out a furious curse at the monstrous apparition. The bone creeper was not having a good day either, its skull twisting in a silent roar as its eyes exploded with blinding yellow energy. But for him, this terrifying encounter was absolutely perfect, and a blazing aura of power began to erupt around his form. Then, with an earth-shattering blast, a colossal explosion of orange and yellow energy ripped through the air, incinerating everything in its path. The clock was ticking down to the apocalypse, with only D27 left. The world is a blur of blue and mist, a deep, unsettling hum vibrating through the very air itself. The hum builds, a shimmering haze blanketing everything, as countless particles dance through the charged air. Then, a figure emerges from the haze, Song-ho, sprawled out and unmoving, a faint tremor the only sign of life in his battered form. His hand, caked in dust, gives a weak, involuntary twitch, a tiny spark of life in the stillness. Then, a sudden, guttural gasp rips through the silence, and he shoots upright, eyes blazing with raw shock. His mind is a whirlwind of chaos, desperately trying to make sense of the last moments, the burning question searing through his brain: what happened? Clutching his head, the memories flood back, the terrifying truth of the recent past slamming into him. A chilling image of a broken skull, the remains of a terrifying enemy, sears into his memory, the sudden, horrifying appearance of a bone creeper. Clutching his hand, he stares blankly ahead, a single, impossible question burning in his mind: how in the world did he survive that? He flashes back to the bone creeper, its skeletal form erupting with a blinding, destructive light, already primed for a cataclysmic explosion the instant he saw it. A surge of raw determination flashes across his face, a vivid memory of his desperate fight for survival, his fist clenching as the sheer power of the explosion echoes in his mind. He barely managed to put any distance between himself and the detonating monster, the fiery shockwave ripping through the air, yet he somehow walked away. The sheer force of the blast had left its mark, a brutal testament to his impossible survival, and the evidence was undeniable. Scattered amidst the wreckage, he was a wreck himself, his body pierced by countless fragments, a brutal souvenir of the explosion he somehow walked away from. With a surge of blue energy from his palm, he ripped open his status window, desperate to see what kind of damage he'd taken, or if he'd even survived with his stats intact. The digital overlay flashed into existence, showing his health, level, and points, the cold, hard numbers of his survival. His stats were tanked, a brutal reduction across the board, but a wave of relief washed over him, as he realized there were no fatal injuries, no torn muscles or ruptured organs. But then, a shocking discovery: his level had actually gone up, along with his points. The system had somehow registered him as the one who took down the bone creeper, even after its self-destruct. A crushing headache slammed into him, his mind reeling, making it impossible to think straight. Just as he started to regain his bearings, a chilling new message flashed across his vision: a dimensional gate was opening. Blinding blue energy erupted, swirling around him, a clear sign that whatever was coming, it was coming fast. No time to waste, he immediately started patching himself up, turning a simple table into a battlefield triage. A guttural groan tore from his throat as he dug a shard out of his chest, the agony a brutal reminder that he was still alive, and still fighting. Song-ho is absolutely reeling, gritting his teeth as he slathers on some glowing blue guaca powder, trying to stop the insane bleeding from his chest. This dude is hurting. Even though he's totally drained, he's still trying to wrap himself up, desperate to check out just how bad he's messed up. The world keeps spinning, and the sky outside just keeps on shining, signaling the passage of time. He finally wakes up, sprawled on the floor, letting out a frustrated groan, thinking he's totally done for. He sits up, a cool blue glow pulsing around his bandaged arm, and kicks himself for not checking if that ointment actually worked before he passed out. Suddenly, a holographic status screen pops up, showing his insane new stats: Level 2, 19 points, and a brand new, mind-blowing trait, Open Personal Dimensional Gate, though he's still weakened. He lets out a huge sigh, knowing the treatment actually worked. While he's trying to figure out all this new info, he can't help but wonder, where the heck did that bone creeper even come from? But then, a massive thirst hits him. Grabbing his thermos, he figures, hey, the forest is huge, so weird stuff just popping out isn't that crazy, right? He takes a big gulp, then realizes, okay, I seriously need to pump up my perception stat to actually see things coming. And just like that, the system drops some knowledge, revealing there are two main ways to power up your stats in Seora. First up, the classic move everyone knows, dumping those sweet stat points directly into your attributes to get stronger. Forget just leveling up, you can also snag insane stat boosts from gear dropped by epic monsters after you absolutely wreck them. Imagine the loot. We're talking glowing purple gear, glasses, watches, knives, belts, boots, gloves, all packed with insane stats. But hold up, it's not that simple. This game, Seora, is a total nightmare, making it super hard to get your hands on any of that sweet stat gear. Picture this, you're up against a giant, club-wielding beast, and that's just to get one measly item. Talk about a grind. He's totally fed up with the random drops, begging for just one agility item after trying a million times. Seriously, give him a break. And get this, high-level monsters aren't just loot piñatas, they also have insane skills you can snag if you're tough enough to meet their crazy requirements. He's probably thinking about that while chilling with all those arrows stuck around him. But then he's like, ugh, this skill is totally useless for me, probably after seeing some lame ability that doesn't fit his epic fighting style. So, to figure out all this crazy game stuff, he plugs in a USB and dives deep into the game's lore, ready to uncover some secrets. His screen lights up with Survival Life, and it turns out the game's backstory holds the key to the Silver Rain disaster. Scrolling through the game's history, seeing all these digital people, he has a wild thought: what if he can grab some epic gear from the game before the actual apocalypse hits? But there's a huge if. This whole plan only works if the game's preliminary phenomena actually happen in real life, bringing those strong monsters with them. He clicks History, and bam. The screen explodes with terrifying zombies and massive monsters, giving him a glimpse into the apocalyptic future he's trying to stop. After diving deep into the game's lore for what felt like forever, he uncovered 3 insane precursor events, and the Russian ship was just the latest bombshell. Song-ho, glued to his glowing screen, figured the Hobgoblin event went down even earlier, but the intel was practically non-existent. His monitor flashed with a story section, revealing a cryptic image of figures in a dense forest, a tantalizing glimpse into the game's hidden depths. Then he hit the Yuri-san orc incident from June 26, 5 p.m., an orc corpse found near Yungsanri campground. A news outlet spilled the beans, but the government instantly nuked the story, keeping it under wraps from everyone but the insiders. This was it, the OG precursor event. If that orc was found dead on the 26th, he had to move. He needed to leave on the night of the 25th to get there by dawn and catch that thing while it was still breathing. Deep in thought, he practically dove into his screen, the vibrant RGB keyboard casting an intense glow on his focused expression. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a call from Mi-kyung, and he couldn't help but wonder, what's Mi-kyung SSI doing calling me this late? Later, at the trendy Starbin Cafe, Mi-kyung shot Song-ho a worried glance, asking if he was okay, totally thrown by his sudden shift in vibe. She called him out on his weird expression and the long-sleeved shirt he was rocking in this scorching heat. But he just brushed it off, saying he barely felt the heat, secretly impressed by Mi-kyung's sharp eye. Mi-kyung breathes a sigh of relief, confirming that Song-ho's description doesn't match her fears, admitting she was actually pretty scared. Song-ho lets out a small laugh, but totally agrees that the bastard is the worst. His thoughts flash back to last winter, when Inhak went wild with his illegal tow truck, causing a massive scene. He even got into a fight with a frail old man, proving he's a total jerk, and Mi-kyung is absolutely shocked, uttering a disbelieving, "Whoa, really?" Song-ho clarifies that it's no surprise she didn't know, since that bastard always pulled his stunts in the dead of night. Then smoothly changes the subject, asking Mi-kyung why she called him, which makes her nervously ask if they can talk privately. Taking a huge breath, she drops a bombshell, confessing, "I'm an awakener." Song-ho's brain goes into overdrive, totally confused why she's spilling this secret now, his face a mask of shock. He playfully complains about not being an awakener himself, before she quickly apologizes, feeling guilty about her deception. Song-ho quickly reassures her, saying he totally gets it and knows she's a good person, then thanks her for always sharing info and talking to him. Feeling way better after their chat. Song-ho was still reeling from the conversation, admitting he'd been totally stressed about the remodeling, but now he was actually glad he showed up. Then, Mi-kyung's final words echoed in his mind, that survival life question, and suddenly, he was seriously considering diving deep into it. It hit him, he absolutely needed to connect with good people. After that talk, he felt way better, and it was time to get down to business, checking his next moves. First up, he snagged a cutting-edge drone to scope out the forest. Purchase complete. Next, he locked down a rental car for the mission, contract finalized, no sweat. After that, it was straight to bed, optimizing his body for peak performance. The very next day, with the sun barely up, he was already grinding, crafting essential gear for the orc hunt. Hammering away with intense focus, each strike echoed, as he molded the raw resources. Sparks exploded with every crushing hit, the workshop alive with the relentless clang of his hammer. One wrong move, and boom. A fiery explosion. This wasn't just crafting, it was a high-stakes dance with danger. First phase done. Now, for the luminous stones, their brilliant golden light already pulsing in his grasp. Blinding flashes of light kept erupting, stinging his eyes, but he pushed through, his focus absolute. He let out a frustrated grunt, muttering, "Ugh, this is definitely working, so I just gotta push through." With the core orc hunt setup complete, he moved on to the serious crafting. He carefully laid out his ingredients, a precise array of sugar, gasoline, and organic solvents, ready for transformation. With expert hands, he blended them with a hardener, solidifying the ignition powder and resin into powerful tools for the hunt. Next, he calibrated a desk, locking in the dimensional gate coordinates, and with a surge of power, the gate materialized, glowing with ethereal blue light. Before the pulsating blue portal, he surveyed the 2 cans of his custom-made materials, primed for action. Later, sliding into the plush driver's seat of his rental, he let out an excited, "Wow." Clearly thrilled with his ride. The car glided effortlessly, and he grinned, totally worth it. "Glad I went all out for this ride," a smirk playing on his lips. A triumphant grin stretched across his face, because he knew, without a doubt, he was fully loaded and ready to roll. His trunk was a treasure trove of essential gear, a duffel bag and a fire extinguisher among them, leaving no doubt he was prepped for anything. Flashing one last confident smirk, he muttered, "Time to roll," as he gripped the wheel, ready for the adventure. With all his gear prepped, the target is locked, Yuri-san, the epicenter where the orc horde is about to erupt. He floors it, tearing through the night, the engine screaming as his ride blazes a trail, hurtling him straight into the heart of the coming storm. No turning back now, it's a full-throttle charge straight into the apocalypse. The clock ticked closer to midnight, and the heavens opened up with a soft, ominous patter. The rain hammered down, a relentless rhythm against his car roof, as Song-ho pulled into the Jungsanri campground parking lot, ready for anything. He'd been grinding, spending every spare moment on intense image training. Now, still in the driver's seat, he was locked onto his phone, watching a game's epic clash unfold. A monstrous roar ripped through the digital world, a stark contrast to the quiet rain outside. Then, with a focused intensity, he meticulously prepped his gear, making sure every piece was battle-ready. And just like that, the clock struck midnight, ushering in a new day. He plunged into the relentless downpour, kicking off his full-scale search, his headlamp piercing the oppressive gloom. Wrapped in his trusty poncho, he pushed deeper into the night, the rain a constant, chilling companion. A chilling thought cut through the silence, was the rain actually getting heavier? The world around him was a blurry, watery mess. The deluge showed no signs of letting up, a relentless assault on the senses. And if the rain wasn't enough, a suffocating mist began to creep in, choking visibility and turning the path into a treacherous blur. He couldn't help but wonder, with a growing sense of unease, where in this godforsaken weather the orcs were even supposed to pop out from. He'd scoured every inch of that campground, and now, the precursor phenomena he'd been dreading. It was here, it was real, and he was ready. A cold shiver ran down his spine, but it wasn't just the rain, it was the chilling confirmation of what was to come. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the storm, and there it was, a terrifying, red-glowing silhouette in the driving rain. That sound hit him like a shockwave, his eyes snapping wide open in pure, adrenaline-fueled surprise. No hesitation, no doubt, he knew exactly what it was, an ORC. But this wasn't just any orc, its crimson skin and blazing red eyes screamed red ORC subspecies. This was a whole new level of threat. Seeing that hulking, weapon-wielding beast, only one thought burned in his mind, a guaranteed skill drop. Time to get rich. He took a deep breath, a silent command to himself, stay calm, Kong Songicho. Then, with a decisive click, he activated his secret weapon, a glowing red baton. The baton flared to life with an intense yellow-orange aura, casting an eerie glow on his focused face as he locked in on his target, ready to unleash his master plan. His meticulously crafted plan to take down the orc was officially underway, as the massive red beast stomped right into the glowing blue trap he'd laid on the rain-slicked earth. Song Ho, with his trap perfectly set, fires up a glowing red baton, ready to bait the beast. He knows the first move is to trigger that raw orc aggression and draw its aggro. In a flash, he whips the baton forward, red energy exploding from it. Boom! A blinding red flare blasts from the baton, igniting the night and cutting through the rain. Just as planned, the orc, completely fixated on that flare, charges right into the light, its huge body a menacing shadow. With eyes blazing crimson, the beast unleashes a terrifying roar, primed for destruction. It brings its massive axe crashing down, a brutal swing meant to obliterate anything in its path. But just as the axe is about to connect, the orc's movement suddenly halts, caught completely off guard by the trap. Song Ho, already a step ahead, ducks and weaves, the giant axe whistling past him by mere inches. Orc stunned, attack dodged, this is his chance. He screams, open portal. Whoosh! A shimmering blue portal rips open right under the beast, sucking its entire body into the void. He watches the whole thing go down, cool as ice, as the rain falls and magic crackles around him. He holds up a small device, confirming the orc is locked down, the beast now a furious, trapped prisoner within the glowing blue portal. The red orc was on the attack, but Song Ho was ready, dropping low and unleashing a flashbang that exploded in a dazzling, blue-white torrent of light. That blinding light hit the monster hard, sending it reeling back with a furious, guttural roar, its vision completely wiped out. But this wasn't a permanent solution. He knew the orc's vision would snap back in just 20 seconds, a ticking clock for his next move. Watching the beast flail, Song Ho tightened his grip on his dagger, his hooded silhouette a stark contrast to the chaos. The clock was ticking, and he sparked another device, knowing full well that from this second on, it was a full-throttle race against time. He exploded into action, targeting the orc's now weakened muscles, thanks to the flashbang status effect, his glowing dagger tearing into its leg. His goal was crystal clear, shut down its movement, crippling the monster before it could even think about fighting back. The dagger plunged deep, green energy exploding from the wound as blood erupted, a brutal, precise hit. A gut-wrenching shriek ripped from the red orc's throat, its eyes blazing crimson with pure agony. The beast reeled back, red energy pulsing violently from the fresh wound, its colossal body stumbling. Song Ho observed, the crimson energy lines highlighting the brutal damage he'd just dealt, his face a mystery under that hood. With the orc now bleeding and still dazed, he geared up for the next crucial stage of his strategy, his every move sharp and deadly. The rain was absolutely hammering down, setting the stage for some serious action. And the red orc was not having a good time, letting out a massive dash, with its eyes still blazing red. The beast was clearly disoriented, stumbling backward, rocked by an invisible blow. Those glowing red eyes were still trying to get their bearings, and Song Ho was already thinking 3 steps ahead, getting into position. Then, with a burst of blue energy from his hand, he went straight for the red orc's wide-open mouth. He'd been planning this all along, a glowing little surprise ready to go. No hesitation, he launched it, a fiery projectile straight into the orc's gullet. Boom! It went off instantly, a massive internal explosion ripping through the red orc. A blinding, fiery explosion just absolutely erupted from the orc's head, sending shockwaves everywhere. Song Ho just watched the chaos unfold, a confident smirk on his face, like, how about that, huh? He knew this was it, even for a tough red orc, this kind of internal blast was going to be a game-changer. And just like he predicted, the red orc went down, hitting the ground with a pathetic KUK. As its huge body finally gave out. Even after pulling off that insane move, Song Ho can't help but kick himself, thinking he totally dropped his guard like a noob. And just like that, the red orc, now a literal fire demon, crashes down in a blaze of glory, its massive body engulfed in an explosive inferno. Rain is pouring, but you can see the sheer terror and exhaustion on his face, he's barely holding it together. His mind is racing, is this really it? Is he about to bite the dust? Suddenly, a massive thud shakes everything, confirming the beast is officially down for the count. But wait, as the fiery aftermath settles, 2 epic blue screens pop up, telling him he just leveled up to 3 and scored a sweet 10 points. And boom, another blue screen, he just snagged the ultimate skill, Will to Survive. He lets out a massive phew, totally drained but relieved, admitting this whole thing is just too much to handle. Then, he snaps out of it and asks, where's the loot? Seriously, where's the drop item? His eyes dart to his wrist, and bam, his watch is glowing with a sweet new stat boost, perception +2. Another phew from him, as he figures out his busted watch, which was a pain to find in the rain, is actually his new perception booster. Finally, he stares down at the massive, defeated red orc, thinking, okay, so what do I even do with this giant guy now? Huddled in the pouring rain, his headlamp piercing the gloom, Songho remembers the Yuri-san orc incident, a top-secret event that was supposed to be locked down. But a crucial question weighs on him, is dropping this bombshell of information actually the right move? He can't shake a feeling of intense pessimism. Then, a flashback to Mi-kyung, her words hitting him hard, the awakened are just people who played that game once, right? If she was right, that means thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, have already awakened. The implications are staggering, as he pictures himself engulfed by a silent, hooded army, each face a potential awakened. Even if only a fraction of them are bad news, even a small minority could spark massive riots and plunge everything into chaos. He thinks of guys like Inhak, a dude whose sinister smirk and tattooed arms scream, trouble, and no rules. These types of people, he figures, would absolutely trash the system and break every law for their own selfish benefit. The vision of total anarchy flashes before his eyes, angry mobs with crude weapons and fire tearing through the city streets. This societal meltdown is terrifying, but the real, biggest problem, he suddenly understands, is much closer to home. Looking down at the red orc's corpse, he faces the immediate threat: if he just leaves this thing here, it's going to turn into a bone creeper and start wreaking havoc by tomorrow. Then, a terrifying realization hits him like a truck, a question he completely overlooked: hold on. Why didn't I even consider that I could turn into a zombie? His face, half contorted into a horrifying, purple-tinged zombie, screams the brutal truth: even if he's awakened, there's zero guarantee he won't get infected by those spores and become a zombie himself. He sees himself, half human, half monster. This isn't just a fight for survival, it's a fight for his very soul. The pressure is immense as he asks himself, what's the right move when everything's on the line? That red orc corpse is still there, a ticking time bomb. He just couldn't pull the trigger on a decision, frozen in the moment. But one thing was crystal clear: no matter what, he had to rip open that portal. He's staring down the barrel of a new reality, realizing that even for the lucky few, the world needs a clean slate, an orderly end to this madness. He slams his shovel into the ground, yelling, damn it. He's digging a grave for the red orc, its gnarly foot sticking out, and he's just thinking, seriously, when am I gonna be done with this? He's absolutely wiped, gritting his teeth as he digs, wishing his body wasn't failing him, because this is way harder than it should be. But just when he's about to collapse, a system alert flashes: will TO survive, activated. His combat will, stamina, health, and perception are all getting a massive boost, turning him into a beast. He's engulfed in a golden glow, roaring with newfound power, shouting, damn it. I just need to finish it quickly, finish it. With his new skill pumping, he's a blur through the trees, moving at lightning speed because there's no other option. He's standing over the buried red orc, looking at its foot, and he's thinking, whoa, this will to survive skill is seriously broken. He's out. Blasting through an open portal, a sick yellow aura radiating from him, but the energy drain is real. But the power drain hits hard, leaving him slumped in his ride, a frustrated damn it escaping him as his golden aura flickers out. Blue energy crackles, a reminder of the portal's closing, and he's stuck, knowing he needs serious downtime to recharge before his next move. The blue lines fade, and the magic's gone, just like that. The sky's clear, a stark contrast to the wildness he just faced. The city's just doing its thing, totally oblivious to the crazy stuff happening right under its nose. Back home, he lifts his shirt, checking himself out with a "wow, is this for real?" expression, still trying to process his own strength. Later, phone in hand, he stares at the barbed wire outside, kicking himself for not starting that defensive line already. His phone's showing weird weather news, but he's still hung up on the red orc, praying its remnants are totally wiped out. The news keeps blaring about weird stuff, fueling his urgency, but he sighs, well, it's an awkward time to start anything else today. Standing by the door, he ponders his next move, thinking, should I hit up the community and check out those packages that just arrived? A wooden crate sits there, mysterious, just waiting for him to open it. Songho checks out his fresh arsenal, but even with all these new weapons, he's stuck using one like a basic war club for now. But hey, at least everything here is usable, so it's not a total loss. Suddenly, his mood sours as he notices some of his precious gear is nowhere to be found. A harsh notice reveals the truth: his spear and other weapons got flagged as illegal and seized by customs, leaving him high and dry. The irony isn't lost on him: he can't believe even a weapon import company gets its stuff snagged by customs. Suddenly, another delivery van pulls up, and he quickly ducks down by the door, shouting for the driver to just drop the package and go. His shoes sit ready by the door, waiting for the next drop-off. Then, a sharp doorbell chime rings out, announcing the package's arrival. From his hiding spot, he's thinking, did this guy even hear me? He yells again, trying to get the message across, driver, just leave it right there and. With a quick click, he twists the doorknob, peeking down, ready for his delivery. But as the door swings open, his face twists into a mix of shock and irritation, at whatever unexpected sight greets him. Suddenly, Mi-kyung is at his door, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she stammers out an apology, leaving him completely stunned. With her hands nervously clasped, she confesses she really wanted to talk to him today, practically begging for his permission. Then, with a hopeful gaze that could melt steel, she drops the big question, do you want to grab robaki with me? She's even brought the ingredients, reminding him it's been way too long since they last saw each other. But don't forget, the clock is ticking. The apocalypse is still coming, no matter what. Just 24 days left until everything changes. Mi-kyung drops a bombshell on Seongo, casually revealing that she's now living right inside his house. Seongo is absolutely floored, finding the whole situation unbelievable, but the blush creeping up his neck says it all. While he's still reeling from the shock, Mi-kyung's cheerful voice snaps him back to reality, telling him to eat up. With a mischievous grin, she offers him a bite, and he can't help but agree. As they settle down to eat, she gets straight to business, asking what he wanted to talk about. She brings up his previous Sura investigation, offering to share what she knows. He lets out a frustrated cry, kicking himself for even thinking about dating with the apocalypse looming. But even with the world ending, he knows sharing intel with Mi-kyung is the smart move, because good people are exactly what you need to survive the apocalypse. He volunteers to take out the trash, and she's already getting things prepped. With Mi-kyung out of sight, he wasted no time, firing up his laptop because, let's be real, there's no faster way to drop some serious knowledge. He was on a mission, compiling intel while keeping his Awakens status on the down low, and the best place to drop these truth bombs was the online community. His first posts. A deep dive into the terrifying iron wire disease. He also dropped a bombshell, groups of 6 or more. Total monster bait. It seriously upped the detection chances for zombies and monsters. He hammered home the point, perception stats were absolutely critical for survival, because, let's face it, this was the only way to get this intel out. The screen flashed with terrifying images, giant spiders, desperate survivors, all the horrors he was trying to prepare them for. Mi-kyung, watching him work, just let out a quiet, aha. She then hit him with the big question, what's the most important thing? And he laid it out, perception trumps everything else, because, the whole point of this game is just to survive, right? Seongo, eyes glued to the screen, kept going, alright, next up, what I dug up is. Mi-kyung then chimed in, reminding him that just like Inhak mentioned, Jimbaplover was seriously getting trashed online. He just nodded, a little sheepishly, yeah, I kinda noticed. Mi-kyung then hit him with the $1,000,000 question, why do you think Jimbaplover isn't sharing everything? And he just shrugged, saying he had no clue, since he'd never even played the game. Mi-kyung was stumped by the online hate for Jimbaplover, so she hit up Seongo for his take. He just shrugged, saying he totally gets why people are mad. She kept going, dropping some wisdom, everyone's got their own story, their own reasons for doing what they do. Suddenly, Mi-kyung switched gears, bringing up Inhak, and casually dropped that she'd rejected his party invite. Seongo was instantly like, wait, what? Why? Seongo then spilled the tea, saying he'd actually met Inhak and one of his crew, a thoughtful look crossing his face as he remembered the vibe. But then, a wild phone call broke through the silence, with some dude on the other end practically yelling, seriously, he's being such a pain. Let's just snatch him. Then, a calmer voice, probably Inhak, cut in, chill out, dude. He'll come around eventually. But the first guy wasn't having it, firing back, yeah, I get it, but that leader is seriously getting on my nerves. Seongo's eyes narrowed, a subtle blue glow hinting at his rising anger as he growled, what a total scumbag. He then turned to Mi-kyung, his tone dead serious, when the real apocalypse drops and society goes to hell. He warned, you'll see everyone's true colors come out. Seongo, eyes shut, finished his thought, so, trust no one, but Mi-kyung cut him off, hitting him with, what about you, Seongo? Staring him down, she dropped the bomb, I want to team up with you, seriously. Her offer hit him like a truck, leaving him completely speechless. His hand clenches, a silent, powerful declaration of his iron will. His ultimate objective? Hit level 10, and unlock that sweet shop before the tutorial even had a chance to start. But here's the kicker, the real snag in his plan, as he envisioned the terrifying monsters that now roamed the world. The Sura system was brutal, scaling monster tiers directly with level, which meant if Mi-kyung ever joined him, she'd be signing up for a guaranteed, pointless death. He saw it clearly, her, terrified, engulfed by grotesque shadows, a nightmare scenario he couldn't allow. So, plastering on a fake smile, he tried to brush off her offer, joking that he might just turn into a zombie, a desperate attempt to hide his real worries. But she just stared back, a soft purple glow starting to pulse from her hand, and casually dropped the bombshell, that'd be fine. That soft glow exploded, shimmering around her entire form as she rose, a clear sign of some serious hidden power. Then, with a confident smirk, she dropped the ultimate reveal, her trait was blink. She'd dodge him before he could even think about biting her, and her words hit him with a shockwave of unexpected power. Xiango practically jumped out of his skin, utterly blindsided by the revelation, the sound of his shock almost audible. He started to object, but Mikyung wasn't having it, cutting him off to explain she only revealed her secret because it was him she was talking to, a moment of intense, personal connection. It was a sign of trust, pure and simple, a powerful bond forming in the chaos of this new reality. Mikyung lays it all out, her voice filled with conviction, stating that if they can just make it through this zombie apocalypse without turning. Even if a full team-up isn't in the cards, she'd still be down to be cooperative allies. Talk about a power move. But hey, while all that's going down, building this fence. Totally easy mode. It's practically a walk in the park. Xiango's already got the setup on lock, with all the barbed wire and posts ready to go, making this whole defense thing look like a breeze. First up, he's pounding those support posts deep into the ground, no messing around, just pure efficiency. He's absolutely crushing it, slamming those posts down with serious force, making the ground practically explode with each hit. Then, it's all about that barbed wire, wrapping it tight around the posts, making sure no one's getting through this defense line easily. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, he slaps on some infrared sensors, turning this fence into a high-tech fortress. He takes a moment to admire his masterpiece, then casually asks, does this epic build earn me another point in handiwork skill or what? Now that the whole defense is locked down and the mortar set, he's ready for the next big move, time to get those packages, right? And just like that, the scene cuts to a mysterious, glowing cave entrance, leaving us wondering what exactly is inside those packages and what's next. Xiango just finished moving everything. He's looking around his new base, feeling that sweet, sweet satisfaction of a job well done. But he's already thinking ahead, planning to slap up some sandwich panels to divide the interior and get this place looking proper. Suddenly, a cold blast hits him, making him gasp. The cold is no joke, forcing a massive sneeze out of him, you can practically see the frosty air. A booming achoo reverberates through the entire cave. He's definitely feeling the chill, this alternate world is basically stuck in a never-ending late autumn. He's gotta crash here soon, and thankfully, there's a little heater ready to blast some warmth. He's already thinking about what he needs, gotta get ready for this cold. And while he's at it, forget curtains, he's building a full-on door for the entrance. He lets out a little groan, his to-do list is getting ridiculously long. But even with all that, he cracks a determined smile, notebook and pen in hand, ready to conquer that monster of a list. Turns out, he'd already hit up a carpentry workshop for custom orders and a bunch of supplies. He makes one last critical stop, dropping off a major assignment with a trusted contact, making it clear he's counting on him for everything. On the return trip, he's mentally replaying the 5-hour trek he made before the wire disease hit, meticulously scouting out all the prime looting spots. His mental to-do list is a mile long, after the hardware store, he's hitting the pharmacy, and then it's a quick detour to the motorcycle shop. Deep in his own world, muttering under his breath, he's snapped back to reality by a voice calling out, instantly recognizing him. He spins around to find the same guy from the doorway, who hits him with a chill, long time no see. Meet Oh Hyungjin, the protein master, himself, a gym owner, divorced, and a dad to a young daughter. Hyungjin clocks his buddy, asking if he's okay because he looks like death warmed over, and Xiango just sighs, I've got a lot going on. Then, with a proud flex, Hyungjin shows off his gains, declaring, check it out, the muscle memory I sculpted is totally kicking back in. He throws an arm around Xiango, chuckling as he explains, I've been putting my body through its paces lately, all thanks to the remodeling. Xiango then asks what's up with Hyungjin, and his friend hits him with a bleak truth bomb, what else? I'm pretty sure the world's actually ending. Xiango, taken aback, asks if Hyungjin's in the loop too, and he confirms, yeah. Some gym member spilled the beans about status windows and zombies. Hyungjin then asks if Xiango buys it, confessing he was a skeptic initially, while Xiango just shrugs, I'm not sure. Oh Hyungjin is practically vibrating with excitement, throwing his hands up as he describes someone he knew just, floating. He needs to know, is this for real? Xiango, looking utterly stunned, confirms he saw it firsthand. This isn't just a rumor, it's a full-blown superpower. But then, the kicker, he hasn't awakened anything himself, and Hyungjin, ever the jokester, confirms he's in the same boat, playfully ribbing him about it. Now, Hyungjin, chilling out, drops another bombshell, this superpower dude is actually going to a TV station to blow up. Seongo's like, how do you even know that, and Hyungjin just shrugs, saying the guy had a meeting with a big shot producer. As they sit together, Seongo wonders aloud if the world's about to find out about all these awakened people, but Hyungjin just shakes his head, teasing that something even wilder went down today. Seongo's hooked, demanding to know what could possibly top that, and Hyungjin drops the bomb, the Uedo shootout. A shootout? Seongo's jaw drops, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent turn of events. Still processing, he blurts out, "Didn't you watch the morning news?" Totally baffled he missed something so huge. Seongo, sheepishly checking his phone, confesses he was swamped, so Hyungjin tells him to hit up the petition board for the full scoop. A digital interface pops up, showing a search bar and a petition board icon, confirming Seongo's diving deep into the mystery. A full-blown petition for investigation into the Uedo shootout flashes across the screen, directly addressing President Jang Won-taek, exposing how a news report of the incident was completely wiped from existence, sparking outrage and calls for a full inquiry, with a flood of comments echoing the demand for truth. He's absolutely stunned, phone clutched tight, as the live news just vanishes. This isn't just media control, this is next-level manipulation, leaving him reeling. Later, he's grilling Oh Hyungjin about it, demanding to know if there was any follow-up on that insane incident. And Hyungjin just shrugs, saying the news spun some weak story about a deserter, but he's not buying it, this was way too big to be swept under the rug like that. And get this, Hyungjin drops the bomb that the entire Uedo area is now locked down by the military and police. Seongo's mind is racing, they're definitely hiding something huge. He calls out to Hyungjin, ready to bounce. Suddenly remembering he's got another mission, promising to hit him up next time. But as Seongo makes his exit, Hyungjin yells after him, hilariously demanding protein powder if he wants the rest of the juicy details. Back at his place, he's deep in thought, meticulously piecing together everything he's learned. The pieces clicking into place, a shootout right after the orc incident and that perfectly synchronized media blackout. The government knew everything. He's on his computer, clicking through cryptic files like Survival Life 061 and Survival Life 062. And as a video about a Yuri-san orc corpse discovery starts playing, he's thinking, how could anyone have known the precise moment the first omen would strike? Then, the shocking truth drops, he's the one who buried the red orc body in another dimension, all because he wanted to orchestrate a controlled apocalypse. He's deep in thought, pondering the bizarre timing of the recent shootout, but seriously, a shootout now? What's going on? Okay, maybe it's just wild speculation, but what if someone tipped off the government way ahead of time, giving them a massive head start? And what if they planned to kick things off with the very first omen? What if this mastermind, unlike him, didn't even have the survival life intel? Maybe they had some insane offensive trait, a power that let them pull all the strings from behind the scenes. And that's why they never showed their face on the front lines, he couldn't pinpoint who it was, but the sheer audacity of it sent shivers down his spine. As his mind raced, he grasped the terrifying scope of the hidden powers at work, a shadowy cabal, pulling strings, manipulating the masses, and he was just one piece in their twisted game. He just knew there was someone, a puppet master pulling all the strings, lurking in the deepest shadows. There was someone, a powerful player like President Jang Won-taek, with a look in his eyes that screamed hidden agendas. And this shadowy figure was pulling strings from behind the government, a truly sinister force manipulating the very top. A terrifying grin stretched across the hooded face, a silent vow of pure mayhem, while President Jang Won-taek remained stoic, his face a mask, standing on the precipice of an unfolding nightmare. This was all just the calm before the storm, a chilling countdown until the apocalypse arrives. The ultimate countdown was on, marked by the chilling code D23. Song-ho was on the hunt, laser-focused on unmasking the true mastermind behind Survival Life, his mind racing to pinpoint the elusive creator. And he wasn't just looking at one person, oh no, he was also eyeing 3 veteran players who were clearly pulling some serious strings. But after some intense brainpower, he'd already taken out the creator from the suspect list, that was a done deal. He still couldn't wrap his head around how they pulled it off, but the game's grand finale was now playing out in real life, and that changed everything. This could only mean one thing, the real bad guys were the masterminds who crafted the entire world and the system from scratch. Plus, he figured, if the government was truly behind the creator, there's no way they would have let him take down an orc in a game. So, for now, he locked in his targets, those 3 were the prime suspects, and he was already sketching their faces, piecing together the puzzle. He stared at the sketch of Survivor 1, a burning question in his mind, was she really the one behind it all? His pen flew across the page, adding yet another face to his wall of suspects. Across town, Jang Won-taek was deep in thought, mulling over whether this whole situation meant he could finally cut ties and stop sharing intel with the government. Song-ho let out a frustrated groan, confessing he was totally lost, even admitting that his game persona was a whole different beast from his real-life self. Chilling on his back, Song-ho can't help but question if the survivor he knew is even the real deal anymore. But even with all that going on, he's still low-key missing his veteran crew, their faces popping into his head. But for now, he's like, okay, I gotta trust them, because what else can you do? Seriously, though, spilling the beans wouldn't stop the apocalypse, so he's just gotta get ready. He figures, if this apocalypse is gonna be orderly, he's not jumping in just yet, gotta plan everything out. With a quick hup, he's at the secret cave entrance, all covered in green, ready to get to work. Inside, he's a total pro, sorting all his grub, and just like that, the food's all squared away. Checking out the food storage zone, he's stoked that the first part of the shelter is done, just waiting on that generator. Next up, the armory. He's already picturing the next level of his bunker build. Phase 2 is a go. He's gonna slap some steel logistics trays right onto that wall. After that, it's hammer drill time, straight through the wall, but he's already grumbling about how much less space there is than he thought. With his mind racing, Songho's face shows the gears turning, always strategizing his next move. The basement waterproofing is finally done, a grind he's been chipping away at, but it's still curing, so no stashing loot down there just yet. He stands up, a quick flex of his hand showing he's ready for anything. Phase 2 construction can wait, because right now, he's got a mission that can't be delayed. His hand snatches up the drone controller, it's time to deploy the ultimate scouting tool. The drone's view is insane, he knew it was huge, but this is next level massive. Up, up, and away it goes, revealing epic mountains and a sky so clear it's unreal. Soaring over the thick forest, this drone makes scouting look like an Amazon Prime delivery, it's that good. Seriously, drones are totally overpowered, giving him an unfair edge. He's got the controller locked down, no worries about getting jumped while he's out there exploring. Real-time maps are a breeze with this thing, it's absolutely god-tier tech. He's grinning ear to ear, totally immersed in the VR feed, thankful he splurged on the premium model, because this thing is seriously worth it. After a brief moment of pure awe for his cutting-edge gear, Songho locked his shelter as the absolute center point for what was coming next. And then, it was go time. He launched into a full-scale terrain exploration with his drone, ready to uncover everything. The intel started pouring in. He discovered perpetual snowfields to the northwest, but then, a sudden glitch. Signal interference hit hard near those towering peaks. And to the south. A massive, endless ocean. The drone kept soaring, gliding effortlessly over the shimmering expanse of water. And the intel was clear, no monsters in the ocean, just an abundance of prey. He immediately thought, I need to get some fish traps out there. Terrain scouting complete. He'd seen everything from octopuses to crabs, a whole new world of resources. He shifted focus to the valley, meticulously studying its ecosystem around his shelter, and thankfully, no owlbears in sight. Then, a sudden jolt of recognition. Ah, there, he exclaimed, as a familiar spot popped up on his drone feed. It was the exact spot where he'd faced off against the owlbear, but a chilling realization hit him, the corpse was gone. A thought flashed through his mind, did that big furball eat it? As he pondered the missing corpse, a chilling image of a skeletal monster from his past flickered in his mind, a stark reminder that the creep he'd faced wasn't just some ordinary goblin skeleton. The drone's camera is on point, scanning a muddy, treacherous landscape, and what it finds are massive footprints etched deep into the ground. And get this, some of them are clearly goblin tracks, cranking up the suspicion factor to 11. From his remote setup, he's crunching the numbers, and this goblin-infested valley is a mere 1.5 kilometers from his base. Recon mission complete, the drone powers up, ready to zip back to its master. Back at base, Songho is locked in, VR goggles on, watching the drone's live feed, its tech reflecting in his eyes. Goblin tracks confirmed. That means they're close, way too close. He slams the return to home button, bringing his precious drone back to base. No way he's losing his golden treasure. Even as it flies back, the drone keeps feeding him crucial intel on the forest's ecosystem. Poring over the map, Songho's mind races, this isn't just a forest, it's a full-blown swamp zone, packed with boars, deer, and rabbits. The drone's data is crystal clear, giving him the full breakdown of the terrain and where all the creatures are hiding. Even with all that drone intel, he knows he's gotta get boots on the ground, personally checking every inch for the real details. Cracking open his gear case, revealing his trusty knife, machete, and axe, he knows there's only one way to get the real scoop, get in there himself. Eyeing the nearest swamp, he's already strategizing, thinking about whether he can turn it into a farm. But then, a sharp sound cuts through the air, and he snaps to attention, phone in hand, a look of shock on his face. He's already geared up, backpack on, bow in hand, and check it out, an infrared detector is lighting up on his wrist. Stepping into the wild, he can't help but comment on how these goblins just show up, totally rude. He's locked and loaded, full tactical gear on, standing tall on the forest trail, ready for anything. He spots the fresh tracks on the ground, and immediately knows it's not a huge horde. Getting down for a closer look, he quickly figures out there are probably 6 to 8 of them on the hunt. Talk about perfect timing, it's like they knew he was thinking about them. He keeps moving, no hesitation, knowing these things are walking right into his trap. Suddenly, his wrist device flares with light, signaling a massive boost to his perception stat. With his boosted senses, every single rustle, every tiny sound, is amplified, hitting him harder than ever. Then, out of nowhere, he sees it, and his face just goes blank with shock. He's locked and loaded, a silent predator in the shadows, his helmet glinting as he scopes out the scene. Down below, two goblins are going absolutely feral, screaming and tearing at each other over a measly piece of food. A whole crew of them are just chilling, totally unaware, while Songho's thinking, seriously, fighting over food? He's already got his bow drawn, strings singing a silent tune, and he knows it, this spot. It's literally perfect for an ambush. He pulls back that string like a pro, and whoosh. An arrow is already flying, leaving a glowing trail. That arrow, glowing with a cool blue energy, is a blur, heading straight for its target. Bam! Headshot. The arrow slams right into a goblin's skull, its eyes flaring red before it lights out. The other goblins are totally blindsided, whirling around to see their buddy drop with an arrow sticking out of his head. And with a sickening thud, the first goblin hits the dirt, dead. Then, a goblin lets out a blood-curdling scream, and suddenly, the whole gang knows they're in deep trouble. But before they can even think about it, another glowing arrow is already screaming through the air. Boom! Another one bites the dust with pinpoint accuracy, its body twitching as the arrow's light snuffs out its life. A goblin lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its weapon flying as it gets absolutely rocked by an invisible force, and another one behind it is already stumbling. Another one gets smacked, its face twisting in pure agony, while two more goblins, now fully aware of the threat, are booking it through the dense forest. Moving like a ghost, Songho carves a path through the thick jungle, axe already in hand. He closes the gap in a flash, his fist, absolutely charged with blue energy, smashes into a goblin's face, sending green blood flying everywhere. The whole forest is a blur around him, just showing off his insane speed as he keeps up the relentless hunt. He's standing over a downed enemy, his glowing blue sword practically singing with power, and another goblin is already out cold nearby, bathed in that same awesome light. Without even a pause, he sends another goblin flying with a supercharged, energy-packed kick. Two more monsters are down for the count, one with a knife, the other with a glowing blue arrow, and Songho is just standing there, knife in hand, surveying the total chaos he just unleashed. He just strolls through the clearing like it's nothing, a chill confidence in his voice as he casually drops, that makes 4 down. He walks right up to the last 2 terrified goblins, and hits them with the ultimate power move, and you guys, what now? But before they can even squeak out a response, a coin-like projectile, blazing with red energy, smashes off his helmet, a loud metallic clang ripping through the quiet forest. He barely even flinches, just tilts his head a bit, a clear vibe of, seriously, coming off him, and deadpans, hey, even villains wait when someone's talking, aren't you being rude? The goblins let out a blood-curdling shriek, swarming him with their rusty blades, and he was instantly encircled. No time to waste, he quickly deduced that since poison failed, it was time for some brutal close-quarters action. Drawing his blade in a flash, he exploded into the goblin ranks, a whirlwind of steel against their numbers. Suddenly, a pulsating red orb materialized in his palm, a secret weapon ready to turn the tide. Boom! A blinding yellow explosion ripped through the air, decimating the goblins and sending them flying. The goblins screamed in agony, their pathetic cries confirming the devastating success of his move. A goblin crumpled at his feet, the system confirming a perfect hit with the status effect. With a surge of electric blue energy crackling in his hand, he powered up for the ultimate finishing blow. The tension was palpable, as he mentally roared, time to finish this. He launched himself like a missile, his sword a blur of electric blue, carving through the last of the goblins with unstoppable force. Suddenly, a triumphant system message flashed into existence, confirming his level up to 4 and a sweet 16 points gained. He gazed over the defeated goblin corpses, a satisfied, phew, escaping his lips as the adrenaline faded. His last move had totally messed up the enemies, leaving them dazed and confused, and he couldn't help but think, wait, that actually worked. He glanced at his knife, still dripping with that glowing green goo, a mix of shock and pure hype flashing in his eyes behind the visor. Songho lets out a frustrated sigh, this whole situation proving to be incredibly tedious. He can't help but think, this is actually hilarious, right? Bathed in a golden glow, he keeps digging, realizing his survival-craving skill, usually reserved for life-or-death fights, is going off like crazy just from digging a hole. The shovel slams into the dirt with a satisfying crunch, tearing through the earth like butter. He shouts in disbelief, seriously, why is this digging so ridiculously efficient? Then it hits him, 3 shadowy clones of himself are going full throttle, absolutely tearing up the forest floor, digging a massive hole in record time. He pauses, a golden energy pulsing from his hand, and thinks, well, this is still pretty wild. He realizes this skill wasn't a total waste, because unlike that brutal orc fight, this time only his health took a hit, meaning the backlash wasn't nearly as bad. Checking his gloved hands, he confirms the recoil is totally manageable. He stands over the fresh mound of dirt, announcing that the corpse-burying mission is officially over. His gaze shifts to a pile of bags nearby, and he thinks, alright, time to see what goodies I got. A system pop-up flashes, revealing a guaca fruit, and its awesome power, it restores health. Song-ho, still in the clearing, checks out a red fruit, wondering what it looks like before it's all ground up. With all that vegetable oil lying around, he's already thinking about where he can find a whole farm of it. His hand dives into a monster's loot bag, and bam. A weird green liquid is just chilling there. His eyes snap open, a wild idea hitting him like a truck. He pulls out this tiny, blue, toad-looking thing, and he's like, wait, is this just a regular toad? He's holding this little blue guy, thinking, why would they haul around a live toad instead of a dead one? Then, a funky, musty smell hits him, and he's all, hold up, what's that smell? Suddenly, the toad starts oozing this nasty green goo, and he's like, no way. Don't tell me this is what I think it is. Mind blown. He instantly recognizes it as the terrifying paralysis poison those goblins use. The blue toad starts to glow with a soft, mystical light, power surging through it. He gives the little guy a gentle pat, now perched on his helmet, and declares, I have to raise this thing. It's dangerously cute, and he's all in. Then, like a pro, he uses a syringe to extract that green liquid from his arm, realizing the game-changing power of having unlimited paralysis poison. He's already calculating the gains. This new acquisition isn't just a pet, it's a game-changer for his poison resistance, making future hunts a total breeze. With a decisive nod, he names his new companion, alright, your name is Jodic from now on. Cradling the little blue guy, he makes a solemn vow, I'll give you lots of food. And just like that, a system notification pops up. He's officially named the poison toad, and get this, because it was asleep, he empathized with it, making Jodic his personal property. Talk about a power move. This new info leaves him totally bewildered, he's seriously flustered, asking himself if this kind of hidden mechanic was even a thing in Sura. He's trying to figure it out, thinking, is this some secret feature added to reality, like those dimensional gates? But before he can dwell on it, another system alert pops up, delivering a chilling message, or else. The system then drops a bombshell, survival life is shutting down in 1 week. And to top it off, there was an update he missed while he was offline. What a mess. He can't believe it, exclaiming, seriously. An update right before they pull the plug. That's just messed up. Shaking off the confusion, he decides to table the problem and get back to what he does best, exploring. Suddenly, a massive dimensional gate rips open, glowing with intense blue energy, ready for him to jump right through. Without hesitation, he plunges into the shimmering portal, his hand outstretched as he warps to a new destination. After his quick reorganization, the dimensional gate pulsed with raw blue energy. And he stepped through, landing in a lush, unknown forest, his eyes immediately darting around, taking in everything. And just like that, he stumbled upon a pristine spring, a crucial water source that even his high-tech drone had missed. He couldn't believe it, a hidden spring, right next to his new base. Talk about a lucky break. He knelt by the crystal-clear water, scooping it up with a ladle, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. His initial worry vanished, it was just regular, drinkable water. No weird swamp stuff here. Boom. Water problem solved, and even better, no need to risk the treacherous swamp for now. Jotting down notes in his journal, he noticed even more valuable resources, exactly as he'd predicted. He quickly spotted a guaca tree, and right next to it, precious vegetable oil buds. Without wasting a second, he started frantically picking the guaca fruits, his hands a blur of motion. His hand flew to a glowing blue system interface, instantly processing the fresh haul. With a good amount of vegetable oil buds secured, he wisely left a few, thinking ahead for future needs. Deep in the new dimension, Song-ho is still on the grind, scoping out the wild new plants around him. He's a master strategist, leaving markers everywhere, so there's no way he's getting lost on the return trip. A smirk crosses his face as he weighs his options, thinking, is it time to bounce back to base? Fast forward to the next day, and things are getting wild. Outside, the building looks chill, but inside, someone's hyping up Jodic, telling him to come on. Song-ho, rocking a full hazmat suit, is literally hand-feeding a grasshopper to the little blue toad, like, say ah. Jodic, the little blue dude, is locked onto its snack, those red eyes glowing with hunger. Then, bam. A lightning-fast tongue strike, and the grasshopper is gone. Song-ho is all smiles, mission accomplished, because he set up Jodic in a sweet pad on the second floor, making sure his little buddy is eating good and living its best hopping life. He's got the science down, toads need that sweet 18 to 25 degree zone, or it's game over for Jodic. leaving it in the cold hideout. That's a death sentence. But Songho's not letting that happen to his, so cute little buddy. But it's not just about Jodok, Songho's also in full lab mode, prepping vials and crushing that resource management game. Songho was absolutely swamped with things to do, but one project, in particular, was a total time sink. His hands were flying, mixing glowing liquids in vials, all to create this super powerful ointment. Dressed in his full hazmat gear, he looked at the mountain of ointment he'd made, and it hit him, he'd totally overdone it. Guess those big hands of his were just too efficient. What to do with all this extra stuff? He couldn't just hand it to Mi-kyung, she was an awakener too, but then, a brilliant idea sparked. A flicker in his eyes, a new plan forming, he knew exactly who could use it. Could he give it to Hyungjun? The city lights twinkled as night fell. Later, a guy let out a satisfied grunt, chugging something down, the gulp echoing in the office. It was Hyungjun, totally hyped, declaring that protein drinks, especially his brother's, were the real deal, while Songho just watched. Songho sheepishly said he was late, but Hyungjun just laughed, saying he actually expected him tomorrow and was kinda bummed he showed up so soon. Then Hyungjun spotted the massive bag Songho was lugging, packed with protein, and admitted he definitely didn't expect that much. Songho then pulled out a small container of ointment, and Hyungjun was like, "What's this stuff for?" Songho just shrugged, "Bought too much, it's good for wounds." Hyungjun scratched his head, a mischievous grin spreading, and jokingly asked if Songho was getting into multi-level marketing. Songho, still on the line, isn't playing games, making it clear he's no easy mark. Across town, Hyungjun is hyped, dropping a massive thank you for all that Sura intel Songho sent over. But Songho's quick to flip the script, reminding him that he's just as grateful for the assist. Hyungjun then drops a bombshell, revealing Songho's intel saved him from being blindsided by a shooting incident, then casually asks why his gym is so dead. The gym is a ghost town, and Hyungjun casually drops that everyone's out making plans, leaving Songho totally baffled. Face to face at the gym, Songho demands to know what kind of plans are brewing, remembering the guy who was off to the broadcasting station. Hyungjun spills the beans, that guy dropped intel on everyone before bailing, and now the crew wants to turn the gym into their new base. Hyungjun's jaw drops, his voice incredulous as he blurts out, "Wait, how many people are we talking about here?" Songho, looking serious, drops the number, a staggering 20 people. Hyungjun freaks out, demanding if Songho even read the intel right, because more than 6 people is a death wish. But Songho's resolve is ironclad, they have to find a way. Songho's eyes blaze with determination as he states, they're not leaving anyone behind, these are their people. Hyungjun watches him, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, realizing that beneath the surface, Songho is a total ride-or-die kind of guy. Songho faces Hyungjun, who's pushing him for answers, demanding to know his next move. But Songho's just not ready, needing more time to figure things out. Hyungjun, with a sly grin, then drops a bombshell. If Songho's really just a normal guy with nowhere to crash, he's got an open invitation to join their crew. But then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, making Hyungjun jump and wonder if he just heard what he thought he heard, his face contorting in alarm. Songho doesn't even blink. He's already bolting towards the window, yelling for someone to open it now, pure panic driving him forward. He slams into the window, hand pressed against the pane, eyes wide as he stares out, a chilling sight unfolding before him. His face is a mask of pure terror, sweat dripping down his brow, the horror of the moment etched into his features. The view pulls back to the outside, rain absolutely hammering down on the building, a dark, ominous backdrop to the chaos. And there, on the soaking ground below, a figure lies motionless, barely visible through the deluge, a horrifying image burned into Songho's mind. His mind screams one name, Mi-kyung. Then, a gut-wrenching close-up of Mi-kyung's face, her eyes barely open, a weak groan escaping her lips, utterly broken and confused. Suddenly, he's back in the present, Songho looking up, totally lost, muttering, "Where am I?" the nightmare still clinging to his mind. Hyungjun, with a grim look, cuts in, saying he's got the same question, then hits Songho with the ultimate query, "Do you remember what went down?" Mi-kyung's memory is a blur, she can only recall a sudden, brutal attack, and Hyungjun is absolutely furious, swearing vengeance on the unseen enemy. Hyungjun is already moving, barking orders for Songho to protect Mi-kyung, leaving him stunned. Songho attempts to intervene, but Hyungjun is already gone, declaring he'll sweep the entire zone. A heavy sigh escapes him, as Songho presses Mi-kyung for any shred of detail about the assailants. Her head drops, as Mi-kyung confesses to a sudden, inexplicable darkness, leaving Songho utterly perplexed. Mi-kyung reiterates the bizarre nature of the attack, a sudden, total blackout, not a physical obstruction, and the chilling truth dawns on Songho, they're already making their move. His face turns to stone, as Songho issues a dire warning, if it happens again, Mi-kyung is to activate blink without hesitation. Mikyung starts to object, confused, but Songho's command is absolute, you have to use it. Songho vows to arm her with self-defense gear, but his thoughts are violently ripped to a past nightmare, a younger, red-haired him, eyes blazing, trapped by a horde of shadowy enemies. Back in reality, a chilling blue aura flares around him, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve, a silent promise etched on his face. He understands the stakes are higher than ever, because the true chaos won't end until the apocalypse arrives. Back in the day, there was this legendary meme that everyone knew, the one that said if you get 5 people together, one of them is guaranteed to be trash. And guess what? That meme is totally on point, because trollers are everywhere, but they're an even bigger problem in Sura, where there's practically no one to stop them besides the occasional patch. Even when a report gets filed, the system just shrugs it off, because these trollers know they're practically untouchable. These trollers would just join teams, acting all innocent like regular players, then bam. They'd lead their own party straight into a monster-infested death trap and wipe them all out. This masked troller, the ultimate deceiver, would lead innocent players into dark, dangerous zones, all while whispering sweet nothings about how much they could trust him. But once they were deep inside, the troller would just chill back, watching as the players got absolutely swarmed by a horde of glowing red monsters, their doom sealed by pure, unadulterated betrayal. They'd sweet-talk newbies, acting all friendly and helpful, even offering to carry them through the toughest parts of the game. But the second that poor, unsuspecting player turned their back, the masked troller would pull out a knife, ready to stab them and snatch all their precious loot. Then, with a lightning-fast, brutal strike, the knife would plunge right into the player's back, the troller just laughing at how easily they fell for it. And it wasn't just about backstabbing, these trollers pulled all kinds of crazy stunts, like stirring up drama between different groups just to watch them tear each other apart. All these insane antics, piled on top of a game that was already struggling, meant Sura was barely clinging on with just 5,416 simultaneous users, a pathetic number that screamed, trollers ruined everything. The game's user count had crashed to a pathetic 4, all thanks to a specific group that absolutely annihilated the game in just 1 year. And yeah, a huge reason for that epic drop was the brutal discipline dished out to the last few remaining troublemakers, with Rabbit Gongju, Inhack, Survivor 1, and another player looming over a tied-up blonde troller, leaving him absolutely wrecked on the ground. But why was he even explaining all this? Because it was the absolute perfect storm for trollers to go wild, and he was about to find out just how bad it got. Songho, glued to his screen, was piecing together all the info he'd dug up, realizing the Awakener communities had merged after the Uedo shootout. He scrolled through forums, seeing players not just sharing info but straight-up plotting schemes, from recruiting for raids to planning bank robberies, and then he saw it, a video link, first 10 people Kimbap JOA play video. A sudden thought hit him, were other people selling his videos too? His eyes were glued to the screen, a mix of confusion and disbelief on his face. His face contorted in pure shock, a bewildered, escaping him as the realization hit. The video, Kimbapchoa play video for 10 million won, showed some player named Dowagism, with 420 hours of survival life, and Songho instantly knew, this guy was 100% a troller. The video's description was wild, claiming Kimbapchoa, Songho's alias, carried Dowagism back in his newbie days, and he was selling the footage. Songho couldn't believe it, muttering, when did I ever carry anyone? He wondered if this troller was just trying to bait everyone with some heavily edited footage, his face a perfect blend of, what the heck, and, you've gotta be kidding me. Then, with a sarcastic smirk, he thought, wow, that's incredibly respectable, before genuinely wondering, how does his mind even work like that? Songho lets out a frustrated sigh, pushing his body to its limits, knowing he's gotta get stronger to take on the trash out there. A burst of blue energy crackles around his hand, and he knows it's time to seriously ramp up his training. No more holding back. The raw, untamed blue energy explodes outward, a clear sign of the immense power he's about to unleash. Every spare second he had, he was grinding, devouring every scrap of info on weapon mastery and tactics, even the ones that totally ignored the terrifying wire disease. He even binged Survival Matub for real combat techniques, especially the brutal hand-to-hand stuff, because everyone knows that's where the real power lies. But let's be real, everything he'd learned so far was just for smashing monsters, even the ones lurking in the darkest dungeons. Out of the eerie mist, a terrifying goblin with blazing red eyes and a slithering kobold with piercing yellow eyes burst forth, looking absolutely ready to throw down. But Songho is already on them, a blur of motion, smashing the goblin right in the face while the kobold can only stare in shock. His jaw clenches with fierce determination, and he declares that from this moment on, everything changes. He's picking his ultimate weapon, a game-changer that'll work even if the terrifying wire disease hits. Songho is locked in, strategizing his next move. He's thinking about what kind of combat is best for taking down both people and monsters, weighing his options. Scanning the rough-and-ready training area, littered with all sorts of makeshift weapons and targets, he takes in every single item. He spots an Indian war club and a wooden slingshot among the gear, each one a potential game-changer. Then, his gaze lands on ochre clay beads and a handmade stone axe, and he can't help but think, is this really all I've got? Are there seriously no good weapons for me out here? Time to put these to the test. He grabs the slingshot, ready to see what it can really do. He pulls back the band, a clay bead locked and loaded, knowing this thing has serious versatility, but he's still got something else on his mind. Then, with a lightning-fast snap, he lets it fly, a brilliant blue energy shot blasting towards the target. The shot slams into the wooden target with a satisfying thud, leaving a perfect hit. A blinding blue light explodes from the impact zone, showing just how much power he put into that shot. Even with that powerful shot, he's still wondering if this is the best he can do, his mind drifting back to the Indian War Club. He grips the Indian War Club, feeling its raw power, and it hits him. With the wire disease in play, the weapon choice was never a problem. He figures it out, the ultimate way to take down zombies is to smash the spores in their heads with a blunt weapon, and the War Club is the perfect tool for the job. With his weapon choice locked in, Songho's mind races, the level 10 shop's ebonywood club calling his name, but first, he's gotta grind that proficiency. Clutching a basic wooden club, he feels the raw power, but a single word echoes in his mind, a challenge to his resolve. He unleashes a fierce upward swing, launching the training target sky high, a burst of electric blue energy marking the strike. Then, a brutal downward smash, pulverizing the target into the dirt, and the chilling question hits him, is this raw power the ultimate answer, even against other survivors? He keeps training, the club a blur in his hands, but that unsettling question about its true purpose just won't quit. Boom! Another crushing blow, blue energy exploding from the target, the sheer force undeniable. His final swing is a whirlwind of speed, but the cold truth hits him, against a psychic awakener, he'd be utterly helpless, unable to even twitch a muscle. A wave of anxiety washes over him, his inner demons taking form, a grinning, knife-wielding red figure of temptation, and a cowering green figure of dread. The red figure's silent scream rips through his mind, a raw, purple-tinged agony made manifest. His grip on the club becomes bone-white, a fierce determination hardening his resolve, he absolutely refuses to just stand there and take it. He takes a deep, heavy breath, the weight of his choices pressing down, a chilling reminder that in this brutal survival game, taking a human life grants a hefty 50 points. His eyes snap open, plunging him into a neon grid training simulation, his avatar squaring off against a bald, sword-wielding foe in tactical gear, the tension palpable as a glowing blade separates them. He's thinking about the murderer system, a brutal setup forcing death matches with nearby players if you're registered as a killer, all while a simulated enemy winds up for a crushing blow. But before that hit connects, Songho explodes with a brutal counter, his club smashing into the foe with a fiery, devastating impact. The sheer power of his strike sends the simulation flying, preventing any cheap player kills, but he knows deep down, a ton of players would still go for it. He lands the finishing blow as the enemy drops, still wondering who'd actually murder other players for points, even with all the penalties. Watching the simulated foe vanish into pixels, he's still wrestling with the brutal ethics of it all, the defeated enemy dissolving right before his eyes. A flash of red energy signals the end of the brutal training, leaving him to process the intense session. Back in reality, a torch blazes in the deep woods, its light cutting through the gloom. Still, he muses, there's always more to do. Wiping sweat from his face, he figures, while he's on a roll, he might as well tear down the whole store. He's thinking about putting a detector on the second floor, when a sudden, piercing sound rips through the forest. He spins around, wondering, why is there a wolf howling now, his instinct screaming danger. Pure shock hits him as he grips his phone, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind, did someone get hurt near the hideout? The chilling wolf howl rips through the air, leaving Songho absolutely floored. His mind races, WHOA. Is this actually happening? He snaps his helmet visor up, his face a total mix of shock and worry, trying to wrap his head around the insane noise. He tracks the sound, and bam. He finds a massive, dead gray wolf sprawled out in the bushes, totally still and silent. He drops to his knees next to the beast, confirming the brutal truth, it's already stopped breathing. His mind immediately jumps to the consequences, was it just a stray or did something attack it? But the real kicker. It died right near his hideout. To get the full scoop on how it went down, he figures he needs to check out the wounds first. He meticulously checks over the huge animal, his hands carefully pushing aside its thick fur. After his first look, he scans the silent woods, hunting for clues about the wolf's killer or any lingering threats. Suddenly, a tiny flicker of movement grabs his attention, pulling his gaze right back to the fallen beast. He gasps, a shocking realization hitting him as he stares down, the dead gray wolf isn't by itself. His eyes go wide with a sudden understanding, and he whispers, so, that's your mom, huh? Snuggled right next to the dead adult, a tiny wolf pup lets out a little woof, its innocent eyes locked onto Songho. Helmet still on, Songho stares down at the tiny wolf pup, clinging to its dead mother, and he knows, deep down, he just can't leave a creature showing that much raw emotion. But reality hits hard, and he grabs a shovel, knowing he has to bury that wolf fast. He runs through the worst-case scenarios, because if that dead wolf was a monster, it's gonna turn into a bone creeper, and that's a nightmare nobody wants. And even if it's not a monster, leaving it out there is just asking for more trouble, drawing in every other beast in the area. After what feels like forever digging, he lets out a massive, tired sigh. He finally stands over a huge, fresh hole, the adult wolf still waiting nearby for its burial. The tiny pup is still snuggled up against its mom, totally oblivious to what's about to happen. Staring at the helpless little guy, Song-ho feels a sudden connection, because this cub reminds him of his own past, and even of Munchie, his childhood dog. With a defeated sigh, he just says screw it and reaches out to pick up the little furball. He scoops up the tiny wolf and tells it, hey. First, listen to what Big Bro has to say, like it's a real conversation. Walking away from the fresh grave, pup in arms, he even promises to cut a dog door into his hideout, so the little guy can visit its mom whenever it wants. With the pup snuggled close, he reaches into his pocket, probably for a treat or something to make his new buddy feel better. Song-ho, holding the adorable wolf pup, makes a heartfelt vow, promising to feed it until it's big and strong. He notices its incredible sense of smell, then kneels down to give it some well-deserved head scratches. Offering up another tasty treat, he playfully asks the pup, how about it? A genuine smile spreads across his face, as he extends the ultimate invitation, will you come with me? The pup lets out an excited woof, and Song-ho's chibi reaction is priceless as he realizes, oh. You said yes, right? Gazing down at his new best friend, he officially names the pup Dingo, declaring, I'm counting on you. He gives Dingo a loving pat, and the pup yips back excitedly, as shimmering golden particles swirl around them, sealing their incredible connection. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, you have named the Grey Wolf, followed by another, you have succeeded in communicating with the Grey Wolf. This is huge. And just like that, another message pops up, confirming that, the Grey Wolf, Dingo, is now considered your property. Talk about a power-up. In just one word, this guy's training method for his furry friend was absolutely next-level simple. Dropping to one knee, he flashed a confident grin at the little wolf pup, hyping him up with, Dingo. Ready to go. A wave of pure pride washed over him for his super-smart companion, thinking, my kid is an absolute genius. Flashing an encouraging grin, he laid down the challenge to Dingo, alright, let's see it again, exactly how I showed you. He gently guided the pup's paw, then dropped the next command, turn. Dingo, being the goodest boy, snapped into action, nailing the turn like a pro. But as Dingo kept up his excited movements, he calmly laid down the law, quiet down, buddy. But Dingo had other plans, launching himself forward, covering his face with enthusiastic licks. He playfully nudged the pup back, giving the command, hold on a sec. Then, reaching into a tactical pouch, he declared, alright, time for the grand finale. With a massive heave, he launched a glowing orb, sending it soaring into the bright blue sky, its energy pulsing as it climbed higher and higher. Dingo, the wolf pup, unleashes a powerful bark, eyes locked on an unseen target, ready for action. Then, with an explosive burst, he vaults over a box, a furry missile launching himself after the flying stick. In a stunning aerial maneuver, Dingo snags the stick, his victory howl echoing as he claims his trophy. Song-ho observes his incredible companion, a wild theory sparking in his mind, could this pup actually be from another dimension? He can't help but marvel at Dingo's skills. Dropping to his knees, Song-ho showers the pup with affection, muttering, ah, my baby, as Dingo soaks up the love. Later, Song-ho's chilling premonition hits him as he sits, phone in pocket, a silent alarm blaring that, at this rate, soon. Everything is about to change. He whips out his phone, a message from Oh Hyungjin flashing on screen, and a red flag goes up, his Hyung never texts first, this is weird. The cryptic message from Oh Hyungjin is short and to the point, search levitation on the internet, what could it mean? He dives into the search, immediately hitting a bombshell article, The Calypse, where some self-proclaimed, first superhuman, is screaming about incoming zombies and monsters, leaving Song-ho utterly speechless with a shocked, wow. The news, from July 2nd, details a live NVS special where a guy named Han Jin, 36, straight up levitated, then dropped the bomb that he'd spill all the secrets and become a survival life guru when the world goes sideways. This insane story had already rocketed to rank 1 in the news rankings, with comments blowing up, some like Cole's asking, is this real, while others like Bexachunks just called it a desperate hype grab by the broadcast station. The comments section was a wild ride, a total mix of people wishing for the apocalypse to just get here already, and others, like Manager Kim, just wanting to clock out and go home. The comments were a total mess, with regular folks clueless about eras, and then the experts going wild over the leak, calling the guy a total moron, saying his brain was smooth as a pancake, and even mocking the superhuman with levitation, claiming zombies would shred him soon anyway, while other awakened individuals were totally losing it. He let out a sarcastic laugh, thinking, this is hilarious, his hand tapping the laptop, the screen a mirror of the internet's meltdown. He knew the info was out, but people would absolutely freak when it went viral, a massive headache hitting him as he thought, I really shouldn't dive too deep into this mess. He covered his eyes, a wave of dread washing over him as he wondered, so, what's the government gonna do about all this? Out on the streets, a massive crowd was already going wild, with some people trying to use the whole superpower shocker as an excuse to stage huge rallies, their faces lit up by the fiery red of their protest signs. He just shook his head, a soft no dash escaping him, as if trying to shut out the madness, his eyes cast down in thought. He knew he couldn't get too caught up in this, not right now, because the moment the second omen hit, everything was going to explode. Dingo, his loyal wolf pup, nudged his arm, snapping him back to reality, as he pondered the mysterious hobgoblin event and when it would finally drop. A terrifying vision of glowing-eyed goblins, a monstrous red orc, and a skeletal bone creeper exploded in his mind, a stark reminder that the government's next move would soon be revealed. He stood up, hands on his hips, a fierce determination in his eyes as he declared, all right, no more messing around. I need to optimize my time, starting now. He turned to his furry partner, a serious look on his face as he announced, Dingo, sorry, buddy, but from today, we're kicking off exploration immediately. The wolf pup let out an excited bark, totally hyped for the adventure. Facing down the apocalypse, he knew one thing for sure, only thorough preparation would save them. He looked to his furry partner, a challenge in his voice, you got this, right? And the little guy, full of spirit, let out a resounding bark. Out of all the crazy things he could do, he decided to dive headfirst into interdimensional exploration with Dingo. The mission was simple, yet crucial, get Dingo ready for the hobgoblin event. Alright, little guy, can you sniff it out? Dingo, ever the eager trainee, let out a fierce growling. Bark. He was totally on it. First up, the hobgoblin event. Dingo had to get that goblin scent locked down, and he was totally on board, barking his approval. And Dingo? He was crushing it. Tracking a hidden spot just from a faint scent. Way better than he'd hoped. But that wasn't all. The next big test was seeing if Dingo could keep his cool when things got real in a fight. He got down to Dingo's level, laying down the law, alright, Dingo, pay attention. His hand pulsed with power as he made it crystal clear, and you will follow my commands. And just like that, Dingo was off. A blur of white and glowing energy, charging into action as his master observed, ready for anything. The mission is on. A tiny white rabbit, munching on grass, signals the start of something big. Check out its size, and those razor-sharp teeth. These creatures are no joke, even the small ones. Out of nowhere, Dingo, the wolf pup, strikes with incredible speed, taking down the rabbit in a flash. Good job, Dingo, the voice exclaims, as the mission to confirm hunting viability in the otherworld progresses. Song-ho watches, remembering how last time, this very creature got away before he could get a good look. He checks out the rabbit's insane claws, realizing that every animal here is seriously buff compared to back home. With the rabbit in hand, Song-ho hears Dingo's excited bark, and their adventure pushes onward. Deeper into the forest they go, the loyal pup right by his side. Then, a wild thought hits Song-ho, what if Dingo's brainpower could be turned into actual stats? His eyes gleam with resolve as he decides to test this theory, setting their course straight for the valley. Just as he's thinking, a glowing blue system window pops up, announcing a sweet Health +1 bonus. A grin spreads across his face. Dingo is leveling up like crazy, especially when he remembers his own measly 170 health stat from back in the day. Deep in the forest, a sudden, alarming cough ripped through the quiet, and Song-ho's voice cut through the air, demanding Dingo's attention as the pup struggled. Pushing further into the unknown, he pressed on, his silhouette a determined figure against the vibrant green of the otherworld. Dropping to a knee, he gave the whimpering pup a stern, yet caring, lecture, a clear warning about the dangers of exploring the forest solo. Once Dingo had quenched his thirst, Song-ho presented a mysterious green pepper, a silent question hanging in the air, did you eat this? A system alert flashed, confirming his suspicions. This was a bull pepper, and he couldn't believe his luck, finding such a rare item in this place. Shovel in hand, he meticulously excavated the precious plant, already planning a feast of rewards for Dingo's incredible find. Harvesting that unexpected treasure, they geared up, ready for one last epic hunt. Beside a rushing stream, he locked eyes with Dingo, asking if the pup sensed anything unusual, and Dingo's quick nod confirmed his suspicions. He understood that red trout, though not monsters, and offering no loot or points, still signaled a thriving, wild environment. Without warning, the calm water exploded, a fish launching itself skyward in a spectacular, shimmering splash. That vibrant red trout, a flash of life, sent Dingo reeling, the pup letting out a surprised yelp as the fish momentarily defied gravity. But for the ever-curious, rapidly growing Dingo, every single new sensation was just another thrilling chapter in his wild journey. Then, with a decisive thwack. Totally worth it. The next day dawns, and the sign, once a beacon of his dreams, is now just trash. The demolition is officially done. He gets the final rundown from a worker. His loyal pup looks up, a silent comfort. He walks away from the site. The demolition raged on, and Song-ho, ever the pragmatist, knew that looting was just a natural part of the chaos. He thought, if he made it out, he'd be scavenging too, so who was he to judge? But even with that mindset, he still felt a pang of responsibility, thinking someone should clean up this mess, and it seemed everyone else felt the same. He'd only left the essentials yesterday, when out of nowhere, Oh Hyung-jun showed up, making him wonder what brought his friend here. Oh Hyung-jun reached out, giving Song-ho a playful, loud smack. Throwing an arm around him, Oh Hyung-jun confessed he'd come all this way just to make sure Song-ho hadn't kicked the bucket after bailing yesterday. Dingo, the wolf pup, was not having it, letting out a protective growl at the new guy, which made Oh Hyung-jun freak out, asking if Song-ho suddenly had a husky, only for Song-ho to casually mention his old pets were long gone. Squatting down, Oh Hyung-jun instantly melted, declaring the wolf pup absolutely adorable. But Song-ho wasn't buying it, pushing for the real reason his buddy came all this way. Oh Hyung-jun doubled down on his worry, claiming he was genuinely concerned, but then, with a smirk, hinted there was another reason. He finally confessed, yeah, he was actually worried sick. Then, his face hardening, Oh Hyung-jun dropped the real bombshell, the guys who attacked Mi-kyung. The truth finally comes to light, a chilling realization. A crumpled seasoning packet sits on the table, hinting at a casual, yet intense, conversation about to unfold. So, the informant clarifies, getting straight to the point, Kim Cheol-jun's crew was after Mi-kyung, and that hat-wearing dude was definitely in on it. And get this, he adds, dropping another bombshell, even that tow truck guy you hate is part of their crew. Gesturing towards the mountain, he points out their secret hideout, right where that construction project mysteriously stopped. Song-ho, totally shocked, demands to know how he dug up all this intel, and In-hak just shrugs, saying it all just lined up perfectly. He doubles down, insisting that the whole story just clicked. Then he drops another name, Han Jin-song, the levitation guy from that variety show. In-hak confirms he hit up Han Jin-song for info, and turns out, he'd actually met Kim Cheol-jun's crew before. A brutal flashback hits, showing Song-ho getting jumped, on the ground with two thugs, one with a bat, clearly after he rejected their offer. He clarifies that the guy in the flashback straight up rejected their deal, and that's why things got ugly. And the real kicker, he reveals, is that after Mi-kyung's whole ordeal, the women in their group started bailing out. So, he wraps up, he asked them why they were ditching, and that's how he got the full scoop on Kim Cheol-jun's shady operation. In-hak drops a bombshell, revealing that the women behind him were all getting offers from Awakener parties. And unlike Mi-kyung, they were totally duped into joining. Then he hits Song-ho with a, "Does that click for you now?" Song-ho's mind races, trying to connect the dots as In-hak lays out the grim details. Then, he drops another bomb, revealing his own party is down to just 4, including him, flashing a chat log on his phone that's basically a mass exodus. The chat log is a brutal hit list. Shin Mi-ju has left the chat, Kang Sang-hwa has left the chat, Lee Yuna has left the chat, and Choi Jin-young has left the chat. It's a total wipeout. A sharp "huh" bursts from Song-ho as he reels from the info, absolutely floored by how fast In-hak's crew got decimated, remembering they were 20 strong just days ago. In-hak, meeting Song-ho's gaze, confesses he totally gets why people bail, then drops the bomb that his party is now down to just 2 Awakeners. Song-ho, arms still crossed, takes it all in as In-hak lays down the brutal truth, that everyone's just out for themselves when things get tough. But beyond the party drama, In-hak confesses his real fear is for his daughter, Ji-yoon, whose adorable face beams from his phone, and he's even considering calling his ex-wife, admitting Song-ho's got a whole different game going on. His eyes flick to a Lady Justice statue, a silent question hanging in the air as he grapples with a tough query, wondering if his brutal logic is actually the right call now. Song-ho, with a stone-cold face, then hits In-hak with his own burning question, confessing there's one thing he's dying to know. He challenges In-hak, asking what to do when the apocalypse hits and people turn on you, and In-hak's answer is brutally simple: you have to kill them. Song-ho takes in this brutal philosophy, his face a mask of intense thought. In-hak's fist tightens, a subtle glow hinting at his power, as he mentally declares that when law and order crumble, pure evil deserves no quarter, no mercy, no life. In-hak, with that signature smirk, casually drops his explanation for showing up out of nowhere, leaving Song-ho scratching his head, totally caught off guard. But then, out of nowhere, a piercing cry for help rips through the silence, making Song-ho jump out of his skin, his face a mask of pure shock. In-hak, totally freaked out, shouts about how much that scream scared him, while Song-ho's hand shoots out, still processing the sudden, terrifying sound. Then he glances down, and there it is, a tiny, white wolf pup under the table, letting out the most dramatic, silent howl you've ever seen. Song-ho, instantly recognizing the sound, figures it's just a lost kid's cry for help, then casually calls out to his buddy. In-hack, ever the cool one, just asks if he can babysit Dingo for a sec, the little wolf pup now officially named. Song-ho standing there, phone in hand, with this ominous red glow behind him, and his face is just screaming worry. Elsewhere, Mi-kyung is gripping some glowing tech, totally fed up, her voice dripping with pure annoyance. In-hack, now officially an enforcer tow truck and looking intense on a busy street, is like, what in the world is going on here, and he's yelling for someone to get there ASAP. Mi-kyung, looking absolutely terrified and clinging to a railing, screams that she said no, but these guys just won't quit following her. Her legs are just dangling there, and she's practically screaming, "Why are you doing this?" her voice shaking with pure terror. A blonde man is in absolute panic, but the guy in the baseball cap just laughs off his desperate pleas, making it clear he's calling all the shots now. But a chilling voice cuts through the air, issuing a dark warning to come down before things get really ugly. That terrifying threat. It's from none other than Kim Cheol-jun, the hat guy, and his grin is pure menace. And his creepy sidekick, Ma Jong-in, the supporter skinny guy, doubles down on the threat, reminding their victim that they're in a ghost town where no one's coming to save them. Kim Cheol-jun reaches out, his face a chilling mask of fake friendliness hiding pure evil. Then, another sinister voice drops a bombshell, hinting at hidden powers and a whole new level of danger. The pressure ratchets up as a voice drops the ultimate threat, a terrifying countdown to 3. Trapped in a grimy alley, the blonde man is tied up and terrified, while Song-ho, still in his helmet and also bound, is cornered by Kim Cheol-jun, Ma Jong-in, and their muscle. Song-ho, his face hidden by the helmet, stares down, black hair peeking out, silently taking the abuse. Ma Jong-in, with a wicked grin and a slingshot, launches a projectile, kicking off the assault as the countdown hits 2. That glowing projectile screams through the air, a blinding blur of energy rocketing straight for Song-ho. And at the exact same moment, Kim Cheol-jun winds up his baseball bat, a terrifying blue aura exploding around it as he roars, 3, ready to unleash pure destruction. Just as the thugs moved in, a shocking, invisible blow rocks Ma Jong-in, making him cry out in agony. He's sent flying, crashing to the floor, clutching his chest like he just took a direct hit. Kim Cheol-jun and the blonde captive are absolutely stunned, their faces screaming, what just happened? But before they can even process it, another unseen force blasts Kim Cheol-jun, sending him flying. The blonde captive, still bound, screams out, who's doing this, but all he gets back is a chilling, unseen retort. Then, in a flash, Song-ho explodes into action, shattering his bonds and becoming a streak of pure speed. He's instantly in front of the blonde captive, unleashing a brutal blue energy punch that sends him flying in a blinding explosion. And he's not done yet. Song-ho slams Ma Jong-in with another blue energy blast, making him cough violently. The blonde captive is still airborne, crashing down onto the unforgiving concrete, sending rubble flying. Next up, Kim Cheol-jun. Song-ho unleashes another devastating blue energy attack, sending him flying. Kim Cheol-jun tries to get up, but then he sees it, Song-ho's hand, radiating a sinister purple glow. He screams, is that his trait, utterly terrified by the power on display. The purple power surges, engulfing Kim Cheol-jun and lifting him off his feet, leaving him completely at Song-ho's mercy. Blinded by the mysterious black trait, the bat-wielding figure was left stunned, trying to process what just happened. But before he could react, bam! An invisible force slammed into him, sending his head flying back. Then, a massive surge of vibrant blue energy exploded, pulsing with an intense hum. The blue blast hit him dead on, launching him through the air like a ragdoll with a thunderous impact. Meanwhile, Song-ho, helmet still on, let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, clearly pushing his limits. High above, Mi-kyung screamed, her voice laced with panic as she yelled for Song-ho to watch out. Suddenly, a new, terrifying crimson energy erupted, smashing into his foe with devastating power. Song-ho let out a primal roar, a terrifying red aura exploding from him, absolutely brimming with raw power. The red energy absolutely obliterated his opponent's helmet, shattering it into pieces under the sheer, overwhelming force. Kim Cheol-jun was sent flying again, absolutely floored by the insane destructive power of even a glancing hit. Staggering back to his feet, Kim Cheol-jun locked eyes with Song-ho, a shocking realization hitting him as he finally spoke his name. Song-ho, however, was already deep in thought, questioning if having such an offensive trait this early was just totally broken. The tension is palpable as Kim Cheol-jun, with a menacing grin, vows to absolutely wreck Song-ho. Ma Jong-in is hyped up and ready for action, and Song-ho is warned to get ready for the beatdown. Suddenly, a massive power-up. Kim Cheol-jun's hands explode with electric yellow energy, signaling they're going all out, even against someone without powers, and his minion is totally on board. The yellow energy goes wild, and Kim Cheol-jun, absolutely furious, screams that Song-ho is about to get what's coming to him. Watching the display, it's clear Kim Cheol-jun isn't holding anything back, unleashing his full power. Song-ho's foot twitches, his mind in overdrive, trying to figure out how to deal with this. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked figure, with intense green eyes, debates whether to unleash the ultimate power, the dimensional gate. Back to the action. Kim Cheol-jun fires a devastating yellow energy blast, blasting the adorable wolf pup, who lets out a pained yelp. The poor pup is sent flying, engulfed in a blinding flash of yellow energy. Hold up. What just happened? Kim Cheol-jun is suddenly screaming in pure agony, his face twisted in pain from an unexpected counter-hit. The smoke clears, and Song-ho, with the massive grey wolf by his side, calls out Kim Cheol-jun for his ridiculous public display of power. Switching gears, in a totally different location, a stressed-out guy on the phone is pressing In-hack about his offer, who just chills in the background. He's just standing there, but the tension is palpable. The blonde dude and his buddy are totally bugging out, staring at him like he just dropped a bomb. Time to bail for today, the blonde guy grumbles, totally annoyed that these chumps are acting all high and mighty when they look like they'd get one shot. And just like that, they're out. Oh Hyungjin just stands there, watching them walk away, probably plotting his next move. Boom. Helmet's on. Song-ho's back, helmeted and still radiating that faint purple energy, showing he's been through some serious stuff. But wait, Mi-kyung. He immediately turns to her, seeing how freaked out she is, and tenderly checks if she's okay. But she's worried about him. Mi-kyung spots the crack in his helmet and freaks out, asking if he's okay and even offering to carry him. What a trooper. She's staring at that cracked helmet, totally bugging out, wondering what kind of monster could have done that to him. Whoa, mind blown. He's having a total vision, seeing Mi-kyung and himself as Rabbit Gongju and Oh Hyungjin. What's that all about? Mi-kyung's not backing down, she's like, hospital, now. But he's a total boss, shrugging off his injuries and immediately asking Oh Hyungjin to take care of Mi-kyung, because he's got bigger fish to fry. Oh Hyungjin's like, say no more. He's totally on board, acknowledging their connection and happily taking Mi-kyung under his wing, just checking if she's cool with it. Mission accomplished for Mi-kyung, but Song-ho's not done. He's off, wolf pup in tow, with some serious business to handle. He walked away from the others, the small wolf pup trotting faithfully beside him, leaving Mi-kyung and Oh Hyungjin behind. As they watched him go, Oh Hyungjin wondered aloud why he was acting so strangely, a sentiment Mi-kyung echoed with a thoughtful, I wonder. Returning home, he decided to organize his thoughts and brought forward his plans for the second stage of preparation. His hasty departure had been unavoidable, and now, with a drill in hand, he began to implement his strategy, the tool whining as it bit into the wall. His hasty departure was unavoidable. Seeing the two of them, Mi-kyung and Oh Hyungjin, together and smiling, made him feel a pang of regret. He knew he could confide in them about his ability, but that choice was impossible. To maximize the privilege of having the dimensional gate, he needed to focus entirely on his own growth. He had to level up faster, gain skills, and farm to crush his enemies with item power, a stark realization that struck him with undeniable force. This resolve drove him to train even more intensely, even while fighting the mountain gang, his figure radiating a fierce red aura as he wielded his weapons. If he prepared for the apocalypse according to his plan, there would be a level gap of 3 or more, ensuring his survival and dominance. He realizes his growing power isn't just a boon, it's a double-edged sword, making respawning monsters even tougher and making it nearly impossible to team up with his allies. But there's no time for doubts, he frantically pushes forward with his preparations. Hours blur into nothing as he grinds, the clock screaming how late it's gotten. And then, with a triumphant sigh, the wood-burning stove is finally installed in his hideout. Now, with this new upgrade, he thinks, he can finally get some decent sleep in this hideout, and Dingo's happy about it too. He gazes at the roaring fire in the stove, a beacon of his relentless grind. While Dingo snoozes peacefully, he's already thinking about the next step, installing the incoming gear flawlessly. He clutches a solar panel, already seeing the hideout's first phase almost done. He's already invested so much, so why not go for an all-nighter and finish strong? A fierce grin lights up his face, his determination absolutely unbreakable. Breaking news. We're getting an urgent update on the asteroid first spotted on XX/XX, and everyone's asking, where in the world is Yunjambi now? The HSA, our very own space agency, had already confirmed that Yunjambi was deep in the solar system, and they were tracking its every move. But here's the twist, Jupiter's gravity actually split the meteoroid, throwing a massive wrench into all their predictions. This was a game-changer, completely messing up their initial forecasts. But don't panic. Thomas Chandler, the big boss of meteorite observation, calmly announced that Yunjambi Alpha and Beta were no threat to our planet. Song-ho, glued to the screen, finally put the pieces together, grasping the true scope of the meteoroid's path. But then, the bombshell dropped. On D5, Yunjambi Beta came crashing down, hitting with an explosive, fiery impact. It slammed into the ocean right next to a Russian ship, and the monstrous tsunami it unleashed dragged that ship right onto the shore at Gamcheon port. Gamcheon port was a disaster zone, with the colossal ship stranded and hordes of terrifying zombies now swarming everywhere. And just like that, the news confirmed it, this was the terrifying origin of the zombies in their country, and for Song-ho, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. The broadcast then pivoted, dropping another bombshell. After the Uedo shooting incident, President Jang Won-taek had been holed up in his official residence for an entire week. The political fallout is immediate. Opposition leaders are hitting back hard, issuing a joint statement, demanding answers, and forcing a public hearing. But what's the public saying? Song-ho's glued to his screen, seeing wild theories about Awakeners and a disaster exploding online, with some even screaming, it's the end of the world. He can't help but think the only upside is the media frenzy, making it way tougher for Awakeners to get away with their shady business. He flashes back to guys like Kim Cheol-jun and Ma Jong-in, realizing their days of easy crime are over, now that everyone's watching. Back online, Song-ho dives deeper into the chaos, finding everything from angry criminals cursing their bad luck, to people wondering if that Yunjambi thing is really what started all this mess. The comments are a wild ride, someone's vaguely remembering a zombie event, while another just shrugs, who cares? We're all gonna be zombies anyway. The world is totally screwed. He keeps scrolling, realizing that for all the strong opinions, it's mostly just a bunch of hot air and cynicism. Then, his eyes snap open. Something just caught his attention. He spots a forum post, looking for veteran players with a familiar face. He's shocked, thinking, wait, this person was still around. It's from Midream, a legendary player known for helping out rookies, and someone Song-ho actually teamed up with back in the day. A flood of memories hits him, seeing his old crew, Rabbit Gongju, Mikyung, Inhak, Oh Hyungjin, and Midream, all together in a dazzling flashback. Midream's message is urgent, he's been giving out tips, but now time's up. He's desperate to find the 4 veteran players who made it to the end, revealing he built a super bunker in Busan, packed with enough supplies for 5 people for 3 years. He's begging them to hit him up on W-Scored, promising a fast response. Song-ho can't help but think, man, if it wasn't for the portal, I'd be all over that bunker. Song-ho, ever the strategist, weighs his options after finding the Midream post. He's not about to make the first move if his old crew isn't there, but he's definitely keeping this intel on lockdown, bookmarking it for future reference. With a decisive click, the Midream post is officially bookmarked, a potential lifeline secured. Suddenly, a burst of electric blue energy flares from his screen, signaling that Song-ho is about to get serious. He ponders his next move, asking himself if it's time to complete the second shelter. Fast forward to the next day, and boom. A state-of-the-art bunker entrance is now camouflaged perfectly into the landscape. Song-ho stumbles out of the bunker, his trusty wolf pup by his side, utterly drained, questioning how he even managed 2 all-nighters and feeling like he's about to collapse. But then he sees it, the perfectly crafted exterior, those shining solar panels, and suddenly, he's got a jolt of pure adrenaline. Stepping inside, a fierce look ignites his eyes as he announces, the real challenge is just beginning. He strides through the bunker's interior, the solar-powered electricity humming, a vital resource now at his command. But as he looks at the maze of wires and power strips, it's clear that running this high-tech hideout is a whole new level of challenge. Song-ho is deep in the zone, meticulously wiring up his bunker, converting DC to AC through a series of intense processes. Then, with bated breath, he plugs in his phone, hoping this elaborate setup will actually power his tech. Come on, work. And then, a massive wave of relief. It's alive. The phone screen lights up, showing that glorious charging icon. The power is on, baby. After all that grind, the bunker's power system is finally up and running. He crashes to the floor, totally wiped out, but that feeling of victory is undeniable. The ultimate survival foundation is now set in this crazy new world. With power flowing, the bunker's interior is revealed in all its organized glory, a true masterpiece of survival prep. A massive dopamine rush, a feeling he hasn't had in ages, fuels him forward into his new sanctuary. And he's earned every bit of it. He strides over to a secure compartment, remembering the luminous and ignition stones he snagged yesterday, and pops it open, ready for more loot after some serious digging. Jackpot. Inside, he finds a mineral, even tougher and sharper than obsidian itself. Time to see what this bad boy can do. But wait, there's more. He even unearths several emeras, their vibrant green glow screaming pure value. Clutching one of the shimmering green crystals, he knows it's not a game changer, but hey, in this world, any resource is a win. Song-ho, fresh off powering up his bunker, puts off the LED lights for now, his focus locked on the crucial mission of stocking the basement with food, a sharp click signaling his entry into the stores. But then, a sound slices through the air, instantly making him wonder if it's Dingo. The white wolf pup, Dingo, explodes with a furious growl and bark, its blue eyes blazing with pure aggression. He explodes from the bunker, sprinting beside the frantic pup, his mind racing to understand the sudden chaos. His face twists into a mask of pure shock and alarm, his eyes wide with dread. Directly ahead, 3 maned wolves emerge, one a fiery orange, the others dark gray, their glowing yellow eyes locking onto them with predatory intent. The monstrous canines confirm his worst fears, these aren't just animals, they're Surus animal-type monsters. He grapples with the chilling reality of high-altitude creatures suddenly appearing in his own backyard. As Dingo unleashes a mournful howl, he swiftly draws his knife, bracing for the brutal fight to come. The pup's growl escalates into a furious snarl, a chilling thought burning in its mind, are these the monsters who murdered its mother? He silences the pup with a quick gesture, a finger to his lips, his face a tense blend of caution and resolve. With Dingo still a coiled spring of fury beside him, he grimly accepts the dire trouble they've stumbled into. Songho is cornered, 2 maned wolves closing in, and he's thinking, no way, I can't beat these guys head on. He can't even think about grabbing a real weapon, that's a death sentence. One wrong move, and he's shredded. So, there's only one play left. His big idea? Get the alpha wolf to bail, and the rest of the pack will follow. He's got his eyes on the alpha and its crew, because if the boss runs, everyone else bails. These wolves are super careful, and Songho's about to use that against them. They won't move until the alpha does, and only when they're absolutely sure it's safe. Do they even know how to coordinate? He's already planning his next move. He knows this can work because, like all wolves, these guys hate strong smells. And guess what? He's got just the thing, right there in his pocket. It's the same pepper spray he used on that kobold, perfect for these sensitive-nosed beasts. So, if he can just blast this alpha with pepper spray, the whole pack is out of here. Songho's face is pure determination. He knows he can't take down this beast, but he's got a plan to kick it out of his territory. But the pressure is on, and sweat drips down his face, because if this thing decides to go all out, he's toast. His mind races, one burning question at the forefront, is there even a way out of this? Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him, a way to freeze that monster in its tracks, giving him the perfect shot with the spray. His eyes blaze with a fierce glow as the perfect plan clicks into place, a triumphant whisper confirming his breakthrough. He tightens his fist, a flicker of doubt about his crazy plan, but then he shakes it off, because there's no turning back. If he bails now, his entire shelter is toast. The vision of his precious shelter, the one he poured his blood and sweat into, burns in his mind, igniting an unshakable resolve to defend it. With a battle cry, he explodes into action, tearing through the rainy forest, a human missile closing in on the alpha. He winds up, then launches a glowing blue projectile, a perfect shot screaming towards the maned wolf. The projectile slams into the ground with a thunderous crack, exploding in a blinding flash of blue energy, sending the maned wolf reeling back from the shockwave. The alpha lets out a guttural growl, its eyes blazing crimson with pure rage, as Songho's taunt echoes, daring the furious monster to come closer. But the alpha can't handle the heat. It turns tail and bolts, vanishing into the forest as Songho stands victorious. The maned wolf goes for the kill, a savage blur of orange and dark gray fur, ready to tear into anything in its path. But Songho, always one step ahead, pulls off an insane dodge, vaulting over the monster with purple energy streaking in his wake. With eyes burning with focus, he's locked in, ready to unleash pure chaos on his opponent. Meanwhile, the maned wolf is going wild, hearing some unseen call to open the portal, and it's getting seriously hyped up. Dropping like a stone, Songho unleashes a glowing blue blade, slicing down with pinpoint accuracy to mess up the wolf or that portal. Without missing a beat, he snatches a yellow spray can, yelling, "Close the portal," like a boss. Then, bam! A nasty cloud explodes, sending the maned wolf reeling, its head whipping back from the sheer power of that spray. Songho unleashes a primal scream, his challenge ripping through the air as the maned wolf roars back, totally enraged. He's still on the move, knife ready, eyes locked on the prize, because he knows this ain't over, not yet. He closes in like a predator, grappling with the alpha, slamming its massive snout to the dirt in an epic showdown. And just like that, the maned wolf is done, backing off into the trees, revealing 2 tiny wolf pups. Talk about a plot twist. Songho sticks the landing, his eyes scanning the now silent clearing, mission accomplished, for now. The maned wolf alpha and its entire pack were in full retreat, vanishing into the forest as Songho watched them go. He let out a massive sigh of relief, convinced he was about to meet his end, when suddenly, a tiny whimper broke the silence. He glanced down at the tiny furball, playfully calling it a little rascal and telling it to toughen up. The adorable maned wolf pup, a fluffy white ball of cuteness, instantly snuggled into his hand, seeking comfort. With a soft touch, he gently stroked its head, a moment of pure tenderness in the heart of a deadly dungeon. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the pup, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he swore to avenge her. He kept comforting the little one, Songho sharing a rare, peaceful moment with the pup before the storm inevitably returned. Days turned into weeks, the world teetering on the brink, until the apocalypse finally descended. D-15. After finally getting that basement organized, he immediately hit up the hardware store and pharmacy, just blending in with the crowd. He just wanted to get those basic defenses up before crashing, but seriously, those maned wolves, of all things, decided to attack. He'd been awake for 68 hours straight, and it was really starting to hit him. Thinking back on it, he actually thought he might have gotten off easy. Because if those things had been actual werewolves, with those terrifying claws and raw power, he would have been completely screwed, no way out. Watching the seconds tick down on the traffic light, he had a sudden realization: he'd been way too complacent. He'd been so focused on the immediate danger, he totally overlooked all the other wild cards lurking nearby, like the goblins, owlbears, and maned wolves he knew were out there. Since things had escalated, after running more drone surveys, he figured it was time to just expand his territory and build a proper shelter. Walking past all the shops and businesses, his determination solidified. Someone in the distance asked if that was Songho, but he was already deep in thought, figuring out how to grab more land for farming and stashing supplies, his brain running at full speed. And after digging a moat for a second line of defense, he heard someone shout his name, Songho. Just as Songho is leveling up his tech, a sudden shout rips him from his focus, demanding his attention. He spins around to find Oh Hyungjin and Meek-young already in a standoff, trading jabs about why they're even there. Songho steps in, dropping his reason for being there, and Oh Hyungjin, still eyeing Meek-young, quickly adds that he's also on a shopping mission. Oh Hyungjin then calls out Songho, saying he's not weapon shopping either, and wonders why anyone would hit up a hardware store for that, then drops the bomb: he's not even the one buying. Meek-young, with a serious look, drops the intel: one of their crew is actually the one looking to buy. Arms crossed, she stands there, deep in thought. Songho, clutching his drink and bag, remembers Oh Hyungjin mentioning a member lurking at the hardware store. The truth hits: Oh Hyungjin is totally trying to stop her from getting her hands on weapons. Oh Hyungjin nods, confirming it, but sighs, saying she just won't listen. Songho's like, dude, why didn't you just show her the summary I gave you? And Oh Hyungjin's response is wild: he did, but she's in total denial about the wire disease. Meek-young, eyes subtly glowing, just keeps staring, her intense gaze locked onto Songho. A sudden flashback hits Songho, a memory he didn't see coming, and just like that, the pieces click into place. Then, out of nowhere, a woman steps up, her eyes widening as she takes him in, straight up asking what happened to him, because his vibe is totally different. She quickly catches herself, apologizing for being so blunt, already reaching for her wallet like it's no big deal. She whips out her business card, introducing herself as Jo Soo-yeon, and he's like, yeah, I'm Kang Songho, making the introductions official. His eyes practically pop out of his head, the shock hitting him hard as he realizes, this woman is a doctor. Her business card is right there, front and center, screaming, Calypso Hospital, confirming Jo Soo-yeon is a legit doctor, part of the Korean Intern Resident Association. Once he found out she was a doctor, he ended up spilling the beans about Sura, just like he did with Hyungjin and Meek-young. It's like he can't help but share the secrets. But deep down, he's thinking, honestly, I don't even want to tell them this stuff, a quiet, escaping him as he debates his choices. He lays it out: if you try to apply science to game settings, it just doesn't make sense, and Jo Soo-yeon seems to get it, letting out a thoughtful She totally gets it, agreeing that it's just a game at the end of the day, but then drops the bomb: she has one more question for him. Her eyes lock onto his, sparkling with a subtle glow as she hits him with the ultimate question: is he actually an awakener? The tension is palpable as Jo Soo-yeon's bold question hits Songho, leaving him to ponder if her confidence is from his words or something deeper. But as he processes, a new thought sparks in her mind, and she quickly brushes it off with a nervous laugh, denying the wild possibility. Songho mentally clocks Meek-young's sharp instincts, then admits Jo Soo-yeon's help was massive, and totally reliable. Elsewhere, Oh Hyungjin, watching the whole thing, can't help but ask Meek-young what makes Songho so special, a touch of jealousy in his tone. Meek-young, with a sly smirk, shuts down Oh Hyungjin's question, declaring that he and Songho are on completely different levels, hinting at a massive power gap. Cutting back to the main event, Jo Soo-yeon turns to Songho, her face changing, and reaches out to him. Flashing a bright smile, she makes an unexpected offer, asking him to be friends. Fast forward to the next day, and a fresh mission is on the horizon. Songho is in his element, humming as he checks out his new spear. It's just a blade on a stick, he thinks, but it looks awesome. He hoists the spear, its point gleaming, a perfect weapon. With this, his ultimate gear is finally locked and loaded, ready for anything. The wolf pup lets out an excited woof, as Songho, with a fierce look, vows that today is the day they avenge its mother, kicking off a serious quest. Songho is totally bonding with the wolf pup, giving it some serious head scratches, and the little guy is just huffing and puffing with pure joy. But then he gets serious, thinking, look, revenge or not, if anyone finds our secret spot, we gotta take them out, ASAP. The pup just gives a little woof, like it understands. Geared up and ready to roll, Songho, looking like a total boss in his tactical suit, tells the pup, alright, little buddy, today you're pulling your weight too. And the pup barks back, woof, like, let's do this. Out in the wild, the forest is thick and mysterious, and Songho, ever the sharp one, immediately senses something's off, muttering, what's this? He spots a pack of maned wolves, but wait a minute, there are only 4 of them. He's instantly suspicious, why are there only 4 maned wolves? He's scanning the pack, and then it hits him, and I don't see the alpha wolf. This changes everything. A dark thought flashes through his mind, and he whispers, don't tell me. The implications are huge. Elsewhere, an owlbear is just chilling, and some unseen voice is like, yep, that's our reliable neighbor. Just don't get too close, right? Songho knows the score, a maned wolf pack that's lost its alpha is super easy to deal with. This is a massive tactical advantage. The maned wolves are just stumbling around, totally disoriented, like someone literally scooped out their brains. Without their leader, their teamwork is completely shot, making their coordination absolutely terrible. This is his chance. Their chaos means he can pick them off, making it possible to defeat them one by one as he drops in for the attack. Hanging upside down like a total boss, Songho is locked and loaded, confirming his position as the rain pours down. This hunter is ready to drop the hammer. And just like that, bam. A maned wolf is caught, thrashing like crazy in the net Songho set up, its raw power no match for his cunning. The wolf is screaming, but Songho is already on the move, his weapon charged with a sick purple glow, about to deliver the ultimate mercy. One clean hit, and it's over. The wolf goes down, and boom, a system message pops up, confirming the kill and 3 sweet points for Songho. But the fight's not over. The other maned wolves are pissed, snarling and growling, their glowing eyes locked onto Songho, ready for revenge. No fear. Songho charges in, a total blur through the trees, ready to take on the whole pack by himself. The wolves are not backing down. They charge back, snarling like crazy, their bodies glowing with a furious red aura, it's an all-out brawl. But Songho is faster. He intercepts one of the charging beasts with a brutal strike, sending it flying back with a splash. He dodges another attack like it's nothing, and then bam, another wolf gets launched, Songho is just too quick. Then, a surprise move. Songho whips out a spray bottle, blasting one of the wolves with a cloud of mist, totally throwing it off its game. The wolf yelps and stumbles back, completely thrown by the spray, its fierce attack turning into a confused retreat. And just like that, Songho sees his chance, moving in for the kill, his weapon ready to finish off the stunned wolf. The fight was far from over, and he was a whirlwind of motion, a dark streak tearing through the forest. Then, a devastating blow landed, and a maned wolf let out a desperate, agonized yelp as it was sent flying. But the danger wasn't over. Another maned wolf, eyes blazing with fury, charged, a terrifying snarl ripping through the air. Just as it closed in, a blur of white fur shot past, the wolf pup, Dingo, launching itself at the monster's leg, a tiny, fierce warrior joining the fray. The maned wolf howled in pain as Dingo clamped down, and Songho, seizing the moment, gave a quick, confident nod to his furry companion, ready to finish the job. With the monster vanquished, a triumphant system message flashed, confirming another maned wolf down and 3 points added to his score. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling in as he thought, the only way to deal with these things was to stab them until they stopped moving. And just like that, 2 more system alerts popped up, each one a confirmation of another maned wolf taken down, racking up those sweet points. The points kept rolling in, and then, the big one, a level up to level 5, and even better, new effects were added to his trait. He stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the new notifications, a puzzled, huh? What's this now, escaping his lips? The system laid it all out, dimensional door transparency, meant nobody else could see his door, and, dimensional door projection, let him scout ahead, seeing and hearing everything from the other side. His trait just got a massive upgrade, and he couldn't help but wonder, additional effects were added to the trait. A brilliant blue energy flared around his hand, and with a decisive motion, he was ready to unleash his new power, preparing to open dimensional door. Songho is absolutely blown away by the shimmering portal, a mind-blowing realization hitting him like a truck, he can literally see inside his real-world house through the dimensional door. He's literally standing inside the glowing blue energy of the portal, and he's checking out his own house. The new, transparency effect of his dimensional door is totally active, and it's insane. But wait, there's more. Beyond the portal, you can see a lush green forest, which means that the projection effect is also active, letting him scope out the other side. This clarity is absolutely mind-blowing, because he used to stress about dungeon gates popping up near his dimensional door, but these new effects just wipe out all those problems and weaknesses. He's totally thinking about what these level 5 abilities mean, picturing a whole bunch of dimensional doors opening up to all sorts of crazy places. He sees a bustling city and a chill beach through these epic portals, and it makes him wonder if his trait can get even more upgrades. He's kicking himself for not caring about his level before, because who knew it would become this ridiculously important, especially with more power-ups on the horizon. He's got this super serious look on his face, realizing he absolutely cannot miss any more critical omens or chances. His eyes are laser-focused with pure determination, because he knows there's a ton of stuff he needs to handle right now before he can even think about messing with his new powers. He's standing there with his trusty wolf pup, surrounded by the defeated maned wolves, and he's like, alright, gotta bury these guys first. It's all part of the grind until the apocalypse officially kicks off. 2 days after the fanged wolf went down, things were moving fast and a ton of stuff got done. First up, a full ecological survey in the other world confirmed a 1 kilometer radius was totally clear, just chill animals hanging out, 0 monsters detected. The area was surprisingly peaceful, a total chill zone compared to the usual monster-infested chaos of these rifts. He double-checked, confirming the immediate zone was monster-free, giving everyone a much-needed breather. But then, intel dropped, a goblin nest, just 3 kilometers out, meaning a whole new headache was brewing. That nest probably meant hobgoblins too, making it a tough fight right now, so after feeling secure, the big question was, time to build. With a grunt of pure grit, Songho started tearing through bushes and trees, leveling the ground, his trusty sidekick, Dingo, hyped up and ready. The forest floor was totally transformed, a wide-open space, prepped and ready to be a hardcore, secure shelter. Dingo was a total champ, helping them carve out a massive 30-meter circular perimeter, the little guy hauling barbed wire like a pro. Songho's plan was epic, double-layered barbed wire, plus a massive moat outside, building an impenetrable fortress. He figured a 2-meter deep moat would supercharge the barbed wire's defense, all while he kept tabs on everything through the dimensional gate, making sure their new base was absolutely flawless. He's glued to the screen, watching the news drop a bombshell, the government is launching a full-blown investigation into Awakeners. But in reality, he's already on the move, stocking up on materials from a distant hardware store. Hitting up a massive home improvement store for a pro-grade tool set, and even scoping out Kim Cheol-jun's crew's hideout on the way back. From a hidden rooftop perch, he's got eyes on Kim Cheol-jun and his goons, chilling around a fire in a grimy alley. He's even got a beast of a motorcycle rented, ready to roll before his heavy gear shows up. And a mini excavator he's gonna master after a quick training session, all with Jidoki's adorable cheers egging him on. Despite his daily poison injections to build resistance, the paralytic toxins have been piling up. Now enough to be weaponized. Back at his desk, he's totally flustered. Staring at a MyRhythm forum post hyping up Survivor 1 Nim, joining with a whopping 4,500 hours of playtime, making him yell, this is total BS, right? He snaps his head up, eyes wide, Survivor 1 joined, as the cat-eared, apron-clad woman stands right there. His mind races, connecting the dots between the Uedo shootout, the government's media manipulation, and the president's bizarre refusal to leave his residence. He stares at the government's HQ, a burning question in his mind, are these just random coincidences? His gut screams no, the puzzle pieces just aren't connecting. At his desk, Songho flashes back to his initial read, the ironclad logic that told him Survivor 1 had to be with the president. It wasn't just because he figured Survivor 1 knew about the precursor phenomena, he visualizes a shadowy figure sealing a deal with the president himself. No, it was also because Survivor 1, the ultimate item hoarder, would have demanded a giant shelter for spilling any intel, his mind conjuring an image of the cloaked figure eyeing a massive weapon stash. Out of all the players worth teaming up with, he'd bet everything that Survivor 1 would pick the president, the top dog, a chilling smirk on his face as his eyes burned red with pure strategy. He'd pictured the cloaked figure making the ultimate power play on the chessboard, always assuming the president was the only smart move. But now, the bluff factor is skyrocketing, and he's left scratching his head, why would Midream pull a stunt like that? This whole thing is a mess, and just thinking about it won't fix anything, he groans, raking a hand through his hair in pure exasperation. His silhouette looms as he grapples with the chilling thought, if Survivor 1 actually teamed up with Midream, his whole game plan is toast. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination setting his jaw as he realizes it's time to completely overhaul his strategy. Elsewhere, a dude in a green hoodie and glasses is glued to his computer screen, totally zoned in on whatever digital chaos is unfolding. Songho just leveled up his game, finishing his new W-score and VR IDs, locked and loaded at his computer. Suddenly, a message from Unknown pops up, demanding to know if he's joining VR chat, and he's hyped to see if they'll respond instantly. Eyes glued to the screen, he's totally locked in, waiting for the next big play. He's thinking, if this drags, I'm out, while My Dream drops a subtle flex, reminding him how exclusive his W-score ID is. The chat log explodes with messages, as My Dream asks about VR, Unknown says desktop is fine, and Songho's mind races, thinking, is My Dream seriously unemployed with this kind of response time? He's ready to dive into the VR chat, eyes blazing with resolve, determined to unmask the real My Dream. The blue glow of the VR world engulfs his face, pulling him deeper into the digital unknown. Boom. The system announces it, player My Dream has officially entered the white room. In the blinding white room, Daojism, looking sharp in his fedora and trench coat, faces off against Songho's bizarre yellow mask avatar, dropping a casual sup and thanking Unknown Nim for the invite. But for the masked avatar, this whole vibe is anything but pleasant. Daojism, looking slightly annoyed, adjusts his collar, sizing up the masked weirdo. He's clearly fed up, pointing out he showed up to VR chat on their terms, only for them to keep the unknown alias and, seriously, what's with that ridiculous mask? He throws out a casual apology, but his tone makes it clear, no chummy business here. The trench-coated figure, Daojism, immediately challenges him, demanding to know if he's claiming to be a veteran. His answer is pure mystery, a noncommittal shrug in verbal form. Daojism ups the ante, holding up 3 fingers and laying down a challenge, answer his 3 questions perfectly, and he'll finally acknowledge him. The first test materializes, a holographic werewolf hovering over his hand, and the question drops, what's its max vertical jump? Next up, the critical weakness of an owlbear. A terrifying, blue-glowing owlbear hologram roars into existence, its red eyes burning through the VR. The duck-masked avatar, Songho, can't help but scoff, spitting out the answer, bright light, obviously. Daojism presses on, a grotesque zombie hologram appearing as he asks about their evolution, adding the crucial detail that Sura's zombies are nutrient eaters, not infectors. Songho, unfazed by the horrifying zombie holograms, coolly reveals their next stage, ghouls, powered by nutrient accumulation. He drops another knowledge bomb, enhanced zombies are a step before ghouls, then, with a smirk, he flips the script, demanding to know the number of precursor phenomena. Daojism's patience snaps, he calls out Songho's bluff, reminding him he only offered 3 questions, then fires back, would you spill your secrets if you were me? My Dream, the duck avatar, isn't backing down. But Daojism, ever the evasive one, pulls a fast one. Daojism, the fedora avatar, dramatically adjusts his hat. Back in the real world, Songho, glued to his screen, is totally bewildered. Suddenly, Songho's eyes, huge behind his glasses, snap wide open. Daojism, the fedora avatar, drops one last, almost taunting line, don't tell me this guy. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, a blonde woman in a busy office gives a polite, welcome, to a man walking in. The man in the suit, looking serious, barks an order to 2 other guys. The blonde woman just watches as the main man in the suit and his 2 dark-suited, sunglass-wearing enforcers stand guard. The tension is palpable in the office as a blonde woman confronts Jang one take, demanding to know his thoughts, only for him to coolly brush her off with a cryptic instruction about charging time, which she immediately shuts down. But she's not backing down, asserting that this isn't some casual gaming session, even if it's a PC bang, they're on a mission to find someone, and she's not letting him forget it. Suddenly, a thought cuts through the air, a stark reminder that in this game, you should be stealthy, not flashy. In a chilling display, a mysterious man with blazing red eyes and a dark suit, radiating a sinister purple energy, takes the blonde woman's hand, demanding her cooperation, and she, completely mesmerized, can only comply. Songho, trapped in the VR, has a sudden, terrifying realization, this isn't just any opponent, it's a mental type, and he's got to move now. Sitting there, the horrifying truth dawns on him, one wrong move, and he's a goner, a mere puppet in someone else's game. Panicked, he screams to open the dimensional gate, his mind racing as he desperately tries to escape, even as a mundane toilet sign mocks his dire situation. He lunges, his hand snatching at the door, a last-ditch effort to break free. Just as he's about to make his move, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, freezing him in place and sending a jolt of pure shock through him. It's the mysterious man, his red eyes burning, purple energy swirling around him, as he confronts Songho, uttering the chilling question, are you perhaps unknown Nim? Songho's face twists in pure terror, his silent "no" screaming as the man's menacing purple energy completely overwhelms him. A cold tch escapes the man's lips as he points to over there, then, with a terrifying grin, he delivers the final blow, it's nice to meet you, unknown Nim, trapping Songho completely. Trapped in a digital prison, Songho hears a chilling voice cut through the silence of the virtual restroom, a direct challenge to his hidden presence. Unknown Nim, the mastermind, coolly steps into the frame, his eyes piercing as he calls out Songho's stealth abilities, a subtle, taojong sound effect hinting at his presence. He's not just guessing, Unknown Nim boasts about his past encounters, revealing he's a seasoned veteran against stealth-type threats. Then, with a chillingly calm motion, he turns on the faucet, filling a bucket with water, a sinister plan already in motion. He explains his ingenious tactic, using water to expose any uneven moisture, a brilliant move to flush out his invisible prey. Suddenly, unknown Nim unleashes a massive wave of water, swirling it violently through the room, his hand rising with a quack as he commands the element. He coolly states that if he can just get his hands on Song-ho, it's game over, no second chances, a tiny, ominous glow appearing in his hand as he plots his capture. A hand slams against a shimmering blue energy wall, a voice exhaling in relief, thankful the barrier was summoned just in time, preventing total capture. Song-ho, now sporting a slick green hoodie and helmet, glances back at unknown Nim, a surge of adrenaline as he realizes just how close he was to being caught, a terrifying thought of being screwed for real echoing in his head. Unknown Nim, walkie-talkie in hand, locks onto Song-ho through a shimmering blue portal, a sharp "sup" sound escaping him as he gears up for the next phase of the hunt. He barks orders into the walkie-talkie, demanding his team scour the entire area for this movement-type specialist, stressing that this is a big fish and offering a blank check for his live capture. The chilling words echo, a bitter pill for Song-ho to swallow as he grasps the true depth of his desperate situation. Imagine, a real-world tycoon, a gaming gentleman, now reduced to crafting a slave tailored to his own twisted specialty. What a fall from grace. But across the digital divide, Song-ho, in his slick new avatar, was chilling at a desk, a mysterious green liquid oozing from his weapon, as he coolly dropped a thank you to Midream. Seriously, Midream, thanks. The reflection of his relentless pursuer, unknown Nim, burned in his visor, a chilling reminder of all the times he'd hesitated, but that internal battle was finally over. No more holding back. But thanks to that whole mess, his mind was crystal clear. From this point on, he was playing by his own rules, no matter how petty they looked. Song-ho rose, his weapon now absolutely crackling with a vibrant blue aura, still dripping that weird green stuff, while the suit-clad man watched from afar, a silent witness to the birth of a new resolve. He was ready to unleash hell, declaring he'd meet fire with fire. His helmet pulsed, his weapon blazed with a fierce red light, showering sparks everywhere. Song-ho was absolutely primed for the next challenge. A sharp-suited figure lets out a frustrated sigh, his mind racing with one burning question: who the hell is veteran Kong Song-ho supposed to be? He's trying to figure it out, even if this guy's all about movement, just like he suspected. This wasn't just some rookie, this was a veteran with tons of accumulated play time. Then, a subtle drip, drip, drip breaks the silence, and he knows for sure, this guy's got way more up his sleeve. He spins around, only to come face to face with the mysterious helmeted figure, who's just standing there, radiating pure menace. But before he can even blink, Song-ho, the helmeted enigma, lunges with a blade blazing with sick green energy. The glowing blade rips right through him, a brutal crunch as green goo explodes from the impact. His face twists in pure agony, a silent scream as the vile green liquid drips down his face. He gasps out, "You're the unknown," before a choked cough escapes his lips. But Song-ho isn't done, smashing another brutal hit to his head, a chilling voice asking, "Who said you could turn around?" As his opponent crumples, Song-ho coolly asks, "Anyway, how is it?" The poison rages through his veins, making the suit-clad man writhe in pure agony, clutching his head as if it might explode. And as he tries to get a word out, Song-ho, cool as ice, just tells him to shut up. Then, in a blur, Song-ho snatches a knife from his hip. But wait, his phone is glowing with blue energy, and the murderer system is still locked down. He lays it out cold: even if he ends this guy's life right here, there'll be zero penalty. With a cold, hard stare, Song-ho shoves the knife right to his throat, his eyes burning with a terrifying red glow. Then, he slams a hand onto his chest, applying some kind of invisible force. A soft thud, and Song-ho's voice cuts through the silence, knowing this semi-veteran gets the message loud and clear. He stares down at the guy, who's awake but paralyzed, and demands to know why he sold out, Survivor 1, and went after innocents. Staring at the pathetic figure, Song-ho coldly notes he looks less human and more like a monster just waiting to be farmed. The man spits out a curse, green goo dripping from his lips, but Song-ho just tells him this is the price for trying to trick him and make him a slave. And just like that, it's over. Song-ho coolly slides his glowing phone back into its holster. Song-ho delivers the ultimate threat to the writhing Jang one take, a cold promise of death echoing in the air. The man can only let out a pained gasp as his fate is sealed. Before the My Dream group even showed up, things were already getting wild. After ditching the PC cafe and heading home, Song-ho was not expecting to walk into this mess. He scopes out a makeshift table, a gun, a phone, a wallet, and an ID card just chilling there, clearly left behind in a hurry. Time to get practical, he figures, gotta check that ID first. The ID card flashes the name Kwon Kyung-jun, a 38-year-old with a secret past. More intel drops: Kwon Kyung-jun isn't just some guy, he owns a golf club, and from there, he's pulling strings on 3 whole bunkers. And get this, he's got a notorious womanizing history, plus he's probably packing some serious skills from all his playtime. But the real shocker? He's been running experiments with his mind control skill, and you can see the creepy glowing eyes of his victims behind him, totally under his thumb. Song-ho taps his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. Alright, so this is all the good stuff, huh? He's thinking, hold up, because skills don't just level up automatically with time, right? He's got a burning question, like, what about me, then? He gets it, Sura's whole deal was always about survival, plain and simple. He's thinking his skill is totally broken, but only if you're already a veteran player. So, he's gonna keep this idea as likely for now, until he can actually check out another veteran skill. And with this whole game-like apocalypse thing coming, he's loading up his gun, that sound just hitting different. He's got one thing locked down, one absolute truth he can count on. His eyes narrow as he takes aim, all thanks to him becoming an awakener. He pulls the trigger, of the shot proving his physical stats are already way beyond what any normal human could do. Of the bullet hitting the bullseye is undeniable, and yeah, all that hardcore training probably helped a ton. He checks his gun, hearing that sound as it clicks empty, and he's already planning to practice with a full magazine next time. Then, sound cuts through the air, grabbing his attention, and he's like, huh. He stands before a shimmering blue portal, pistol ready, as a faint hum vibrates from the anomaly, signaling something big is about to drop. Suddenly, more notifications flood his vision, and he's hit with a barrage of alerts, demanding to know what the heck is going on. His eyes narrow as he devours the urgent messages scrolling across a screen, revealing a monster sighting on Mgayasan, eerie howls, a sky turning dark with lightning, and even a mom's wild tale of a golem-like beast, plus whispers of goblins and something huge. He stares up at the overwhelming stream of information, the sheer volume of reports screaming that something massive is going down, and fast. A Stark system message then confirms his worst fears, the second precursor phenomenon has begun. The apocalypse is officially on. Soon, his car absolutely flies along a winding mountain road under the night sky, the urgency of the situation pushing him to the limit, engine screaming. The dashboard clock screams 10:30 p.m., the late hour cranking up the tension on his solo mission. A frustrated sigh escapes him, cursing the universe for always making Gaiasin the hotspot for disaster. His grip tightens on the steering wheel, a bead of sweat dripping as he pushes the pedal to the metal, laser-focused on the road ahead. He recalls a previous incident at Huangsang Reservoir, a place that still gives him the creeps, the terrifying memory flashing in his mind as his eyes go wide. Glancing at his phone, mounted on the dash, he confirms the location, a chilling realization hitting him, the last major incident was also at Huangsang Reservoir. With a renewed sense of purpose, he continues his drive, the car's engine roaring as he charges headfirst into the unfolding crisis. No time to lose, he's already hitting the trails, his trusty sidekick Dingo right there, ready for action. Dingo, he commands, time to hunt some goblins, got it? He's got a plan, a reason for this mad dash. The moment those posts hit, he knew he had to act, speeding up the mountain for a double whammy strategy. Reason number 1, this crisis is huge, and the cops would totally lock it down, making it impossible for him to get in. And the second reason? Goblins are on the loose, these roaming monsters are a top priority, and he's the one to take them down. Plus, these guys don't just wander, they'll set up a temporary base under a hobgoblin's command, meaning a bigger boss is lurking. Deep in the woods, Dingo's nose is twitching, and Song-ho knows it. You got that goblin smell, didn't you? He asks, as the pup lets out a triumphant bark. Dingo's on the case, ears up and nose to the ground, sniffing out every last trace of that nasty goblin stench. He's got it. A flurry of barks erupts, Dingo's found something big, and he's not holding back. Whoa, you actually found it. Song-ho shouts, a grin spreading across his face as he charges after his super sniffer pup. Dingo's a white streak, blazing a trail, full speed ahead into the forest, no stopping him now. He's gone, a tiny white missile, vanishing into the thick forest, pulling Song-ho right into the heart of the action. He's deep in the forest, moving like a shadow, every sense on high alert for danger. Then, out of nowhere, a voice snaps, "Hey, idiot. Who's talking to him like that?" He stops, a little annoyed, thinking, seriously, isn't there a better way to go? But Dingo, his loyal wolf pup, is already ahead, barking a playful, woof, like, come on, let's go. Dingo leads the way, and what they find is shocking, 2 cops and a goblin, all knocked out cold on the ground. He can't believe his eyes, a stunned, what the hell, escaping his lips. His heart is racing, but he forces himself to take a breath, thinking, calm down, Kong Song-icho. He needs to focus. He immediately checks on the closest officer, and whoa, there are weird green glowing veins pulsing on his neck. A huge wave of relief washes over him as he realizes, good, he's still alive. Crisis averted, for now. No visible wounds, but those green veins mean one thing, UGH. He was hit with paralysis poison. This is bad news. But then he notices something else, the officer's gun is gone. Who took his gun? Or did he just get deployed so fast he didn't even have one? More questions than answers. He stands over the two downed officers, the mystery of their ambush just getting deeper and deeper. Song-ho, ever the meticulous investigator, immediately gets down to business, scrutinizing the goblin's lifeless form. And what he finds is chilling, unmistakable bullet marks riddling its body, proving the police were packing heat. But where was the gun now? His mind races, a single, burning question echoing, why would anyone take the gun in this chaotic mess? The mystery deepens, and his expression hardens. Suddenly, a terrifying thought clicks into place, a silent, desperate, no way, screaming in his mind. Is there a gold goblin lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings? A terrifying vision of a crowned, powerful gold goblin sears into his thoughts, its very existence escalating this whole situation to a nightmare level. If his gut feeling is right, this isn't just a goblin hunt anymore, it's a full-blown crisis. Gazing at the downed officers, a fierce resolve ignites within him. No way is he letting anyone else get caught in this mess, he's taking this on himself. Decision locked in, he snatches a cop's phone, dialing 119 for backup, a quick, "excuse me," as he commandeers the device. He scribbles a note with their precise coordinates and a grim directive to bury the goblin's body before it rots, then, with Dingo trotting beside him, he makes his exit. He thinks, monsters are already blowing up on social media, so what's the point of trying to hide them now? The cat's out of the bag. From this moment on, it's a full-throttle race against the clock, and he gives Dingo a determined look, knowing he'll need his trusty partner more than ever. He presses onward, the loyal wolf pup Dingo leading the way with a determined woof, knowing full well that the next confrontation is just around the corner, waiting to erupt. A brutal kick lands square on a goblin, sending it absolutely flying with a bone-jarring impact. The sheer force of the impact rips through the air, leaving a visual distortion in its wake. Before another goblin can even react, it's met with a lightning-fast kick, sending it sprawling with a pathetic shriek. Song-ho holds his ground against the horde, but In-hak's face is etched with pure disbelief and concern. In-hak can't believe it, demanding if he, a mere non-awakener, is really supposed to be the tank here. Song-ho, however, is resolute, there's no other option. Song-ho starts to power up, revealing his true specialization, psychokinesis. Blue energy and floating debris erupt around him. Bathed in a brilliant blue glow, he raises his hands, but there's a catch, these devastating powers take forever to cast. Even with the long cast time, he's not backing down, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as the blue energy surges. Then, with an explosive burst, razor-sharp blue energy blades erupt from him, tearing through the air towards the unseen enemies. The blades find their targets, shredding a goblin with brutal efficiency, and Song-ho vows to keep them safe. In-hak, still on edge, pushes for confirmation, needing to know if backup is actually coming, and Song-ho reassures him, they've made it to Gyeosin Mountain. Despite the barrier, these things just can't seem to climb it, they say. Meanwhile, In-hak freaks out, screaming, "What? We gotta bail." But Song-ho, ever the strategist, sees a golden opportunity here. He remembers these specific monsters from the game, their grotesque figures now charging through the shadowy woods. These goblins are totally disarmed, missing their paralysis poison and other nasty gear, as Song-ho expertly blocks their pathetic swings with his shield. A terrified In-hak tries to speak up, but Song-ho shuts him down, telling him to chill out and just stick to the plan. Song-ho's eyes are locked on, his brain already running the numbers, take out these goblins, snag the hobgoblin stragglers, and they'll be sitting on a massive tactical win. He lays down the law, telling In-hak to cut the complaining and focus up if he's got any sense. Then, with a burst of pure red power, Song-ho unleashes his psychokinesis, blasting the charging goblins back with an insane amount of force. But then, out of nowhere, a goblin somehow slips past his guard, landing a brutal hit that makes him cry out in pain. In-hak screams, "Captain! You okay?" as Song-ho drops to a knee, totally stunned, asking himself how a basic goblin just outsmarted him. Wounded and reeling, he stares at the ground, his mind racing to figure out what to do next after that insane hit. With Song-ho down, the goblins swarm, and In-hak's blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Caught in the thick of it, he slams his shield into a goblin, sending the creature flying back with a brutal impact. But he's not done yet. A shimmering blue blade erupts from his hand, slicing through the air to deliver a devastating blow. But then, a sudden realization hits him, a moment of pure shock as the battle takes an unforeseen twist. He stands triumphant over one defeated foe, but the battle rages on as another goblin lets out a frantic shriek. Then, a new threat emerges. He snaps his head up, a chilling question echoing in his mind, where did that arrow come from? Back at base, Song-ho casually inspects a prosthetic leg, a wry thought crossing his mind, seriously, was this overkill for someone my size? A knowing smirk plays on his face as he corrects himself, nah, it was totally worth every penny. Engulfed in a powerful blue aura, he dives deep into data, confirming crucial intel, thanks to them, I've got the full scoop on the Awakeners. His strategic mind races, couldn't make it up, and that's how I found a whole squad of weakened goblins. A holographic display flickers to life, showing the entire weakened goblin horde, with a massive hobgoblin leading the charge. With a decisive motion, Songho declares, "Alright, from now on, we're going for the quick win." Songho's got a master plan for these goblins, and he's about to unleash it. He's holding a mysterious green can, eyes locked on the dimensional gate, ready to make his move. With his hand blazing with blue energy, he's kicking things off by baiting the goblin, getting it riled up. Suddenly, a spear rockets out of nowhere, smashing right into a goblin's skull with a sickening crunch. The goblin gets absolutely rocked, green blood exploding from its head as the spear stays stuck. Absolutely furious from the surprise hit, the goblin blindly rushes the dimensional gate, walking right into the setup. It dives headfirst into the glowing portal, green goo splattering everywhere as the gate pulses with raw power. Trapped in the dimensional void, the goblin lets out a blood-curdling scream, completely skewered by the spear. Treating the dimensional gate like a solid barrier, Songho coolly yanks the spear out, the reflection of the impaled goblin still visible. And with one last green splatter, he wipes away every single shred of evidence, like it never even happened. But hold up. The hobgoblin, a total perception beast, snaps its head up, feeling something seriously off in the atmosphere. All it's gonna find is its subordinate, completely wiped out, its eyes locking onto the fallen goblin. Letting out a furious roar, the hobgoblin barks orders at the 3 remaining goblins, pure fury in its voice. With the goblins already destabilized and weakened, he's just waiting for them to make their move, knowing exactly how to finish this. He's going to cleave them in one swift motion, his blade poised, a vibrant blue aura exploding around him, ready to unleash pure destruction. Just like he did before, the 2 remaining goblins are completely clueless, about to get absolutely wrecked. With a burst of blue energy, he absolutely shreds through them, a lightning-fast blur as everything falls perfectly into his master plan. Alright, now he's gotta adapt to the main threat's moves, his eyes locked on something off-panel, already strategizing his next devastating play. He wonders, did the 2 monsters just have a disagreement? His sharp eyes gleam, instantly analyzing the battlefield with laser focus. Out of nowhere, the red orc ambushes him from above, slamming him down, and he knows it's now or never, time for a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. The colossal red orc towers over him, its sheer power practically radiating off its monstrous frame, pure aggression unleashed. It slams its massive club down with bone-shattering force, making him scream in pain, thinking, this is absolutely insane, but he has no choice but to fight back, his resolve burning as the red orc winds up for another brutal hit. Then, with an explosive burst of red energy, he unleashes a devastating kick, blasting the monster's attack with a desperate, but perfectly timed, counterstrike. Blasted by the red orc's surprise attack, Songho takes a brutal hit, the force absolutely rocking him. He crashes to the ground, gasping for air, the sheer power of that blow hitting way harder than he ever expected. Gripping his gun, a chilling realization hits him, if he blacks out now, it's game over. No time to recover, the red orc is on him again, a monstrous orange blur, smashing into him with another devastating blow. A scorching wave of red energy explodes from the beast's attack, swallowing Songho whole and slamming him even harder into the dirt. His health bar tanks, hitting critical levels, and bam. Survival instinct kicks in, wrapping him in a desperate, glowing yellow aura. His eyes blaze with a furious yellow, and the red orc's own gaze flares with an even crazier red, both of them feeling the power dynamic flip. The red orc keeps up its insane, lightning-fast attack, a red-streaked blur of pure destruction, hitting him yet again. But now, supercharged by his instinct, Songho strikes back, a golden aura exploding around him as he instantly takes out a goblin. With his resolve burning, he locks onto his target, his whole body glowing with the raw, yellow power of his activated skill. A blast of wicked green energy explodes from his attack, smashing into another goblin and sending it flying. In the middle of this wild fight, a new system alert pops up, telling him it's time to open the dimensional gate. First phase of farming. Done. Songho just absolutely obliterated that goblin, turning it into pure dust. No time to rest. He spins around, unleashing a blinding attack on a maned wolf that didn't see it coming. Boom. Direct hit. Green blood explodes as his attack rips right through the monster's shoulder. The wolf reels, its body flickering out of existence, letting out a final, agonizing shriek as it's wiped from the field. Towering over the defeated monster, he scoffs, "Did you really think you could win just because I let you hit me?" With a fierce glint in his eyes, he announces, "This time, it's my turn." He charges in, a golden blur of pure power, absolutely demolishing a bone creeper with lightning-fast strikes. The skeletal monster gets absolutely rocked, its body disintegrating into purple energy with a final, choked gasp. And just like that, the last enemy drops. Boom. System notifications flood his vision, level up to 6, 18 points acquired, and a brand new skill, Terrain Sense. He surveys the battlefield, surrounded by the fading echoes of his foes, a calm, "it's over," escaping his lips after that insane fight. The terrain sense skill pops up, detailing its power to let him intuitively react to his surroundings, and he gives it a casual nod, pretty useful back then, still good. And to top it all off, another notification flashes, Gauntlet's handiwork +2 acquired. His power just keeps growing. Songho's hands blaze with power, and he's not just seeing things, the loot he's holding has solidified into real, physical items. This is the good stuff. A low, satisfied hum escapes him, as the last wisps of dimensional energy vanish into thin air. A quick, wary glance upwards, and he's already calculating, have those search teams caught up yet? No time to waste. He's got what he came for, and with a surge of blue energy, he's slamming that dimensional gate shut. Gate closed, mission accomplished. Now, the plan is simple, lay low, stay hidden, and let the heat die down. Fast forward. The next day arrives, and the tension from the previous night has settled. Songho groans, battered and bandaged, slowly coming to, his loyal wolf pup curled up on his chest, a tiny guardian. A quick glance at his watch confirms it, he'd been out cold for a whole 24 hours. He thinks back on his last fight, deciding that unless it's a life-or-death scenario, he needs to cool it with the survival instinct, that power takes a toll, even with his little buddy by his side. But first, before stepping out into the world, there's one crucial thing to do, time to check out the sweet loot. He pushes himself up, a determined grin spreading across his face, looking at his loyal companion, ready for the next adventure. But this is just the beginning. The real chaos, the true test, is still on its way, until the apocalypse arrives. Songho takes stock of his loot, a realization hitting him, these golden goblins are on a whole other level. He grabs a revolver, thinking it's cool, but then his eyes lock onto this insane knife. Suddenly, a system window pops up, revealing the truth, it's a mithril knife with permanent invariance. He can't help but grin, holding the shimmering blade, totally blown away that he just found a weapon with permanent invariance. He inspects the knife, and get this, it's completely immune to the wire disease. But then the real question hits him, how did a goblin, of all things, get its hands on something worth 100 shop points? He flips the blade over, noticing its weird, bumpy surface. His mind races, trying to piece together this bizarre puzzle. He flashes back to the goblins, remembering some of them even had metal weapons. Given how primitive they are, there's no way they could have made these things themselves. It just doesn't add up. Then, images of goblins forging and brewing weird stuff hit him, and he's left with one chilling thought, did they mutate? He's still reeling from the goblin revelation, questioning if his wild theory could actually be true. But no time for theories now, he dives into his loot bag, ready to see what treasures he's scored. Then, a shout of pure excitement. He's hit the jackpot, pulling out a shimmering bunch of shade grapes. The system confirms it, these shade grapes are pure night vision boosters. Suddenly, it all clicks. This is how those daytime goblins were pulling off their nighttime raids. A knowing grin spreads across his face, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. Next, he pulls up his stats, checking his level 6 status, his exclusive dimensional gate opening trait, and his survival craving and terrain sense skills. This guy's loaded. His growth rate is insane, way faster than the game. With everything checked off, he's ready to bounce, time to open that gate. Then, a massive whirring sound rips through the air, as a torrent of blue magic explodes, making him gasp in shock. The chaotic energy stabilizes, revealing a colossal, pulsating blue dimensional gate right in front of him. He charges through the glowing portal, and the second his phone gets reception, it blows up with a flood of messages. His phone is practically screaming with texts from Hyungjin, Mikyoung, and Suyeon, making him wonder if he's ever been this in demand. Back in his own world, Songho heads straight for the fitness center, ready to get back to normal. The sleek, modern Hyungjin Fitness Center gleams under the sun, a beacon of normalcy. He bursts through the doors, shouting out to his buddy, Hyung, I'm here. Suddenly, Mikyoung and Hyungjin spot him, charging over with pure relief. Mikyoung screams his name, while Hyungjin lays into him about how worried they were. Songho just laughs it off, a quick, sorry for all the stress he put them through. But wait, who are those two new faces? Songho asks, and Hyungjin proudly introduces them as their new party members, reminding everyone that this is Songho, the legendary snack shop owner. The new recruits step up, the guy declaring, I'm Lee Kyung-hoon, and the girl with a friendly wave, nice to meet you, I'm Kim Bora. Songho, in his adorable chibi form, gives a quick, yes. I'm Kong Seongo. But wait, Songho remembers something, asking Hyungjin if there wasn't one more person, and Hyungjin explains they're off at some brand new, super modern camping gear discount store. Mikyoung chimes in with a huge smile, yes. It opened just a month ago, everything's super modern. Hyungjin's face suddenly gets serious, hitting Songho with the big question, you checked everything about yesterday's incident and the news, right? He just casually confirms he's seen all the crazy news on YouTube, like it's no big deal. Then the news cuts to this super intense doctor who dissected the Gaiasan goblin, and he looks absolutely wrecked by what he found. And this same doctor, looking super serious in his lab, actually warned everyone to brace for the apocalypse. Talk about a bombshell. President Jang Won-tak wasn't messing around either. He called a national security meeting, and you can just feel the tension in that room as they tried to figure things out. They even announced they'd track down the survival life creator and get the awakened one's input, with some shadowy figure hinting at even bigger mysteries behind the scenes. Back to the present, Oh Hyungjin hits Song-ho with the big question, what's the plan now? But Song-ho just looks confused, like, plan for what? Oh Hyungjin then explains they need his brainpower, saying, you know a ton, so spill the advice. Mi-kyung cuts in, totally fed up, like, seriously, guys, I already told you what to do, while Lee Kyung-hoon just takes it all in. Oh Hyungjin just shrugs off the whole goblin thing, saying they're just point fodder, and even if an awakened takes one down, it's barely a level up, so everyone should just hoard supplies like crazy. Lee Kyung-hoon looks totally lost, like, what in the world is this guy even rambling about? His face is a picture of pure confusion as he looks to Song-ho for answers. Song-ho, calling him Mr. Kyung-hoon, drops the bomb that he's completely wrong, but in the politest way possible, like, oops, sorry, but you're way off. Still reeling from being corrected, Lee Kyung-hoon then hits Song-ho with the ultimate question, have you even played Survival Life? The conversation heats up as one voice lays it out, nah, even if you just glance at the community, then another cuts in, precisely. Song-ho gets real, his face dead serious, you can't just blindly trust everyone out there. Get it? Mi-kyung, always with the burning questions, finally asks, so, when those zombie spores hit, who gets turned and who actually makes it out alive? Her eyes practically popping out, she pushes, is there some secret rule about who gets infected and who doesn't? Song-ho starts dropping some serious knowledge, okay, so here's the deal, if you've been near an awakened person, you're probably good. Mi-kyung, totally lost, just blurts out, wait, what? Explain. He spins around, hitting her with a loaded question, seriously, why do you think I even awakened in the first place? Then, with a smirk that screams, I know things, he drops the bomb, basically, I'm hooked into the system now. Oh Hyungjin, finally getting it, turns to Mi-kyung and says, so, even if you're not awakened, just being around me means you're totally safe. Mi-kyung, totally blown away, shouts, whoa, when you put it that way, it actually makes sense. She latches onto Song-ho's arm, grinning, guess I'm your shadow now. Seriously, you can count on me. Mi-kyung, ever the curious one, pivots to a new topic, hey, I've got another question. That tutorial was insane, did you actually beat it? But Song-ho immediately shuts her down, whoa there, Mi-kyung. Her face goes from curious to totally flustered, as he cuts her off before she can finish. Oh Hyungjin boldly declares he'll protect everyone, but Song-ho's inner voice is already calling him out, wondering what this guy's real game is. He's thinking, okay, the awakened immunity theory. It's got some weight, but where's the proof? He's not seeing any hard data. The frustration is building, because there's zero proof that awakened people can just shrug off those deadly spores. He lets out a defeated sigh, this whole thing is just a total disaster. Oh Hyungjin is watching Song-ho, convinced his buddy called him in because he doesn't trust this troll either, and he's talking about Song-ho. Oh Hyungjin is ready to bounce, telling them to get up, but Mi-kyung, still chilling, tries to get him to stick around, asking if he's really leaving already. Song-ho's not about to spill any secrets to a guy like Oh Hyungjin, just shutting him down with a cool, I've got plans. He tells them he'll hit them up later, and just like that, he's out of the fitness club. Strolling through the streets, Song-ho is already optimizing his grind, prepping for the wire disease apocalypse, and he's swapping out the convenience store for a camping gear discount store on his farming list. And just like that, he's back home, right in front of his house. He's surprised to find Jo Soo-yeon already there, waiting for him, and she hits him with a bright, Song-ho, I've got something awesome for you. She immediately asks if he's got a sec, saying she came to drop something off, and he just gives a casual, oh, yeah, like it's no big deal. Song-ho is left stunned, staring at the first aid kit in his hand, wondering what this could possibly be. His companion reveals it's a stash of prescription-only painkillers and antibiotics. Song-ho can barely believe it, asking if she's serious about giving them away. But she just shrugs it off, saying she can just forge more prescriptions. Then, out of nowhere, she drops her address, Eden Villa, 302. She clarifies the address is in the pouch, leaving Song-ho utterly confused about why she's giving him all this. She reveals they need to know each other's locations, a reason Song-ho immediately understands. With that, she's off to see the director. She waves goodbye, shouting a last warning for him to stay safe. Walking off into the distance, she calls out Song-ho's name one last time. Her parting shot is a cheeky reminder to pay up for the meds and, seriously, don't forget that address. Song-ho watches her go, a small smile creeping onto his face. He thinks of Jo Soo-yun, a total whirlwind, and after their wild second meeting, time just flew by again. In that time, he hit up tons of different spots, getting his master plan ready. All his hard work paid off as he snagged a mountain of crucial gear and supplies, prepping for whatever comes next. He wasn't just waiting, he was building. A storage facility, crafted from sandwich panels, rapidly filled with everything he'd need to survive the coming storm. And once his mini excavator arrived, he wasn't just stockpiling, he was building, digging, and transforming his surroundings, ready for anything. But while he was busy preparing, the world was spiraling into absolute pandemonium. On every screen, fatalists and skeptics were clashing, their heated arguments fueling the global panic and uncertainty. The situation was so dire that an emergency UN meeting was called, with power players like Jang Won-taek, Kwon Kyung-jun, and the mysterious unknown Nim all present, their faces etched with concern. The news was buzzing with reports of a US president making an emergency trip to Korea, a clear sign that things were getting seriously out of hand. The HSA, sensing something far beyond their wildest predictions, was in full alert, as one agent stared wide-eyed at the terrifying warnings flashing across his screens, utterly stunned. What he saw was horrifying. After the silver zombie beta, new, even deadlier threat was now confirmed, hurtling towards Earth. Out in the cold expanse of space, a blazing, cosmic entity was tearing through the void, locked onto a collision course with Earth. The terrifying glow intensified, a silent, fiery harbinger of absolute destruction. The chilling news dropped, the silver zombie alpha was officially on its way to Earth. The endless void of space offered no escape, only the silent, terrifying march of the new, ultimate threat. For intense days had flown by since the last bombshell dropped. And now, our hero was standing on the edge of a whole new chapter, with the world holding its breath for the next big thing. His eyes locked onto the massive Gamcheon port, a critical hotspot now under the microscope. From his perch, Song-ho surveyed the city below, a lone figure against the sprawling concrete jungle. This was it, the exact spot where the final precursor, the infamous Russian ship event, was going down, the last calm before the ultimate storm. The clock was ticking, just 5 days left until the apocalypse hit full force. After confirming the harbor was clear, Song-ho slipped into an abandoned building, ready to make his next power play. Standing amidst the rubble, he channeled his power, ripping open a dimensional gate with a single thought. With his hand blazing with power, he knew exactly why he was here, risking everything, even turning into a zombie. He needed those extra guns from the Russian vessel. The air was thick with the insidious green glow of zombie spores, a constant, terrifying threat that could strike at any moment. These pathogens, particle beams with insane permeability, were absolutely unavoidable. The choice was brutal, turn into a zombie now, or just delay the inevitable for 5 days. With a mighty grunt, he hauled a massive inflatable boat right through the glowing portal. But hey, there was always the ultimate escape, living it up in the otherworld with Dumgo. The little wolf pup watched him, totally focused, as Song-ho stood before the fully manifested dimensional gate, ready for anything. But then, he had to ask himself, what's the point of all this if he loses his humanity? Boat secured, mission accomplished. His preparations were finally complete, and the echoing footsteps signaled his next move. He'd made his choices, and let's be clear, that didn't mean he was ready to die. Not even close. No, he knew life was all about the gamble, the high-risk, high-return play. Peering at his phone, he mused if that wasn't the ultimate truth of it all. His phone flashed patch notes, a 10-point tutorial weapon, weaker zombies, reduced tracking, and boosted early game points. This was a game-changer. He scrolled, seeing diversification of point acquisition methods and zombie beta arrival changes, and figured that 10-point weapon was probably just a basic club. A chill ran down his spine. How much weaker were these zombies now, and what did diversification of point acquisition even mean? Then, a deafening beep blared from his phone, and it hit him. The admin knew the apocalypse was coming to life. His eye flared with an intense red glow as the chilling truth sank in, one thought screaming, damn, IT started. His phone blared an emergency text, July 15, 12:21, tsunami warning 30 kilometers south of Busan. Zombie beta had hit the South Sea, officially kicking off the third precursor phenomenon. Then, a deafening chorus of sirens ripped through the air, their screams piercing the silence of the ruined world. The alarms kept screaming as birds scattered into the turbulent sky, a lone red lighthouse defiantly standing against the coming storm. The ocean just vanishes. Crabs, fish, and shells are left high and dry on the exposed seabed as the water pulls back with terrifying speed. Then, an ear-splitting alarm blares, and you see fishing boats just stuck. The water's gone, leaving them high and dry on the sand. Suddenly, a monstrous rumble fills the air, and there it is, a colossal tsunami wave, absolutely dwarfing the city as it barrels towards the coast. From a bird's eye view, the city looks so peaceful, completely unaware of the absolute chaos about to engulf it. Boom! The tsunami hits with an insane crash, swallowing entire buildings in a violent, frothing wall of water. The sheer power of that wave just picks up a massive cargo ship and tosses it around like it's a rubber ducky. The destruction just keeps going, swallowing cars and buildings whole as the city vanishes under the insane deluge. And then, the aftermath, the city is half underwater, a nightmare landscape of floating junk and wrecked buildings. Song-ho, from his high vantage point, just stares at the absolute devastation, and all he can manage is a shocked, holy sh*t. He looks down at the submerged street, cars just floating around, and thinks, honestly, I'd rather deal with zombies right now. Then he scopes out a distant ship, wondering if monsters would be any better. Peering through his binoculars, Song-ho realizes the harsh truth: natural disasters hit different, they make you feel completely helpless just by looking at them. No time to waste, he had to move, and fast. Slamming the throttle forward, the engine of his escape craft screamed into action. Pushing the engine to its absolute breaking point, he tore through the submerged city, a blur of motion. The boat became a missile, a desperate, high-octane race against the clock. He had to vanish, disappear before the government's hounds could even sniff him out. Wind whipping, spray flying, his eyes burned with a fierce resolve as he pushed harder. Every single thing had to be done, no matter what it took. The engine screamed, propelling him forward, leaving a furious trail in the water. Target acquired. He expertly docked the boat, everything falling perfectly into place, just as he'd planned. Taking in the bizarre, new surroundings, he paused, a moment of intense calculation in his eyes. This colossal, shadowy structure was absolutely covered in an unearthly, pulsating green glow. His hand, now radiating a soft white glow, reached out to touch the alien growth, and a chilling realization hit him: Awakeners were immune to zombification, just like Lee Kyung-hoon said, and he felt absolutely nothing from the contact. Below, the murky waters churn, but he's already made up his mind: it's go time, no turning back. But as he hits the platform, a pair of horrifying, purple-skinned zombies, eyes blazing red, snarl into view, one bald, one blonde, and both looking hungry. Then, a sinister voice cuts through the silence, a twisted, welcome, zombies, as the undead horde closes in, their every step a promise of pain. Blood-soaked and twitching with dark energy, their glowing red eyes lock onto him, pure hunger burning in their gaze. Helmet on, mace and shield ready, Song-ho steps up, a chillingly calm, "Have you been well?" echoing as he stares down the nightmare. Forget your average shamblers, these survival life zombies are next level. The game's rules state they don't infect with a virus, they just unleash a primal GRR, as their faces twist into terrifying masks of fury. These monsters see everything as prey, and the more they absorb, the stronger they get. Now, they're charging, a terrifying kayak, ripping through the air as they close in. But before that blonde zombie could even touch him, Song-ho unleashes a brutal mace swing, purple energy erupting on impact as he snarls, "Hey, watch where you bare those teeth." And as the bald zombie lunges next, Song-ho slams his shield forward, a blinding blue aura exploding from it as he barks, "Clench your jaw," holding the line against the onslaught. Song-ho unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his bladed weapon a blur of motion. The sharp edge tearing through the air with a vicious hum, decapitating the zombie in a gruesome explosion of purple blood. He stares down at the lifeless husk, a thought flashing through his mind: these things are way too easy, did they seriously nerf them this hard? A holographic notification pops up, granting him 4 points, and he can't help but think, back in the day, even with a decent weapon, it took at least 2 hits to drop these guys. But even with this newfound power, he refuses to let his guard down, remembering the brutal lessons learned from fighting orcs. As a veteran player, that kind of slip-up is a one-way ticket to disaster. Song-ho is absolutely tearing through these zombies, landing another epic, glowing strike and racking up 2 more points. The system even hints at a pistol being nearby, like a secret weapon waiting to be found. But then, out of nowhere, a deafening sound just explodes through the air, a gunshot that changes everything. He freezes, his brain going into overdrive, thinking, wait, was that a gunshot? Is there actually another survivor out here? Then it hits him: even if someone isn't an awakener, just getting exposed to zombie spores means they can still randomly survive, which is a total game changer for how he sees this whole apocalypse. He keeps fighting, his weapon slicing through another zombie, the sheer brutality of his attacks just proving that random survival is a real thing. This new intel is huge, meaning he can finally get some solid info on what's really going on out there. He bursts into a small, blood-splattered room, finding an injured guy slumped over, and Song-ho's like, did I just miss my chance? A blood-soaked photo of a woman is just tossed aside, a brutal reminder of everything lost, and Song-ho just stares, his helmet reflecting the sheer horror of it all. The injured guy, blood all over his face, manages a weak smile, muttering that his words probably won't make anyone feel better right now. With a look of pure gratitude, the guy hands over a small case, thanking Song-ho for showing up just in time. Song-ho grabs the case, and bam, it's a pistol. He's already thinking about his next move, now with some serious firepower. The injured survivor, his head now bandaged, lay slumped against a wall, utterly spent. Meanwhile, Song-ho burst from the building, finally stepping out into the fresh air. His foot came down hard, crushing a small, purple monster, its gut splattering across the pavement. He didn't even break stride, his boot grinding the creature's corpse into the ground. Prepping his jet ski, he grimly acknowledged the brutal truth of this new world, he'd have to kill to survive, and he was ready. Gazing across the endless water, he caught sight of a distant figure, a sudden, unexpected encounter in this desolate world. He figured this was just how things were now, but still, he couldn't help but be shocked, another soul out here, just as obsessed with farming as him. Then, with a powerful roar, his jet ski tore across the water, leaving a massive, frothy trail. He absolutely flew across the waves, the engine screaming as he picked up insane speed. Suddenly, another jet ski pulled up right beside him, ridden by a mysterious figure in identical gear. And then, in the far distance, a colossal ship emerged, its dark silhouette dominating the horizon. He took in the unexpected meeting, deciding to treat this whole thing as a warm-up, a rehearsal for what was to come. Still reeling from the brutal truth of his existence, Song-ho's mind burns with contempt for any trace of hypocrisy. He carves a path through the churning waves on his jet ski, a lone warrior speeding across the ocean's expanse. The sun sets, only to rise again, bringing with it a new chapter, the dawn of the next day. Under the ominous twilight, a building looms in the city, and a voice sighs, but still, you know. Breaking news blares across the screen, a desperate plea demanding, where on earth is the survival life developer? The report screams about zombies at Gamshinport, and how every political faction is scrambling to find this developer, leaving one to wonder, meanwhile. President Jang Won-taek takes the stage, his swift response to the zombie outbreak triggering a cascade of emergency protocols from the Blue House, mobilizing everyone from university professors to military commanders and even construction bigwigs. In a cosmic alignment of minds, Jang Won-taek and Song-ho face off, the president realizing their strategies are perfectly in sync. Jang Won-taek's mind races to the ultimate move, declaring it's time to unleash the final justification. Across town, Song-ho is locked in a call, getting the intel drop from Lee Woo-byum, the countermeasures HQ administrator, who's spilling all the crucial info. Jang Won-taek, on a high-stakes call, declares with chilling precision, "I know the exact time of D-Day," leaving his subordinate stammering, sir. Kwon Kyung-jun, his eyes burning with an eerie purple glow, demands on the phone, to unblock the caller ID, then drops a bombshell. Didn't the hobgoblin have a gunshot wound on its shoulder? Meanwhile, Survivor 2's face contorts in pure terror, gasping, "As surely you are," as a horrifying realization dawns. Song-ho's on the line, and he's not here for small talk, he's cutting straight to the chase. Across town, Kwon Kyung-jun is locked in, jotting down the critical intel. D-Day is July 20th at 1300 hours sharp. And get this, a mysterious package is dropping this afternoon. The voice on the other end drops a loaded message, "Hope you use this well." Song-ho's jaw tightens as he fires back a terse reply, a silent wish hanging in the air. His eyes are sharp, absorbing every word, as the narrator ominously declares, "This is the true fortune of war." The clock is ticking down fast, just 4 days left until the apocalypse hits. The president's moves were absolutely clutch, while the internet blew up with frantic messages, "War, troops everywhere, they're shutting down the power plant." Back with Song-ho, his phone buzzed with a chilling alert, a system-wide message declaring power and internet would be gone in just 2 minutes. He processed the chaos, knowing full well that relying solely on social media meant he couldn't vouch for the truth of any of it. Then came the official broadcast, a chilling directive, stock up on 4 days of supplies, and get home to your families, now. Peering through his window, Song-ho watched the grim reality hit the streets, as armed soldiers and a military jeep rolled by, a stark sign of the escalating crisis. On the street below, a cluster of worried civilians gathered, their eyes glued to a phone screen displaying an official statement, promising more news at 9 p.m. on July 20th. Song-ho took it all in, a silent realization dawning, the authorities' response was absolutely flawless. A wave of regret washed over him, almost making him wish he'd kept his mouth shut. His hands balled into fists, a frustrated thought burning, if he'd only known they'd manage this smoothly, he would have gambled on his trait and gone all in from day one. But a colder logic quickly cut through the emotion, telling him that none of that would have changed the outcome, so there was no point in playing the what-if game. Under the eerie glow of the moon, he stepped out, a forgotten promise from that very day echoing in his mind. He stares down his own digital reflection, dropping a truth bomb, "I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person." But is he really? Lockdowns had completely shut down the real world, making everything impossible. So he made the call to stay in the other world for a bit longer, where an excavator was already tearing up the ground, getting things done. Ugh, he groans, this project was going to drag on for days. But he wasn't wasting time, he was sorting through his massive video library, categorizing everything from wild game cooking to farming basics like a pro. Then, on day D2, while out scouting with Dingo, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, completely blown away by what he saw. Staring at the glowing fruit, he knew he had to investigate, a wild thought sparking, could this entire forest be some kind of enchanted, super fertile zone? But then, on day D1, a major problem hit, a colossal, reinforced door blocked his path. He just stared at the impenetrable barrier, a single, bewildered escaping his lips. Inside his stash, on a shelf packed with goodies, he instantly spotted it, 2 sweet potato jellies were gone. And then, his eyes locked onto a shriveled, dried-up grape, just chilling on the floor. What in the world was that doing there? He gets down low, staring intensely at his furry friend, dropping a playful accusation, "Did you eat them, dingo?" The little guy lets out a sad whimper, and Songho's like, "Dude, no lying." Dingo keeps whimpering, rolling over to show his belly, totally playing the innocent card, while Songho just stands there, looking deep in thought. He processes the pup's reaction, and it hits him, Dingo's acting too innocent, so it couldn't have been him. Dingo barks once more, practically begging for his innocence, and Songho gets it, "Alright, you're innocent, so I guess I'll just check the CCTV, huh?" He settles into his chair, Dingo snuggled up next to him, and starts digging through the security footage, muttering, "Alright, let's see what we've got." Then, his eyes snap open, totally caught off guard by what he sees, a stunned, escaping him. The CCTV feed shows it all, 2 tiny, beetle-like critters, one blue, one pink, wiggling right through the doggy door, proving a beetle came in through the doggy door. The blue beetle, now solo, is caught on camera dropping a grape, then making a clean getaway with a packet of jelly. The camera gets a clear shot of the blue beetle right next to the jelly packet, looking tiny but determined to swipe that snack. Songho's mind is blown, trying to wrap his head around what he just saw, thinking, "Whoa, check out how it moves. Is this thing actually smart? How is it so intelligent?" He lets out a frustrated groan, raking his hand through his hair, clearly torn between annoyance and pure fascination. "Man, I'm dying to track this thing down and see for myself, but..." After the wild snack heist, Songho gets serious, locking down the doggy door to prevent any more bizarre intrusions, his loyal wolf pup by his side. But the action doesn't stop there. Getting ready for some serious company, he casually opens a portal, ready to bring the party to him. The portal explodes into a dazzling blue vortex, energy surging as the gateway to another dimension rips open. Back at the base, the squad's all here. Jo Soo-yeon, Oh Hyungjin, Lee Kyung-hoon, and Kim Bora are chilling, ready for whatever's next. Song-ho, with his trusty wolf pup, takes a seat, impressed they all made it through the lockdowns. Oh Hyungjin points to a new guy, announcing he's the final member of their gym crew, ready to join the ranks. Yoo Hyun, the fresh face, looks a little out of his element, managing a shy, hello, as he steps into the spotlight. He quickly settles in, announcing, "My name is Yoo Hyun," to the group. Yoo Hyun spills the tea on his past, revealing he awakened but immediately quit the game, so he's clueless about it, but he's an electrical engineering genius, so he's got that going for him. Song-ho makes his move, hand out, declaring, "Nice to meet you. I'm a non-awakener, Kong Song-ho." They lock hands in a power shake, with Yoo Hyun admitting the director hyped him up and asking to be treated like family. Now that everyone's acquainted, Yoo Hyun gets down to business, proposing they start sharing intel, one by one. The moment of truth arrived, and the group turned to Oh Hyungjin, urging him to kick things off. A look of surprise flashed across his face, then he launched into his story, a phone call with his ex-wife, cut short by a sudden deadline. His brow furrowed in thought, he pressed on with the unsettling details. But the real shocker came on his drive home, when he saw something that made his blood run cold, a memory that still made him gasp. His ride home took an unexpected turn, as the path ahead became impassable. He'd literally seen them throwing up barricades on the highway, a chilling indicator of how bad things were getting. And the intel he picked up was even wilder, they were evacuating everyone near the Ulsan petrochemical complex. The chaotic scene, with massive industrial towers looming over frantic crowds, was a terrifying snapshot of the unfolding catastrophe. Next up, Jo Soo-yeon was asked to spill the beans, and she revealed she'd been with her crew the whole time, but had one critical intel drop. Her big reveal. They'd built a shelter right in the Citizens Park, a massive, secure fortress in the middle of everything. Jo Soo-yeon held up a mysterious glowing orb, and Oh Hyungjin, arms crossed, couldn't help but ask, "Is that even possible?" He confessed it was mind-blowing, even after seeing it with his own eyes, the reality of it all still felt like a glitch in the Matrix. She drops a bombshell, revealing that she and Yoo Hyun were at the mart and overheard something huge. A chilling detail about high-ranking officials who dared to oppose the president's decisions being detained. Song-ho takes it all in, a grim nod confirming he's processing every word, but then he reveals this intel is even better than he expected. He knows the end is coming, and he's determined to uncover the president's full, terrifying intentions. But here's the kicker, he already knows everything. Which is why he doesn't need to ask for information one by one, the reason is simple, and it's about to blow their minds. To make someone truly understand, you don't just give them facts, you give them the corresponding reasoning and information, the whole picture. He stands at the center of a glowing holographic grid, surrounded by the digital representations of his allies, a true leader orchestrating his forces. Knowing there are massive risks involved, and he's got a specific, game-changing order in mind. Addressing his holographic team, he urges everyone to listen calmly, his voice a steady anchor in the coming storm. As he drops the ultimate truth bomb, it seems the president is aiming for a controlled apocalypse. He then asks if it isn't strange that unexplained lockdowns began on the afternoon of July 16, hinting at a deeper, more sinister plan unfolding right under their noses. 4 days. That's how long national facilities have been completely shut down, a terrifying silence that screams volumes about what the government is really up to. Mi-kyung can't help but ask, why would the government suddenly pull a move like this? It can only mean one thing. Yoo Hyun drops the bomb, the end is definitely coming, and it's coming fast. Jo Soo-yeon lays out the chilling timeline, if they connect the dots, July 20th, the day the lockdown ends, is going to be D-Day. Yoo Hyun starts to lose it, the reality hits him hard as he thinks about his family. Mi-kyung quickly brings him back to reality, telling him to get a grip. Yoo Hyun, pulling himself together, declares that it might sound harsh, but right now, it's all about individual survival, even over family. Oh Hyungjin and Jo Soo-yeon are locked in, understanding they absolutely cannot forget the brutal reality of their situation. Mi-kyung's voice is chilling, any one of them could be a zombie by tomorrow. Then, Song-ho takes center stage, finally dropping the real reason he gathered everyone. He slams down a stack of papers, declaring his plan is to share the ultimate tutorial strategy guide and all the survival intel they'll need. Oh Hyungjin, totally stunned, demands to know how he knows all this, and Song-ho just casually drops that he's been watching Jimbaplover's videos. He drops a bombshell apology to Mi-kyung for his secrecy, but she's quick to fire back, confessing her own lies. Clutching the manual like a lifeline, Mi-kyung gives him the green light to use the intel however he wants. But he lays down the law, warning that when it comes to the tutorial, following the manual is non-negotiable. His own selfish ambition, cloaked in the guise of necessity, had brought him to this moment. With everyone gone, midnight rolled in, leaving him and his furry sidekick alone on a silent rooftop. He'd gone all out, preparing like crazy, the sheer scale of his efforts hanging heavy in the night air as the city glittered beneath him. For the past 32 days, he'd been through hell and back, battling monstrous threats and learning the hard way how to survive. Yet, a nagging thought persisted, his ruthless decisions, justified as survival, could still blow up in his face. He stared up at the vast night sky, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze. No matter the fallout, he had zero regrets, even as a barrage of missiles ripped through the sky above the mountains. Then, a relentless wave of glowing projectiles tore into the atmosphere, their blazing trails scarring the night sky. Then, a mind-blowing explosion ripped through the distance, making him grit his teeth and curse at the sheer, raw power unleashed. He's locked in, binoculars glued to his eyes, scanning the star-filled night sky, his face etched with intense focus. Then, his eyes snap into focus, glowing with a faint amber light, as he zeroes in on the distant chaos, the full, terrifying scale of the apocalypse, the real D-Day, exploding into view. The city's lockdown finally shattered with the dawn. And with his crucial preparations now complete, he was primed. The world outside stood ready, fortified with bulletproof glass and high-strength wooden doors, a stark reminder of the threats that lay in wait. Sticking to his grim morning ritual, he plunged a syringe filled with paralyzing poison into his arm. Green veins erupting across his skin as he fought through the agony, pushing past 299 reps of some brutal training. Smashing his goal of 300, he swiftly suited up for battle. He cinched his gear tight, the combat vest a second skin. Before a quick, quiet breakfast with Dingo, the pup happily munching away. He waited, watch in hand, for the clock to strike 9. Then, a sudden, booming sound ripped through the silence, and he knew instantly, it was go time. Even Dingo, snoozing peacefully, felt the shift as reality itself began to glitch and tear around them. The president's national address blared, and Song-ho, glued to the screen, absorbed every chilling word. Martial law declared for July 16th. The military seizing control of everything. The news hit like a hammer, confirming the apocalypse was officially here. A colossal meteor screamed towards Earth, and he couldn't help but think, who else could have led us to this epic, dignified end? The answer was obvious, wasn't it? Only President Jang Won-taek could have orchestrated such a dramatic, world-changing event. He clutched the remote, a heavy sigh escaping him, muttering, "Man, I really hoped this day would never come." But there was no turning back now, was there? He had to survive, no matter what. Standing tall, bathed in an otherworldly glow, he was a true veteran of the apocalypse, ready for anything. And right by his side, his trusty wolf pup, Dingo, let out a confident woof, ready to face the end of the world together. He'd already spent 2 intense hours getting ready, meticulously checking his warehouse, packed with all his farmed loot. His training ground was next, where he meticulously set up all the gear he'd need after the wire disease hit, before finally stepping back into the real world. And just as he predicted, reality itself began to glitch and tear apart, a helpless figure already plummeting from the sky. The world had officially transformed into a living nightmare, with bodies raining down and monstrous shadows already stalking the shattered city streets. The apocalypse hit, and immediately, it was a free-for-all. Fights broke out everywhere, with one dude just absolutely wailing on another, no mercy. Everyone just let loose their darkest desires, the world going absolutely wild as society completely broke down. Even a guy getting absolutely wrecked on the ground just laughed it off, saying, hee hee, we're all gonna die soon anyway, might as well get it in, talk about dark humor. And the beatdown just kept going, a sickening crunch as more blood exploded into the air. Some people were just straight up murdering others without a second thought, with one guy casually asking, what kind of dumbass stands in the middle of the road to get himself killed? Cold. His blonde buddy chimed in, yeah, just our luck to find that guy. Good riddance, right? This car's useless once the wire disease hits anyway. Talk about priorities. Meanwhile, Song-ho was up on a rooftop, watching all this madness go down, a harsh voice in his head calling him out, and you, watching from the rooftop like a fucking loser. Ouch. Down below, the bat-wielding maniac was still going at it, and that voice in Song-ho's head kept up the pressure, don't you dare turn into a zombie. I'll just turn you into points myself. Inside Song-ho, a wild transformation was happening, one half of him cool and collected, the other absolutely blazing with red-eyed power. Back on the rooftop, now geared up, Song-ho was thinking, this isn't some grand era of romance, so what's with this declaration of war? Huh. He's ready for action. The sky above him was a total mess, filled with falling debris and military jets, a terrifying spectacle of the world just falling apart. As Song-ho watched the world burn, he couldn't help but think, wow, a government that worries about its citizens' safety until the very end, sarcasm much? Clutching a map to a time shelter, Song-ho can't help but feel a stark contrast between himself and the normal people who'd seek safety there. He thinks, if only everyone was like them, maybe this apocalypse wouldn't be so bad. But then, a dose of reality hits him, reminding him that everyone's different, and there's nothing he can do about it. A quick flashback, a hand gripping his own gloved one, a stark contrast to the isolation he now faces. With a determined look, he asks himself, is it time to get ready again? He steps out into the blinding light, his shadow stretching as he heads down the steps. The world is still a dark unknown, and there are only 3 minutes left until the zombie spores hit. Standing by his motorcycle, trailer hitched, he confirms his reality check is officially done. He eyes the oxygen tanks in the trailer, questioning if they're enough to last until the wire disease really kicks in. He runs through his farming route in his head, overlaid on a holographic map, making sure every single turn is locked in. He checks his watch, then worries about forgetting to ditch his non-magic metal watch once the wire disease takes over. A small smirk crosses his face as he brushes off the thought, telling himself he's not obsessed with safety. After relentless preparation for the apocalypse. Now, the real game begins. With a roar of his engine and a blinding flash of light. But the apocalypse is already here, and on a deserted street. His desperate cries are answered by a horrifying, decaying hand reaching for him. The monster's decaying fingers clamp around his neck. Just moments later, the man is gone, replaced by a new nightmare. The fresh zombie joins its monstrous comrades. Just as a zombie looms in the street. Boom! Song-ho explodes onto the scene, his motorcycle a streak of pure speed and electric blue energy. The apocalypse is here. A terrifying horde of zombies, eyes blazing crimson, is already tearing through the streets, their tattered bodies a horrifying sign of the end times. Song-ho, cool as ever on his bike, just casually observes, fewer zombies than I expected. Is he serious right now? But then, a gut-wrenching sight, a family, trapped, eyes turning red, screaming their last goodbyes. The horror is real, and it's happening fast. A quick check in the rearview mirror shows the city's gone to hell, and he's left asking the big question, is anyone left who hasn't turned? He revs the engine, full throttle. No time to waste. Blasting past a pharmacy, he notices the shutters are still up. He's thinking, perfect for farming, lucky me. He's already calculating, deciding that any other survivors would just be a hindrance to his mission. He whips around a corner, focused on his next move in this chaotic world. He pulls up, grabs a massive sledgehammer, and gets ready to absolutely demolish that manhole cover. Boom! He brings the hammer down, smashing the cover to pieces in an epic display of force. And just like that, a shimmering blue portal erupts from below. He's found his way in, announcing, open portal. What's next? Stepping out of the glowing blue portal, Song-ho drops his massive sledgehammer with a resounding clang, ready to conquer whatever lies ahead. His mind already on overdrive, he knows he's gotta move fast now. No time to waste. He leaps over a pile of boxes, a blur of motion. Snatching up supplies, he realizes the zombie spores take time to fully infect, buying him precious moments. His next target? The hardware store, before it's too late. With a smart plan, he'll dodge all the pointless battles. But wait. His adorable wolf pup pops up by the portal, looking super confused by a tiny pill bottle. One innocent boop, and bam. An avalanche of pills crashes down. Song-ho just shakes his head, declaring, "Alright, pharmacy run over." Taking a quick inventory, he's actually crushing it. A smirk forms under his helmet as he thinks, "Whoa, I'm way ahead of schedule." Visor up, he stares ahead, eyes burning with fierce determination for what's next. He thought he had it all figured out, but the universe had other plans. Facing down a massive, double-reinforced security door, he was like, seriously? Double security? For real? But deep down, he knew this was coming, so he was ready, his eyes behind the visor locked on the prize. Armed with an oxygen cutter, he went to work, sparks flying as he tore through the defenses. This thing was a beast, but man, was it loud, screaming its way through the metal and announcing his presence to everyone. Then, a terrifying red blur flashed into view, and he knew the noise had done it. Even with their tracking ability nerfed, they were still coming. One down, but another was already closing in, its guttural groans filling the air. Its face was a nightmare of decay, and those glowing red eyes promised nothing but trouble. Suddenly, he was swarmed, the air thick with the smell of death and the groans of the horde, their glowing red eyes all fixed on him. Even after taking some down, they just kept coming, a never-ending wave of glowing red eyes pouring out of the darkness. An unknown voice drops a bombshell, reminding everyone about the Russian ship incident, implying they should already know what's coming. While a lone warrior in a white helmet stands his ground, staring down a terrifying horde of shambling zombies in a dark, claustrophobic corridor. But don't let their numbers fool you. A voiceover clarifies these are just early-stage zombies, practically pushovers before they've powered up on nutrients, their terrifying growls just a prelude to their easy defeat. And get this, the voice adds, even after their power got nerfed. Song-ho wastes no time, his mace igniting with a blinding blue aura as he winds up for a devastating strike, ready to send the first zombie packing. He slams the mace down with brutal power, a shocking blue explosion marking the instant impact on the zombie's skull. The voice drives the point home, even a total newbie can take these things down, no sweat, as long as they know the secret weak spots. Another zombie lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its head violently recoiling as a geyser of purple blood erupts from a brutal hit. It's absolutely true, the voice declares, as Song-ho keeps up his insane assault, his mace a blur of blue energy as he smashes into yet another enemy. With one last, explosive smash, he obliterates the zombie's head, and the narrator drops a bombshell, real-life difficulty is actually easier than the game. Instantly, 3 glowing holographic notifications pop up, each one screaming that he just racked up 2 more points. Song-ho just wrecked another one, its body a twisted mess from his mace, and he's already thinking, points are practically handed out now. But hold up, a new challenge just dropped, and he's already calculating his next move, wondering how to handle this fresh wave of trouble. Suddenly, a whole squad of zombies, eyes blazing red, comes lurching out of the shadows, looking like they just crawled out of a horror movie. He could totally go with the classic move, funnel them into a tight spot and pick them off like it's a game, but something else is brewing. But nah, he's got a better idea, dropping to a knee and pulling out an oxygen cutter, those tanks practically screaming, "Power up." A light bulb goes off in his head, like, wait, I've got this insane oxygen cutter on me, why not go full beast mode? Forget the stealth, forget the tactics, he's just gonna dive in and wipe out the entire zombie squad in one epic move. He's about to go off, but first, he drops a chilling pre-battle speech to the incoming horde, letting them know exactly what's coming. He's been holding back, he admits, only avoiding these guys before because he didn't want to waste precious grinding time. His grip on the oxygen cutter goes iron tight, the blade igniting with a wicked blue glow, ready to unleash pure chaos. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, he carves a path through the zombie horde, his glowing blue energy blade ripping through them like they're made of paper, a shower of gore and light erupting with every strike. He's not holding back, and it's not because he's scared, it's pure, cold calculation, a master at work optimizing his monster-slaying grind. Song-ho drops in with a devastating blue energy strike, his custom oxygen cutter blazing with raw power. But as he lands, a swarm of red-eyed zombies immediately closes in, their roars echoing all around him. He dodges their clumsy lunges with effortless grace, a mental note to himself to stay sharp, always thinking ahead. Inside his helmet, his mind races, recalling the thousands of hours he'd sunk into that trash game, all that grind now paying off in spades. His boots hit the ground with a steady rhythm, mentally scoffing that these aren't even proper ghouls. He leaps, delivering a brutal mid-air kick to a charging zombie, taunting them, asking if they seriously think he'd lose to a disorganized mob like them. Then, with a lightning-fast move, his blue energy blade carves a path, cleaving through multiple zombies in one epic strike. He stands over the defeated horde, surveying his handiwork, a smirk hidden beneath his helmet, admitting it was still pretty fun. He pulls out a cigarette, lighting it with a casual flick, calling this hard-earned break his reward. But then, a wall behind him erupts in a blazing red inferno, the air practically screaming with energy. His energy blade, now supercharged with that same fiery red, is ready, a chilling promise to send his next target off with a bang. He slams the blazing red blade into a zombie, the creature's agonizing scream cut short as it's utterly annihilated. He wrapped up his loot run at the hardware store. And then it was time to roll. But, of course, the armory was already picked clean. But before he could even get bummed out. Amidst the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the parking lot. A dead cop, still gripping his sidearm. A quick zip. Jackpot. Inside, he found exactly what he wanted. Revving his motorcycle with a powerful roar. Even with the chilling grrrah of zombies echoing in the distance. With the terrain detection skill he snagged from that hobgoblin, his senses were absolutely dialed in. And boosted by the perception and handiwork stats from his gear, he was practically seeing the world in 4D, a glowing, tactical overlay of the city popping up around him. He absolutely floored it on his motorcycle, leaving those slowpoke zombies in the dust, their pathetic chase attempts failing as he smoothly transferred his loot into storage. That horde, man, they were slow at first, but they were definitely starting to gather and give chase. When he finally hit the motorcycle, he saw it, the zombies were actually starting to gather and chase him down. He scoped out the motorcycle specialty shop, a thought crossing his mind, figures, everyone's probably thinking the exact same thing, trying to snag a ride. After stashing the last ATV and a bunch of other gear, he quickly checked his stats in the other world, noting the ATV was perfect for off-road action. His status screen popped up, level 6, 105 points, health 9, strength 12, agility 9, handiwork 11, plus 2, perception 10, plus 2, with his insane dimensional gate trait, survival craving, and terrain detection skills all online, but he was still battling level 1 dehydration and fatigue. He took a quick breather to shake off those nasty debuffs, with his little wolf pup chilling nearby, and then it hit him, the dimensional gate was totally busted. After that, he stepped back out, a cool blue energy crackling around him as he re-entered the fray. He started brainstorming where to grind next, but then a wild idea hit him, a totally different strategy forming. Then, out of nowhere, they appeared. 2 dudes on a motorcycle with a sidecar, the passenger screaming, "You bastard. We finally found you." Suddenly, he's hit by an invisible attack, a taunting voice blasting through his thoughts, "If you're an Awakenerless nobody, act like one and stay home." The blonde antagonist, practically buzzing with yellow energy, snarls, "Do you know how long we've been looking for you?" The barrage keeps coming, yellow lightning ripping through the air, every hit a brutal reminder of his desperate situation. A devastating kick sends him soaring through the air, the impact exploding with blinding yellow energy. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, a frustrated "damn" escaping him, his helmeted figure enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, barely holding on. He thinks, a wry smirk hidden beneath his helmet, "You're going to see me soon anyway. Isn't this obsession a bit much?" Weighing his choices, he makes a snap decision, "Anyway, what should I do? Open the dimensional gate." Back with the pursuers, the blonde antagonist, flanked by his bat-wielding buddy, boasts, "No matter how I do it, killing them is simple." Talk about overconfidence. The blonde antagonist, a cruel grin spreading across his face, screams, "You ready to die, you bastard," as he unleashes another brutal kick. He thinks, a twisted logic forming in his mind, and since the tutorial hasn't even started yet, there's no way the system would classify me as a murderer. He then adds, a beat of confusion, "Huh." His face twists in irritation as he grumbles, "But this bastard, even if it did apply." He presses on, now armed with a crossbow, "Your first kill only results in a warning, so there'd be no problem." But then he looks around, utterly baffled, where the hell did he go? Despite his recent close call, the weight of what he's done, or what he might have to do, still gnaws at Songho, a dark cloud he just can't shake off. He's grappling with the ultimate question, is it ever okay to take a life in the real world? This isn't just a game anymore, and the stakes are impossibly high. But there's no time for philosophical debates. A blur of motion, a surge of power, and he's already on the attack, a masked menace striking with brutal efficiency. The blonde guy doesn't even see it coming. He's instantly caught in a vice-like grip, his windpipe crushed as a chilling voice orders him to spill the beans. Choking and desperate, the blonde guy gasps out, "Why me?" only to get a cold, hard truth back, "Because I stole the girl you were obsessed with." Talk about a brutal reveal. The masked figure tightens his grip, daring the blonde to admit his real motives. His taunts about being on the bed with her are brutally interrupted by a lightning-fast kick, sending him flying with a guttural cry of pain. He crashes to the floor, stunned, as the masked figure looms over him, delivering a terrifying final warning, "This is it. Your last shot to make things right." Even beaten, the blonde guy tries to pull the moral card, begging, don't hurt innocent people. But the masked figure just scoffs, seriously, as if it's the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard. The masked figure fires back with ice-cold sarcasm, mocking the blonde's hypocrisy. You're talking about morals, you looter. Desperate, the blonde guy tries to turn the tables, yelling, you're just like me, you idiot. But the masked figure shuts him down cold, branding him, selfish trash who only cares about himself. The blonde guy's face contorts in pure agony as the truth hits him like a truck. Song-ho unleashes a devastating, red-hot strike, the force of it exploding downwards with an intense pik. Crimson energy streaks behind his helmet, a blazing testament to his overwhelming might. Just like that, he's got the blonde guy by the throat, who's absolutely drenched in fear, eyes bugging out. Song-ho's grip is iron tight, and the blonde guy's mind is reeling, finally admitting, now that I hear it, you're right. A silent understanding hangs in the air, the blonde guy's internal thanks a total capitulation. Song-ho pushes him down even harder, and the blonde guy's mind is like, whoa, you actually cleared my head. The blonde guy tries to beg, spare me. But Song-ho's hand clamps over his mouth, shutting him up with a brutal phk as his head snaps back. Suddenly, a blinding realization hits the blonde guy, as he finally confesses, I just didn't want to admit it. Song-ho's mind is reeling, a low damn escaping him, as he thinks, I've fought over 100 deathmatches in Sura, but dash. He's kneeling over the knocked-out blonde guy, and a blue system notification pops up, you have gained 50 PO. He clenches his fist, a guttural HIEEK, escaping him as he thinks, killing someone in real life. It's way dirtier than I ever thought. But dash. Inhak looms over the fallen survivor, bat ready, as the guy on the ground, despite his defeat, still throws shade, calling him a crybaby. But elsewhere, Song-ho, helmet on, drops a cold warning, his voice cutting through the silence with a chilling, watch your back. And just like that, the warning comes true. Inhak is swarmed by a horde of grotesque zombies, their glowing red eyes locked on him, one of them even snarling, behind me. The creatures just keep coming, an unstoppable tide, as Song-ho's mind races, grappling with the idea of trash people, even if he's starting to feel like one of them. He labels them thugs who steal without restraint, a conviction that hardens as he watches the menacing zombie horde close in. Inhak gets absolutely mauled, a zombie sinking its teeth into his arm while another tears at his back, and Song-ho's internal struggle rages on, he just can't shake the moral weight of it all, no matter how I think about it. Then, a gruesome close-up, a bloodied hand, probably Inhak's, lies on the filthy ground, a brutal reminder of the chaos. Song-ho's inner voice delivers a cold, hard truth, they are people who deserve to die in the apocalypse, his helmeted stare unwavering, a grim resolve hardening his features. Behold the chilling, murderer system, a hooded figure with eyes burning red, a feature dropped into the game 3 months post-launch, initially to shut down those pesky trolls. But hold up, good intentions or not, this system went sideways fast. The hooded killer, eyes blazing, is already taking down a terrified player. At first, a murder was just a slap on the wrist, a mere warning because they were terrified of losing players, but the system made it clear, we're watching you now. But after the third kill, all bets were off, no exceptions. The hooded figure surveys the carnage, a true testament to how brutal this system became. The system's judgment is swift and brutal, a terrifying red alert screaming, you are a murderer, right into the killer's glowing gaze. But here's the twist, for the second murder, if you didn't land the killing blow yourself, the system would actually check for complicity. It wasn't just about the final hit, the system weighed your involvement, meaning you could actually get off the hook if you weren't the main culprit. And get this, they dropped this massive patch just a week before the game shut down. So, the real question is, why would anyone even bother becoming a murderer? The answer is simple, and it's all about the gains, massive point boosts and insane stat enhancements, raining down like golden coins. But wait, there's more than just stats. You could also snatch your opponent's unique skills, visualized as these epic glowing cards. That's the ultimate power play, the reason players went full-on murderer mode, as the hooded figure, now radiating a cool blue aura, kneels, ready for the next kill. But wait, there's more. These brand new special abilities were a huge draw, a total game changer for players. Because that one feature alone was enough to make the boring, survival game an absolute blast. Just look at this guy, a hooded figure with terrifying red eyes and a blood-soaked knife, absolutely loving the chaos. But hold up, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Every pro has a con, and this system had a huge catch, once you became a murderer, you were locked in. You had to keep killing. The chilling words, death field open, flash across the screen, reflecting the sheer terror on a character's face, a brutal reminder that there's no escape from this deadly loop. Picture this, a destroyed city, and there's Song-ho, hoodie up, with 2 other players by his side, one rocking bunny ears, the other in a blue shirt, all under the ghostly glow of a colossal barrier. Here's the kicker, if 3 or more players grouped up, whether they liked it or not, a chant would force a barrier to pop up, trapping them in a brutal death match. The guy with the glowing green eyes is totally scheming, what skill should I hook our boy up with, while Rabbit Gongju, lurking behind him, just gives this super intense, serious stare. This whole setup might sound like a murderer's dream come true at first, but then BAM. Song-ho, still hooded, gets absolutely rocked by a punch, blood flying everywhere. A sick blue energy explodes around him, but let me tell you, in the late game, when all the hardcore veterans were around, this system was pure toxic waste. And once you cross that line and become a murderer, the outcome is brutal. Just look at these defeated players, sprawled out, one even glowing with a creepy purple light. Even though a unique heartbeat should be blaring, he's completely unfazed, feeling absolutely nothing. Song-ho, now rocking a mask and tactical gear, is totally chill, his gloved hand relaxed, giving off major, unbreakable vibes. He realizes the system's full power hasn't even kicked in yet, still stuck in the pre-tutorial phase, a chilling thought. Which means, for a few intense hours, he can kill without consequence, a terrifying freedom. A brutal tableau of bodies lies scattered around him, the ground slick with crimson. This isn't just some game, he thinks, the weight of his actions settling in. Donning his tactical gear and helmet, he can't help but admit the madness that now consumes him. No more overthinking, he decides, just live by his own rules, a chilling resolve as a blood-stained knife gleams beside a fallen foe. His iron rule, unyielding and absolute, remains his sole guiding principle. Towering over a defeated opponent, he's ready to unleash his vengeance, responding to injustice with overwhelming force. His crossbow is locked and loaded, a silent promise of swift retribution. The shimmering blue portal destabilizes, a gun and a bag swallowed by its rapidly fading energy. With a powerful surge, he forces the gate shut, blue energy erupting from his hand, a stark reminder that this burning resolve is but a temporary flame. It's 4:30 p.m., and our hero is already on the scene, binoculars in hand, scoping out the action. He knows hitting up the heavy equipment and pesticide shops was smart, but even he can tell this zombie sit-in is a major problem. A massive zombie horde has completely surrounded the building, turning it into a death trap. The groaning undead are everywhere, clawing at the walls, and the ground is already soaked in blood. From his sniper's nest, Song-ho can't help but wonder how long these guys can last, trapped just 40 meters below. He zooms in, a guy in a red jacket is rocking a crossbow, while others are clutching bats, all of them looking totally freaked out. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt smashes through the window, glass exploding everywhere, and someone inside screams in pure panic, knowing they're in deep trouble. Chaos erupts inside. The spiky-haired man is yelling, screaming that they're trapped by the zombies, as the guy with the crossbow dramatically reloads. The spiky-haired dude, totally fed up, snaps back, basically calling the other guy an idiot with a furious, "What?" Crossbow aimed, the man in the red jacket threatens to put a hole in his head if he doesn't chill out, but the spiky-haired guy just laughs it off, daring him to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, outside, Song-ho cocks his crossbow with a chilling click, a dark smirk spreading across his face as he thinks they've messed with the wrong guy, especially since his specialty back in Seora was taking down humans. Song-ho's crossbow bolt, a crimson streak of pure power, slashes through the air with terrifying speed. And bam! It connects with a brutal impact, shredding the shoulder of the white-suited man, who screams as blood explodes everywhere. Chaos erupts. One survivor can't believe what just happened, while another desperately checks on their bleeding friend. The white-suited man clutches his gushing wound, his face a mask of agony as the spiky-haired guy holds him up, and the teal-jacketed woman can only stare, asking if the shooter is completely insane. Meanwhile, Song-ho watches the whole thing go down, a chilling thought echoing in his head, in this new world, it's not if you shoot, it's when. Inside, the red-jacketed man grins, a cold, hard truth in his eyes, proclaiming this the ultimate era of survival of the fittest. The spiky-haired guy, ditching his wounded buddy, shouts for everyone to get out, warning that they're next, then tells his crew to roll. The red-jacketed man and the teal-jacketed woman just walk away, he sneers at the left-behind duo, saying they should have just left when they had the chance. Song-ho witnesses the ultimate betrayal, a dark smirk on his face as he feels a twisted satisfaction, but then his expression hardens into a furious snarl as he curses those bastards. But wait! The injured white-suited man and the spiky-haired guy, now wielding bats, block their path. The white-suited man snarls, reminding them he warned them about the zombies, and they just told him to get lost. No hesitation. The spiky-haired man unleashes a savage swing, delivering a brutal, parting gift right to the red-jacketed man. The bat connects with a crushing blow, the sound of raw violence ripping through the abandoned building. The panic is palpable. A survivor in a red jacket lets out a primal scream, his face a mask of pure terror as they desperately try to escape. Peering through a sniper scope, we see the survivors in full flight across a rooftop, one of them yelling out a desperate plea, "Guys, run." The observer can't help but notice the sheer, raw energy of the guy leading the pack, calling it a truly rare spectacle. Song-ho, cool and collected behind his helmet, takes in the whole chaotic scene with a strange fascination, finding it an unexpectedly wild show. A fleeting thought flashes through his mind, a silent vow: if these guys actually make it out alive, he's gonna have to hook them up for the entertainment. He pulls the binoculars away, letting the distant chaos blur out, his focus already snapping to what's next. Suddenly, a dazzling blue portal, sparking with raw power, rips open in a calm room, and a tiny wolf pup is just chilling there, waiting. Song-ho glances at his watch, the clock ticking down, and a strategic thought hits him: sure, ditching the main force makes sense, but letting all those studios just sit there? That's a total waste of potential. He strides towards the shimmering portal, and Dingo, the wolf pup, gazes up at him with eager eyes, a silent, powerful connection sparking between them. A new, bold strategy clicks into place for him, a complete game changer. He announces, "It's your turn now." With a powerful, determined stride, Song-ho charges towards the portal, Dingo right there, loyal as ever, the pup barking a fierce, excited woof in response. The game just changed. A whole new challenge is about to drop, and the biggest question is, what happens next? He's already thinking ahead, strategizing for the early game, wondering where the zombie hordes would be thickest. The answer, he knows, is obvious. With Dingo trotting beside him through the desolate city, his mind races to the former hubs of human consumption. Anywhere food was easy to get, that's where the monsters would be feasting. A vision of a ravaged store confirms his theory, it's exactly as he predicted. A gruesome, blue-skinned zombie feasts among the wreckage, proving that big box stores are now zombie central. Normally, he thinks, you'd steer clear of these death traps. But for a veteran with over 1,000 hours of playtime, someone who knows the game inside and out, the strategy flips completely. Golden energy flares around his hand, glinting off a car, he's getting ready to make his move. Forget the usual early game grind, if you're prepped in the real world, these death traps become prime farming spots. He adjusts his helmet, a slight exhale escaping him, this is his chance to grind levels fast. This was the ultimate power play, hit level 10 before the tutorial even drops, and unlock that sweet, sweet shop. He's locked in, staring at the game-like UI, but after all that meticulous setup, a dose of reality hits him hard. With the disease outbreak already turning everything into a wasteland, he can't help but wonder if all this effort is just a massive waste. But then, a calm thought hits him, it's no big deal, he decides, as a surge of blue energy sparks from his hand. This is going to be huge for Dingo, and with the tutorial still hours away, it's go time. Geared up and ready for anything, he clutches a green jerrycan, the whole scene bathed in an intense, otherworldly blue glow. He kneels down, giving Dingo a reassuring pat, asking if the little guy remembers their training, and the wolf pup looks up, ready for action. His gloved hand makes a quick, decisive gesture, a silent command, the blue energy still crackling around his fingertips. He unleashes a devastating energy blast, a glowing projectile ripping through the air, and the impact reverberates across the entire street. Dingo explodes into action, a gray blur with glowing blue eyes, charging with insane speed, a blazing yellow aura trailing in its wake. Dingo bursts into a room crawling with decaying zombies, letting out furious barks, and the undead respond with terrifying growls, locking onto their new target. No hesitation. Dingo launches itself, its glowing paw smashing a zombie right in the head, sending a brutal shockwave through the undead menace. The zombies shriek in pure agony as Dingo unleashes a relentless, furious assault, a whirlwind of fur and glowing power ripping through their decaying forms. Dingo, the absolute unit of a wolf pup, just went full beast mode, a gray blur ripping through the zombie horde with insane speed and precision. Jaws locked onto a zombie's arm, its claws were already shredding another, sparks literally flying from the impact. Even as the groaning, grasping undead swarmed him, Dingo was totally unfazed, a tiny, furious beacon of pure energy in the middle of the chaos. Zombies were literally tripping over themselves, their rotting bodies just crumbling under Dingo's relentless, lightning-fast attacks. Then, with a gravity-defying leap, Dingo just sailed right over a collapsing zombie, moving with impossible grace. It landed, then immediately charged another group, those glowing blue eyes locked on target as it absolutely shredded the zombie ranks. Meanwhile, Song-ho was just chilling, watching the whole thing go down, a lighter sparking in his hand as he thought, yeah, this is exactly what I expected. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he launched a glowing projectile, a blue energy trail following it as it screamed towards the zombie mosh pit below. His internal monologue continued, a clear sense of pride in his voice, my kid is. Boom. The projectile exploded in a massive fireball, incinerating the zombies in a searing inferno, their growls turning into screams as one got launched by the blast. His thoughts wrapped up with a mic drop declaration, a genius. The flames just devoured the rest of the undead, their faces locked in silent, horrifying screams as the fire's light went absolutely nuclear around them. The fiery explosion from his attack absolutely detonated, consuming the horde in a brilliant, orange inferno. As the light faded, a powerful, resonant sound echoed, signifying the immense impact of his actions, a true game-changer. Moments later, a system notification materialized before him, confirming that his level had increased to a whopping 11. Another message followed, informing him of the sweet 116 points he had just obtained. The system then highlighted a significant milestone, explaining that upon reaching level 10, an additional effect would be added to his trait. Talk about a power-up. This new enhancement was revealed to be a dimensional slot. The possibilities are endless. The city is a sprawling concrete jungle, but time is ticking down, and the stakes are higher than ever. After a quick grocery run, he wasn't just grabbing snacks, he was salvaging 3 whole computer towers and NAS units from the studio apartments, because he knew the whole place was about to go down. These aren't just any computers, we're talking personal file servers, connecting multiple storage devices, absolutely crucial tech he's salvaging. His motorcycle cart is loaded with salvaged goods, and he's tearing through the collapsing streets like a boss. He summons a portal right in the middle of the road, locking its coordinates as a shimmering blue gateway rips open. Then, he blasts through to the other world, leaving the motorcycle and the doomed city behind, its purpose served. Once he's through, it's gear-up time. He swaps into non-metallic armor, rocking a UHMWPE helmet and an aramid fiber stab-proof vest. He's at the training ground now, just a kilometer from the shelter, and he's ready to get serious. He dives into his purple bag, pulling out and suiting up with the rest of his preset, high-tech gear. His specialized tools are laid out on a table nearby, a heavy-duty hammer and a compact scope, ready for action. And just like that, he's fully geared up, helmet visor down, ready to face whatever insane challenge comes next. Song-ho, now fully kitted out in his custom protective gear, gives himself a quick once-over, thinking, no metal zippers, no buckles, but it feels just like home. A digital voice cuts through the silence, announcing only 3 minutes left on the clock. He tightens his helmet, and suddenly, a chilling wave of unease washes over him. The unsettling feeling grows, a silent alarm blaring in his mind. He remembers his exclusive portal, a one-way ticket for him and his loot, confirming that the poisoned toad, Jidoki, is officially his now. The Grey Wolf Dingo is also officially his, and after some serious analysis, he's confirmed that both zombie spores and a terrifying wire disease are airborne threats. Green, ghostly energy wraps around a monitor, a chilling visual of the airborne threats, as the wire disease tears through everything in its path. A figure glows with a sickening green, writhing in pure agony, a terrifying reminder that zombie spores are deadly to humans, and who knows what else they can do. The ruined city sprawls out, a graveyard of crumbling buildings and rusted cars, a grim monument to the wire disease's devastating power. Knowing the wire disease can shred anything, he absolutely couldn't drop his guard for a second. He's now in the training ground, miles from safety, with nothing but wooden targets around him. All the prep is done, the threats are clear, and he thinks, what's the point of worrying anymore? Song-ho clenches a metallic orb, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. If his cutting-edge gear crumbles, he's got one shot, pure, unadulterated speed to dodge the destruction. But right now, he knows, there's only one mission, rip open that portal. And as a furious blue vortex of pure energy erupts before him, he locks in, pouring every ounce of his will into its creation. The countdown to 6 p.m. is on, just 3 heart-pounding seconds left. Then, a blink, and it's down to 2 seconds. And then, the final, agonizing 1 second. Boom. Right on cue, the dreaded wire disease makes its grand, terrifying entrance. It has officially landed. The plague is ripping through the air, now a full-blown catastrophe in Korea. In the game, this brutal affliction, famously dubbed the Metal Plague, is a force of pure, unadulterated destruction. The city is already feeling the impact, with a massive tower collapsing, its once proud structure dissolving into a cloud of destruction. The city is absolutely obliterated, buildings just shattering into a storm of debris and dust. And the wider shot? It just confirms the total devastation, with skyscrapers toppled and smoke choking the entire skyline. This metal plague just erased human civilization, turning cars into rusted, crushed junk in an instant. Seriously, in less than a blink of an eye, even the power grid just fried and vanished. Then, right in the middle of all that chaos, a huge glowing blue portal ripped open, its surface mirroring the destroyed city like a twisted window. But just as fast, the portal changed, showing a pristine, green forest, a total mind-bending contrast to the apocalypse outside. The entire world was just reset back to the Stone Age, with that one blue light now the only beacon in the total ruin. Song-ho, geared up and ready, braced for anything from that shimmering portal, but what he saw was way more messed up than he ever expected. Then, boom, a massive explosion just ripped through the air, a fiery orange blast swallowing his hand in a shower of debris. He just snapped his teeth, a furious damn it, ripping out as the blast rocked him to his core. His brain was scrambling, trying to figure out what just hit them, like, did an entire army's ammo dump just go sky high? And get this, a masked figure, eyes practically popping out, just yelled, "The beads." What even are the beads? After the explosion, Songho clutches a mysterious golden orb, a surge of pure relief hitting him. But that relief vanished instantly, as a guttural "no" ripped from him, his face a mask of grim determination under the helmet. He glared at the shimmering blue portal, a chaotic gateway he absolutely could not call good. Standing before the otherworldly gateway, he took in the vibrant, untouched forest on the other side, a shocking sight against the devastated urban landscape. Overwhelmed by uncertainty, he channeled his power, mentally screaming for the portal to shut down. A torrent of blue energy erupted around him, as he thrust his hand forward, desperately trying to close the unstable gateway. His eyes blazed with an intense blue glow, a raw display of power as he wrestled with the portal's energy. That was the only thing running through his head as he trekked back to the shelter. Helmet off, his face revealed, Songho's expression was a mix of shock and worry. Suddenly, two tiny, gray beetle monsters appeared, each lugging a massive root towards a fortified metal door. Then, another gray beetle and a red one joined the crew, all glowing with mysterious energy as they hauled their loot, making you wonder, isn't stealing once enough? Why are you back? Songho dropped to a knee, totally baffled as one of the gray beetle monsters just handed him a root. Huh? Why are you suddenly handing me a root? Songho gets down low, staring at these tiny beetle monsters. One of them is still offering a root, and he's thinking, are they seriously trying to trade for sweet potato jelly right now? These little guys are making all sorts of weird noises, and he's still just staring, trying to figure out what in the world they want. Suddenly, his eyes flash with pure intensity, and he's like, alright, I've been playing nice, but you guys are seriously testing me. But then, he looks at the whole adorable swarm of them, and he can't help but think, wait a minute, you guys are actually kind of cute. He's still trying to figure out their game, so he taps his chin, thinking, okay, what if we try this? He points a finger at the confused little guys, laying it out for them, look, I don't need food. I need weird, special stuff. Got it? He lets out a big sigh, realizing it's probably a lost cause. Even with the language barrier, he can't help but crack a smile, feeling a weird connection with these little beetle dudes. He shakes his head, a little defeated, muttering that no matter how smart they are, talking to them is just not happening. Then, out of nowhere, the red beetle monster starts digging like crazy, pulling out this massive, twisted root from the ground. He's totally shocked, watching the monster and thinking, whoa, are they actually trying to trade or for jelly right now? With a triumphant pew, the red beetle monster proudly shows off the root, standing right in front of these symbols on the ground that are clearly a trade offer. He's down on one knee, hand outstretched, trying to get this tiny red beetle to understand, bring him the weird stuff, and he'll make it worth its while. The red beetle chirps a soft poo-poo, then slams its claw down with a sharp tack, a tiny gray companion watching intently. A beat of awkward silence, and Songho pulls back, thinking, whoa, did I come on too strong? But the red beetle and its two gray buddies just keep on chirping, a symphony of poo-poo and pew-pew echoing around them. Suddenly, the red beetle lets out a sharp pew, and Songho's eyes are locked on its next move. And get this, the beetle holds up a root in its claw. It's like a direct counteroffer, and Songho can't help but shout, deal. Just like that, a holographic system window pops up out of nowhere, blaring, the boss Black Beetle requests a contract. Talk about formal. A contract? Songho's mind races, remembering how chill things were with Jidoki and Dingo. What's with the sudden paperwork? His jaw drops, the glowing contract request still hanging in the air, demanding attention. He's deep in thought, realizing this might mean super smart monsters can't just be owned. His finger hovers, ready to make a choice. The contract scrolls into view, laying out the terms. Kong Songho is Party A, the boss Black Beetle and 3 companions are Party B. The deal? Rare ores and weird stuff for sweet potato jelly. Seriously? More crazy clauses appear, no hitting the beetles, or their possessions, and they can change or end the contract together, making Songho seriously question if this super formal document is even real. He weighs his options, realizing he's got nothing to lose, and with a decisive thought, he's ready to sign that contract. His gloved finger taps the glowing blue interface, and with a soft schwa, the system whirs to life. Boom! 2 blue system messages flash into existence, declaring the contract established and the Black Beetle swarm officially his possession. A sweat drop rolls down his face as he stares, utterly dumbfounded, muttering, what in the world is going on? The system keeps spitting out info on his new beetle army, and the red boss beetle just hovers there, antennae wiggling, like, sup, boss? He glances down at the red beetle, a smirk creeping onto his face, as it buzzes around him, a tiny, loyal companion. He heads for the exit, already on the move, casually asking his new bug buddies, you guys hungry, or what? He strides off, a little gray beetle bouncing along right behind him, like a tiny, eager shadow. He whips out a package of sweet potato jelly, signing bonus for his new bug squad, and the red boss beetle plus 3 gray ones swarm him, ready for a feast. The 3 gray beetles are practically doing a happy dance, wiggling with pure joy as they dive for the sweet potato jelly. The red boss beetle, just as hyped, snatches at the jelly, as he lays down the law, "I'm counting on you guys from now on." As they zoom off into the sunset with their jelly, he shouts after them, "Don't just eat and run. You better bring back some serious loot." Flashing a confident, almost menacing grin, he lays down the law to his new insectoid army, vowing to hunt them down across the entire planet, even if it meant ignoring the literal end of the world. Alright, so in the wild world of gaming, that tutorial phase usually kicks off under the cloak of a suffocating, ink-black night, and our guy Song-ho is right there, chilling at a makeshift desk, ready to strategize. He's got a rough estimate of 2 or 3 hours of free time, so he knows every second counts. So, instead of just chilling and resting, he's on the move, diving into a bag to see what kind of loot they've got. His gloved hand is already digging through the goods. He's actually pretty impressed, realizing these guys were way better stocked than he thought, a small win in this crazy situation. Inside the bag, a treasure trove of essentials, water, smokes, matches, a knife, and even a crossbow with its quiver. Gripping the knife, Song-ho is deep in thought, his mind racing with possibilities. He knows, whether he's hunting down those survivors or not, he absolutely has to scout their base, it's a non-negotiable mission. His eyes narrow, fixed on the distant figures huddled around a fire, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in this new world. As soon as he's done cataloging all that gang gear, he's already on to the next task, messing with the computer, getting ready for whatever comes next. After snagging that PC tower and NAS hard drive from the apartment complex, he plugged in the drive, and with a satisfying click, it was go time. Locked in, he started tearing through the files on his laptop, his fingers flying across the trackpad. Cracking open the files, he found a treasure trove of media, everything from games to who knows what else. He kept digging through the digital junk, seeing all sorts of old tech and media, but just as he thought he was done, he hit something totally out of left field, his eyes flaring with pure disbelief. What in the world? Boom. There she was on screen, Mi-kyung, looking like a full-blown idol, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was secretly famous. He figured it was pretty wild for someone that stunning to just be a regular person, still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing. Cool find or not, he decided it was better to just nuke the data, his expression hardening with resolve. The screen popped up with the dreaded permanently delete question, and his cursor was already locked on yes, no hesitation. He took a beat, a flood of old memories rushing back, but it was just a quick pause before he moved on. He figured Mi-kyung probably wouldn't want this memory floating around, given everything that's happened. One final tap on the keyboard, and he was done with this unexpected side quest, ready to get back to the main mission. Level 10 achieved. Now, the real fun begins as Song-ho prepares to claim his hard-earned rewards. No time to waste, he instantly brings up the shop interface. The holographic shop pops up, and he's already analyzing it, noting how little the UI has changed from the game he knows so well. But hold on, a quick glance at the mithril knives and potions reveals a crucial detail: the prices are totally different from what he remembers. He's already calculating, taking in the new numbers, his mind racing with strategies. Then, a cool visual, the system shows off the physical manifestation of items, a glowing potion and gem popping into existence. This is huge. It works just like the game, meaning he can totally exploit that unpatched bug. He's got a plan: exploit the tutorial-only bug, a classic move for any seasoned gamer. But wait, there's more. He's checking out the bonus traits, and the dimensional slot is a game-changer, letting him pull items from a subspace pouch, 1 object per slot. He instantly gets it, it's a quick slot bar, 5 slots ready for action. A smirk plays on his face as he reaches out, ready to master these glowing blue cubes and unlock their power. Bathed in the system's ethereal glow, he's already plotting his next move, ready to dominate. This new system feature was absolutely mind-blowing. He instantly grasped the implications, knowing he wouldn't be bogged down by gear anymore. And forget about stashing weapons behind portals, this changed everything. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly stored an item in the glowing blue dimensional slot, proving its insane utility. The system flashed a confirmation, 5 out of 5 slots filled, and a clear command to finish the tutorial popped up, ready for action. This wasn't just strong, it was absolutely game-breaking. Calling it broken was a massive understatement, this was a top-tier scaling trait, pure power. Before he dipped out, he gave a quick order to his loyal companion, telling Dingo to guard the house like a boss while he was away. A fierce grin lit up his face, and a powerful blue aura exploded around him, screaming, "Game on." With his game face on, he charged straight into the shimmering blue portal, vanishing into the next challenge. He popped out into a totally wrecked, desolate city, with crumbling buildings reaching up into a sky that was always dark. He was free-falling through the crushing darkness, a tiny blue light his only beacon, and it was absolutely pitch black out there. His helmeted head snapped around, scanning the void. He'd been banking on his moonlight and terrain sensing skills to get him through this mess. But this darkness was next level, forcing him to admit his current skills were useless, so with a burst of blue power, he slammed slot 3. Trapped in the oppressive darkness of the ruined city, Songho eyes the glowing treasure from his dimensional slot, a rare find he'd been saving, but now, the stakes are too high to hold back. But a chilling realization hits him: what good is a saved item if he's dead because he couldn't see a thing? The system flashes, revealing his chosen item, Shade Grapes. A temporary night vision boost, exactly what he needs. A triumphant chime rings out, as the system confirms, Shade Grapes consumed. Night vision, fully boosted. His eyes ignite with an otherworldly green glow, and the darkness shatters, revealing everything in stunning clarity. A stunned gasp escapes his lips, as he exclaims, "Oh H! I can see everything now." The once blind world explodes into view, a desolate cityscape crawling with shambling zombies, their eerie green eyes piercing the shadows. Vision restored, threat identified, he snaps on his helmet, those glowing green eyes now locked and loaded, ready for the fight. This is the brutal truth of survival life, a world where the rules are constantly shifting, and danger lurks around every corner. He pushes forward through the wreckage, the ruined streets revealing even more zombies, a chilling reminder of the city's grim fate. And this world? It's a cruel mistress, never giving you a heads up, just dropping you into the chaos when an event kicks off. No, the real announcement, the terrifying signal that an event has begun, is the horrifying sight of a moving wall of red-eyed zombies, a ravenous horde ready to devour everything in its path. But what exactly unleashes this terrifying zombie wall? He watches, helmeted and vigilant, as the horde swells in the distance, their numbers growing exponentially. The first trigger. Just getting spotted by one of these undead monstrosities, and the whole wall comes crashing down. The second trigger is even more specific, grabbing a tutorial-exclusive item. With a determined heave-ho, Songho reaches into a shattered window, a mysterious blue energy sparking around his hand. He glances up, a question hanging in the air: this should be long enough, right? The trick? Staring intensely at an empty spot for a set amount of time. This is where a game-breaking bug, exclusive to the tutorial, comes into play, as a shimmering blue weapon begins to materialize. But here's the genius move: if you snatch the weapon just before it fully generates, you unlock a secret. A triumphant laugh erupts from him, that's the stuff, as he brandishes the wicked spiked club. And just like that, a second, identical weapon is duplicated. Double the trouble for the undead. But wait, there's more. This isn't just any duplicated item, it's the premium ebony wood club from the shop, a massive power boost. He's scanning the patch notes, and while most of it's just fluff, one particular update is a legendary buff, a game changer. He's hunkered down, listening intently as the zombies outside start to stir, their restless groans building to a fever pitch. He grabs the door handle, a chilling calm in his voice as he taunts the approaching horde, telling them to take their sweet time. He steps out onto the ruined street, a grim determination in his stride, because avoiding these guys was never an option. Then, with a lightning-fast, brutal strike, he smashes his weapon into the first zombie, the impact ripping through the silence. A blinding blue aura erupts around his weapon as he keeps up the relentless attack, his spiked club delivering devastating blows. He stares down the grotesque faces of the undead, vowing to keep fighting until he's absolutely fed up with them. Now he's surrounded by a relentless horde of shambling corpses, but he's moving with insane efficiency, his weapon a deadly blur in the mayhem. Another zombie goes down, its rotting face exploding from his brutal hit, as he relentlessly carves a path forward. He unleashes a massive, glowing arc with his weapon, slicing through the zombie ranks like butter. The onslaught never stops, every single strike packed with raw, unyielding determination, as he systematically wipes out every single threat. His eyes, now blazing with an intense, electric yellow, reveal the sheer, untamed power simmering beneath his cool facade, a power he's ready to unleash until. After absolutely decimating the monster population, a system message flashes, confirming his insane power as his eye burns with a fierce yellow, surrounded by a pulsating purple energy. He scans the battlefield, his intense yellow eyes burning through the helmet's visor, ready for the next move. No time for subtlety, he knows he has to smash through. He charges, full speed ahead, right into that terrifying wall of zombies. He takes a massive leap, plunging straight into the zombie horde, ready to tear through the encroaching wall of the undead. In a blur of motion, his weapon ignites with a fierce blue glow, and he absolutely shreds through the zombie ranks, sending them flying. That glowing blade connects with a sickening crunch, exploding a zombie's head in a shower of purple gore. He just keeps going, leaving a gruesome path of absolutely wrecked zombies behind him. And just like that, with another insane move, he's dropping off the building, leaving the rest of the horde in the dust. His weapon, still blazing with blue power, arcs through the air, ready to obliterate anything in its path. His hand shoots out with lightning speed, a total blur as he zips through the dangerous terrain. He takes a moment to think, realizing he can't just cheese this like some speedrunner, he's gotta go all in. But in the end, with that fierce look in his eye, he shrugs off all hesitation, his glowing yellow gaze burning with absolute resolve. His strategy for this tutorial? Simple, hunt down the boss and absolutely crush it, no matter what. And with that ironclad resolve, he absolutely charges forward, a blazing blur of blue energy, straight into the heart of the monstrous horde. He was on the move, pushing himself without a single break. His boots pounded the pavement, a relentless rhythm through the shattered cityscape, every stride a testament to his unwavering resolve. He wasn't just aimlessly hunting for some boss monster, no way. His mind was already 10 steps ahead, calculating every move. But a relentless, groaning horde of decaying zombies was right on his heels, their endless numbers swarming through the urban wasteland, hungry for him. He knew the drill, the tutorial area always had a checkpoint, and hitting that was the only way forward. A chilling thought flashed through his mind, would the boss monster respawn? He pictured a hulking, red-skinned terror, its eyes burning. But then, a more grotesque image surfaced, an emaciated, yellow-skinned horror, its long tongue flicking as it crawled with pure, predatory intent. His glowing yellow eyes, hidden behind his helmet, darted around, a desperate voice screaming in his mind, where the hell is it? A critical system alert blared, the shade grape effect was about to vanish. The pressure was on, he had to find that checkpoint, hidden somewhere in these crumbling buildings. He soared over a bloodied, fallen figure, a grim reminder of the constant danger, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the starting point, he saw them, a cluster of figures, a desperate mix of survivors, huddled together. But lurking among them, a grotesque zombie, its red eyes burning with hunger, was waiting. Song-ho is absolutely tearing through the city, delivering a brutal kick to a zombie, even as the system hilariously claims this area is zombie-free. He's a blur of motion, dodging and weaving, taking down more of those glowing-eyed zombies with incredible speed and precision. The city is just absolutely wrecked, a grim reminder of how wild things have gotten. But through all the destruction, he spots his target. It's right there. He's on the move again, full speed ahead, a cool blue glow following him as he tears through the ruins. Right as he gets there, a system alert pops up, his shade grape buff is gone. But hey, at least he can chill until the boss monster respawns, right? He takes a quick breather, checking out the area, his mask still on, those intense purple eyes glowing as he scopes out the ruined city. Time for a new plan, he takes off his helmet, deciding to head straight for the rooftop to get a better view. Up on the rooftop, he's planning his next move, when suddenly, he hears something and whips around, looking totally shocked. Out of nowhere, a new face appears from a doorway, a woman in a pink hoodie and helmet, which is a huge surprise in this ghost town. She stares up at him, eyes wide with shock and recognition, and then she says his name, almost like a question. Amidst the shattered ruins, Song-ho's mind races, a single, urgent question burning, did everyone make it out alive? Beside him, the pink-hoodied woman delivers the crucial update, a resounding yes. Everyone survived. He hangs on her every word, a flicker of understanding in his eyes as she clarifies, they weren't just reckless, they hadn't disregarded the manual's warnings. A flashback hits, Kyung-hoon, adamant, demanding they stick together, only for the zombie horde to crash down, turning their plans to dust. Song-ho clutches his head, a wave of exasperation washing over him. They ran, they fled, and somehow landed right back here. He fumes, that trolling jerk's info is totally worthless. This entire mess was a monumental headache, and the clock was ticking, the tutorial's enhanced zombie boss was about to make its grand entrance. He pivots, his gaze sharp, and commands her attention, Mi-kyung, pay close attention. His thoughts swirl around her reckless behavior, playing the part of a non-awakener in this death trap. He fixes her with an intense stare, a storm of worry and frustration brewing, ready to drop the hard truth about their predicament. He presses her, did you just throw everything around? But she shoots back a firm no. A look of pure panic on her face, Mi-kyung blurts out, she was just an unwilling participant, dragged into this chaos. Tears welling, she reveals the truth, someone just trashed everything. Song-ho, processing the bombshell, murmurs, ah, so that's how it is. Song-ho's dropping some serious knowledge, explaining how in the video, once the boss monster gets clapped, all the surrounding zombies just bail. That massive zombie wall just crumbles, and all their aggro just vanishes. Poof. Jimbaplover, the tutorial's main man, made it crystal clear, if you try to hide or run away at that exact moment, it's game over for the tutorial. Mi-kyung cuts in, asking when the superpowered zombie shows up, and Song-ho just drops a casual, soon. Suddenly, a burst of blue energy explodes, a raw flashback to Oh Hyungjin's desperate fight, his powers going wild against the zombie onslaught. Oh Hyungjin, covered in blood but still standing, unleashes his electric blue aura, a last-ditch effort to hold back the zombie horde. His arms and legs are practically exploding with raw power, blue lightning lighting up the whole messed-up situation. Staring at the freaky, tentacled zombie, Mikyung can't help but say, gross, while Songho's just trying to figure out what the heck it even is. He whips around to Mikyung, hitting her with a direct question, have you felt anything different, any changes in yourself? He's clearly looking for some kind of power-up. Mikyung's totally caught off guard by his question, demanding to know why he's asking out of nowhere. He lays it out, those enhanced zombies, especially the ones with gnarly head growths like that last one, are supposedly packing some serious sealing abilities, which is not good news right now. Mikyung lets out a shocked gasp, and Songho, his feet starting to glow with a sick purple aura, is about to pull up his status window for some much-needed info. Whoa! A blinding red energy erupts around Mikyung's hand, pixelated effects going wild as pure shock contorts her features. Then, a system alert screams onto the screen, dropping the bombshell, trait sealing effect is applied. This is bad. Mikyung can barely believe it, her eyes darting from her hand to Songho, confirming the worst, her trait is sealed, exactly as he predicted. He just takes it all in, a silent acknowledgement of the danger. Cutting straight to the chase, Songho locks eyes with her, demanding to know if her trust in him is still rock solid. No doubt in her mind, she instantly confirms, her trust is absolute, reminding him of all the times he's saved her skin. Next, he gets tactical, asking if she's still got all the goods from the last delivery stashed in her backpack, which she's already grabbing. With a confident nod, her hand on the bag, Mikyung confirms, every single item, especially that vital flare signal, is ready to go. Good to go. Songho issues his command, telling Mikyung to get to the rooftop and bait those zombies, his hand already on his helmet, ready for action. Mikyung watches intently as Songho slams his tactical helmet on, the sharp click sealing his determination for the fight ahead. And just like that, he's gone, a blur of motion as he bolts away, vowing to take down that souped-up zombie himself. The entire world becomes a blur around him, a dazzling blue trail of pure speed as he tears through the ruins. But even with that epic entrance, Songho can't help but internally rage, because while looking like a total pro was cool, this whole situation is a complete mess. With a lingering purple aura around his legs, Songho is left stunned, his mind screaming, what now, as the gravity of the situation hits him. Then, a chilling system message confirms the nightmare, trait sealing effect is applied. The enhanced zombie's ability is trait sealing, of all things. He takes a moment to process, muttering that it's not that strange, actually, a grim acceptance of the new reality. Back in the game, though, there were no traits, so no monsters could seal them. But he remembers, there were enhanced monsters that sealed other things, a terrifying thought now. A pang of regret hits him, he was careless. If he'd known, he would have put the bow in an active slot. He glares at his glowing holographic inventory, a bow sitting idly, demanding, HUH. Why is this even possible? Then, a realization, could it be because the enhanced zombie's level is lower than his, so his additional traits aren't being sealed? His gloved hand moves decisively, grabbing what he needs from slot 2. Slot 3. He grumbles about the implications of a weaker enemy, because if that thing is lower level, it means no chance of getting skills, and even item drops are less likely. He sighs, a look of grim resolve on his face, because, no matter how I think about it, it's a loss compared to the effort. He drops into a crouch, swiftly knocking an arrow, his bow now drawn and ready for the fight ahead. Perched high above the chaos, Songho scans the battlefield, a tiny, dark monster darting across the shattered concrete below, and he knows one thing for sure, he's not alone in this fight. Bow locked and loaded, he's already plotting his next move, ready to seize the perfect opening, while a monstrous Yaowa rips through the air, signaling pure mayhem. Down in the thick of it, a massive, purple-skinned beast, practically radiating red energy, screams, over here. Over here, practically begging for a fight and pulling all the aggro. In the heart of the storm, a survivor clutches his head, a pained grunt escaping him as red energy explodes around, just another casualty in this insane battle. Then, from his perch, Songho lets loose a furious barrage, his arrows blazing with intense red energy, tearing through the air with a relentless. He keeps the pressure on, unleashing a storm of fiery projectiles, the red energy lighting up the endless wave of grotesque zombies below, their eyes burning with malevolent light. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes, he's a natural at drawing aggro, and honestly, he can't even be mad about it anymore. Locked and loaded, Songho holds his ground, the bowstring singing with a sharp as he pulls back, ready to unleash hell. Then, BAM. A system alert screams, strength has increased by 1, and he can't help but wonder if this insane power-up actually makes up for losing his trait, is this a break-even or what? He processes the break-even definition, getting back to 0 after a loss, and with a dry, thanks, enhanced zombie, he gives a shout-out to the monster for the unexpected stat boost. Fueled by pure adrenaline, he roars, thanks, I'll kill you in one hit, his declaration practically burning with raw power. He draws the bowstring taut, and a massive wave of electric blue energy engulfs the arrow, charging up for the ultimate, one-shot kill that'll obliterate that enhanced zombie with a thunderous. A blinding column of blue energy absolutely rips through the sky, signaling the start of an epic, high-speed assault. The very air screams as he absolutely rockets downwards, a total blur against the ruined city, his target, that beefed-up zombie, completely clueless about the incoming pain. With a brutal, sickening crunch, Songho's weapon absolutely smashes into the monster's face, sending blood and chunks flying everywhere. He immediately follows up with a massive, arcing strike, his blade tearing a huge gash into the zombie's body, purple energy just exploding around the hit. That enhanced zombie lets out an absolutely primal roar of pure agony, its body getting slammed back by the relentless, brutal assault. He lets out a frustrated TCH, as he realizes the crappy visibility just ruined his one-turn kill plan, but a fierce, determined look immediately takes over as he gets ready for round 2. He slams down into the debris with a heavy thud, the impact kicking up dust and rocks all around him. Standing like a boss in the desolate ruins, he takes a moment to soak in the sheer epicness of this fight, his very first boss monster hunt. A wicked smirk plays on his lips as he grips his weapon even tighter, vowing to absolutely savor every single moment of the brutal challenge ahead. Below him, that enhanced zombie is absolutely wrecked and lying still, a clear sign of his insane power, but apparently, it wasn't enough for the instant win. He slammed his transparent shield into the enhanced zombie, its red eyes blazing with fury as he pushed with everything he had. Digging his heels into the shattered earth, he unleashed a surge of power, his spiked club a brutal extension of his will. Then, a bone-shattering impact tore through the air, as the zombie's body exploded with a crimson spray from the sheer power of his attack. Purple energy and dark ichor erupted from its leg, confirming the monster's ultimate, brutal demise. A triumphant chime rang out, signaling a sweet system notification. The system blared, trait ceiling effect has been lifted, and then, you have obtained 10 points. Score. He stood over the vanquished zombie, its purple energy fizzling out, grumbling that, of course, no new skills dropped. Typical. His eyes darted around the wreckage, hoping for some sweet loot to have dropped. Another chime. Boom. A Robutin bracelet perception +2 notification popped up. Nice. Suddenly, a voice screamed his name, and he was like, wait, why are there 2 of them? The voice declared the trait seal was gone, and she'd broken free to come back. He turned to the pink-hoodied woman, who was now right there, realizing this wasn't some epic boss reward, but a new tutorial completion bonus. Whoa, a system notification just popped up, dropping a sweet 17 points right into his lap. He's already piecing it together, these bonus points are definitely from some new, diversified acquisition method in the latest patch. But before he can dwell on it, his hand shoots out, offering a sleek, glowing yellow bracelet to Mi-kyung, whose eyes widen in total shock. She can only manage a bewildered, huh? He's not taking no for an answer, holding that bracelet out while she hesitantly reaches for the shiny new gear. He smoothly fastens the bracelet onto her wrist, telling her straight up that they only cleared the mission because of her. But she's still humble, protesting that she didn't do anything to earn such a reward. He just gives her that look, and with a decisive tone, tells her, just take it. With the bracelet now hers, she's already thinking ahead, asking if they should hit the fitness club next. Approaching the Oh Hyungjin Fitness Club, a voice cuts through the silence, calling out to Songho. Taking in the wrecked building, the woman in the pink beanie points out, the obvious lean, and the helmeted man quickly agrees. He remembers how even 8-story buildings, or at least 5, usually held up in the videos, making this collapse a serious anomaly. Even if it's not an instant danger, they need to get clear of this crumbling mess. He thinks about the building's lean, realizing if it's shoddy construction, it could go down any second. Moving on, he confirms he'll tell the gym owner, and once the crew's all together, they'll tackle the killer system. Then, a more personal thought slips out, a quiet admission that he always knew the other would make it. Up on the platform, the gym owner, Oh Hyungjin, waits, his gaze steady as they draw near. The woman in the pink beanie spots him and immediately shouts, a relieved, coach, escaping her lips. Songho and Hyungjin grip hands, the helmeted man letting out a sigh of relief, thrilled his buddy didn't zombify, only for Hyungjin to snap back, wondering if a little warmth would kill him. Oh Hyungjin dramatically pulls back a heavy curtain, beckoning everyone in, hyped to spill the beans and dropping the bombshell that Yu Hyan is already there. Inside, Songho is sprawled out, totally wiped, as Oh Hyungjin stares down, a bead of sweat showing the tension. Songho finally pushes himself up, and Survivor 1, totally stunned, blurts out, asking if he actually took down a tutorial boss that could copy abilities. He just shrugs off her shock, acting like it was no big deal at all. He quickly clarifies, though, that his solo win was only even a thing because Mi-kyung was a total legend and pulled all the other zombies away. But even with his humble explanation, Oh Hyungjin is still blown away, totally hyping up his insane courage and calling it absolutely incredible. Songho lets out a small, almost embarrassed chuckle, like, really? You think so? Oh Hyungjin then pivots the conversation, revealing he found absolutely nothing unique, just the basic ebony club they all got at the beginning. He keeps going, trying to remember something else, and then points out that none of those checkpoints Song-ho talked about were anywhere to be found. A deep frown creases Oh Hyunjin's face, as he tries to wrap his head around this weird inconsistency. He finally declares that there wasn't a single safe spot from the zombies, leaving him totally baffled and demanding to know what the heck is happening. The tutorial isn't just hard, it's adaptive, scaling its brutal difficulty to your level and making you jump through hoops for every single reward. Song-ho's locked in, but Oh Hyunjin isn't letting up, hitting him with the big question: have you ever scored points without just killing monsters? He drops a bombshell, his points shot up when he helped Yoo Hyun, especially when the coach heroically shoved the zombie away from him. Mi-kyung's jaw drops, totally shocked. This changes everything. Points aren't just for monster slaying, you can actually score big by just escaping a mob after they spot you. Or even by being a good Samaritan and helping someone out. Survivor 1's mind is blown, realizing this could mean a massive shift. Is it now way easier for non-combat Awakened to rack up points? Oh Hyunjin gives a firm, exactly, before pivoting, his gaze locking onto Song-ho. Song-ho coolly adjusts his glove, a sharp click cutting through the tension. Oh Hyunjin's next question hits hard: what's your trait? Song-ho can only manage a bewildered, huh? Oh Hyunjin gets right in his face, demanding to know the origin of this power, telling him to cut the act. Mid-sentence, a holographic system notification flashes before Oh Hyunjin's eyes: new user detected. Check your status window now. This new info sparks a realization in Song-ho: his own awakening was basically a pre-registration bonus. Welcome back to Survival Life, 20XX, July 20th. The stakes are higher than ever as we glimpse two powerful figures, one shrouded in mystic purple, the other blazing with raw fire. What epic powers are we about to witness? Song-ho, hands practically exploding with golden energy, is deep in thought, wondering if everyone who survived is now unawakened. He can't even believe it, covering his face and muttering, this is ridiculous. He's totally baffled by how easily the system's rules can just change on a dime, and Oh Hyunjin is right there with him, soaking it all in. This bombshell means everything he thought he knew from Survival Life is basically trash now. That truth hits hard for both him and Mi-kyung. Mi-kyung's lost in thought, comparing herself to the others who got nothing in the tutorial, and she's seriously wondering what's going through her own head right now, especially since she actually snagged an item. With her hands clasped, Oh Hyunjin cuts in, ready to drop his own bombshell. Announcing that he got physical enhancement, boosting his strength and agility. You can practically see the red, crackling power radiating from his flexing muscles. Then, the pink apron survivor jumps in, her hands glowing green, dropping the bombshell that she's been a doll maker since day one. She can literally close her eyes and become her dolls, seeing, hearing, and moving through them. Mi-kyung casually drops her own trait, Blink, a super-fast teleportation ability, as she glances at Song-ho. With everyone spilling their secrets, Song-ho knows the spotlight's on him now. It looks like he's got to reveal his own trait. And honestly, he's totally conflicted about it, his face a mask of deep thought as he rubs his chin. Song-ho, surrounded by his new allies, has a game-changing epiphany: he can finally ditch the deception and be his true self. But there's a catch, a massive unknown: how will his squad react to the real him? He scans his crew, watching them talk about their powers, wondering if they'll get it. Mi-kyung, ever the worrier, confides in Oh Hyunjin, thinking her cautious nature is just a twisted personality thing. Meanwhile, Song-ho's inner turmoil is off the charts, terrified they'll get jealous or resentful of his true power. But then, a firm decision snaps him back: nope, sticking to the original plan. His ultimate goal: to unleash his real trait only when he finds friends he can trust with his life, no questions asked. A holographic screen flashes, showing off powerhouses like Rabbit Gongju, Oh Hyunjin, and Survivor 1, making him wonder, who can actually keep up with his insane power-ups. So, for now, he's playing it cool, but deep down, he knows the truth: he's awakened to something incredible too. With a subtle blue energy shimmering around him, he decides it's time to get a little more audacious. Then, with a sudden declaration, he drops a bombshell: his power is attack prediction. Oh Hyunjin's jaw drops, instantly realizing the insane potential. A prediction ability means no more ambushes, ever. Song-ho quickly downplays it, saying it's just seeing monster attacks, but the implications are huge. Song-ho, still reeling from his secret power, ponders the gym party's next big play, strategizing their survival after everything that's gone down. His face is a mask of intense calculation, a quiet, quick hinting at the gears turning in his mind. But Oh Hyunjin isn't holding back on his own game plan, revealing he's got to link up with Bora and the other guy, but his main mission is pure survival and grinding those levels. Song-ho flashes back to the intel he got before D-Day, a sudden realization hitting him that the online shop and auction house were the absolute game changers he missed. Then, his mind snaps to a dark memory, a burning rage igniting as he recalls those hillside villa punks who laid a hand on Mi-kyung, swearing he'll absolutely crush them. Oh Hyunjin, totally locked onto Song-ho's vibe, clenches his fist, a fiery red aura blazing as he calls out the other man's intense focus. Song-ho, a sly grin playing on his lips, mentally high-fives himself, knowing that dropping those intel bombs on Hyunjin was a total power move. Out of nowhere, Mi-kyung cuts in, dropping a quick, sorry to interrupt, before hitting Song-ho with the million-dollar question, what level are you, seriously? Oh, Hyunjin's jaw practically drops at the sudden question, his intense focus instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated curiosity. He plays it cool, brushing it off as just a random thought, but then he hits Song-ho with the real question, did you seriously solo the tutorial boss? Mi-kyung's eyes are glued to the conversation, her face a canvas of worry and anticipation. Oh, Hyunjin keeps pushing, deducing that with that kind of insane skill, Song-ho must have been a zombie-slaying machine from day one, all while Song-ho casually toys with a mysterious green item in his hand. Song-ho's mind races, the stark reality hitting him, he's level 1, and these respawned monsters. They're on a whole other level. But oh, Hyunjin isn't holding back, his fist practically vibrating with the memory as he reveals they went all out, no hesitation. He'd choked some poor kid, demanding answers, why would you even ask that, he'd roared, knowing the guy was barely level 4, the kid gasping for air. Then, oh, Hyunjin whips his head to Mi-kyung, right, he presses, and she's all like, totally. Mi-kyung, with a sly grin, backs him up, insisting it was absolutely the right call, especially since she's only level 2. Song-ho just stares, a million thoughts racing through his head, is this some kind of elaborate cover-up to spare his feelings? Oh, Hyunjin keeps going, casually mentioning they even knocked the guy out, the poor dude just sprawled on the floor in the flashback. Story time over, oh, Hyunjin abruptly announces it's late, and he's outta here. Oh, Hyunjin stands up, and Song-ho pivots to meet his gaze, the atmosphere suddenly thick with unspoken words. Oh, Hyunjin's voice cuts through the silence, halting Song-ho mid-turn. He then pulls out a bag, revealing some custom-made plastic binoculars from Yu Hyun, plus a stash of snacks. Song-ho stares at the unexpected gifts, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, can he really just take these? Why wouldn't he? Oh, Hyunjin asks, acknowledging all the help he'd received, then drops a bombshell, have I ever told you why I split with my wife? Song-ho is absolutely stunned, looking up as Hyunjin's hand lands on his shoulder, reminding him that this was supposed to be a secret, too embarrassing to ever reveal. But Hyunjin just grins, declaring that because it's embarrassing, he's going to spill the beans right now. He flexes dramatically, revealing the shocking truth, it was all because of his insane fear of muscle loss. Song-ho's jaw practically hits the floor. A heavy sigh escapes Hyunjin as he recounts pretending to eat with his wife, his muscle obsession spiraling into major relationship drama and ultimately, their breakup. Song-ho is deep in thought, trying to wrap his head around this wild confession. Hyunjin offers a comforting pat, explaining that everyone has their secrets, big or small, things they just don't want to talk about. He flashes a genuine, heartwarming smile, showing a side of himself Song-ho rarely sees. You can talk about it whenever you feel like it, he assures, just like he's doing now, admitting that even Mi-kyung and the coach had picked up on his lies. Song-ho stares at the bag, a realization dawning on him, they knew. They always knew he was holding back. Hyunjin turns to walk away, his confession complete, but Song-ho reaches out, a silent plea in his touch, calling out his name. He looks down, a profound thought settling in, the massive level gap between them, the one that felt insurmountable, would eventually close. Clutching his hand, Oh Hyunjin dropped some serious wisdom, hyping him up that he'd level up big time with more experience. With a powerful, reassuring grip, he laid down the ultimate challenge, survive, no matter what, until we can all reunite. Meanwhile, Mi-kyung was totally locked in, her face a whole mood of worry and knowing glances. Then, with a final, knowing look, Oh Hyunjin let go, dropping a casual, well then, like it was no big deal, but it totally was. He spun around, but not without one last look back at Song-ho, his silhouette fading into the shadows. Song-ho stood frozen, the weight of those words hitting him hard, as Oh Hyunjin's parting shot, I'll swing by whenever, hung in the air. Song-ho is absolutely floored, gasping as he witnesses the impossible, his scorching hot world is now buried under a sudden, heavy snowfall. He's already on it, shoveling away the insane amount of snow, the sound of his shovel scraping against the ground echoing through the sudden winter wonderland. But seriously, he's thinking, what in the world is going on? This makes zero sense. Even with the world going wild, he's got one thing to be grateful for, all his precious supplies are safely tucked away in storage. Talk about dodging a bullet. Just looking at these massive ice formations, he's thinking, man, that was a close call. He almost got completely wiped out. But then, a thought hits him, a spark of genius, maybe this crazy weather isn't a total disaster after all. The ice has accidentally beefed up his defenses, which means no more goblin worries for a while. He's got a few days off from monster hunting. He was totally going to dig a moat, but now, with the ground frozen solid, that plan is officially out the window. No digging in this Arctic wasteland. Alright, deep breaths. He's decided, it's time to get organized, figure out this mess, and make some new plans. With a determined grin, he's ready to tackle whatever crazy new challenges this frozen world throws his way. Welcome to the ultimate challenge, the only game that matters, survival life. The one and only goal. Survival. It's a monster mash, a brutal free-for-all where only the strongest make it out alive. In this game, you're limited to 5 items, so choose your loadout wisely, because every piece of gear counts. And you get a maximum of 10 skills. That's a whole lot of power to unleash on your enemies. But if you went over that limit, your oldest skill or item would just get replaced. Talk about a terrible game mechanic. It was all about the grind, where even the oldest skill could be your ticket to victory. To dominate, players had to climb the food chain, doing whatever it took, no matter how messed up, to get to the top. It was all about crushing terrifying monsters, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction behind. But hold up, that's just how it works in the game, he thinks, staring at his screen, knowing reality is a whole different beast. Because in the real world, things get wild, as a woman in a pink hoodie stares up in a destroyed city, totally freaking out. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, Mr. Sungo? He just stands there, staring at the wasteland, realizing that zombies were always part of the equation. Oh, Hyunjin is deep in thought, processing this harsh reality, the sheer weight of their new, zombie-infested world hitting him hard. Okay, so a patch definitely dropped while he was offline, but Songho has zero clue what went down or how it changed things. His mind racing, he's left wondering, what's the play now? Then, a sudden realization hits him, nothing's really different, because the core mission is still the same. Surrounded by his gear, he locks onto his next objective. His mission, hoard supplies, level up his skills. Grab all the items, and just survive. So, for now, it's back to business as usual, no changes to the grind. Slipping on his gloves, ready for action, his resolve is ironclad. Short term, his mission in the Otherworld forest is crystal clear. He's gotta finish that moat, take down the owl bear, and lock down the entire valley. But back in reality, it's all about farming festival fireworks and spying on the villa party up on the hill. These everyday real-world tasks, plastered on a flyer and casual photos, are a wild contrast to his life-or-death virtual missions. But then, the crushing reality hits him. Below, a heated argument erupts as the red-jacketed man yells at the teal-jacketed woman. The confrontation explodes as Inhak lunges, grabbing the red-jacketed man, ready to unleash his fury. The orange-haired woman tried to play peacemaker, suggesting they just chill and grab a drink, but the guy in the blue cap was not having it. Spitting fire, he declared, if that punk Kong Songho survived and got awakened like you, then it's game over for him. He doubled down, his eyes narrowing, we gotta take him out, ASAP. No mercy. But Songho, feeling that gut-wrenching dread, had already stepped out, and his bad feeling was spot on. He watched them from the shadows, realizing that blue cap dude was still totally obsessed with him. A chilling thought hit him, were they actually planning to torch his place? Meanwhile, the orange-haired woman was already getting ready to throw down, lighting up a homemade Molotov like it was nothing. Songho's face turned stone cold, his resolve unbreakable, because when it came to future trouble, there was zero room for mercy. Back with the crew, the blue-cap guy snapped, alright, enough complaining. Let's just get this done, right now. With a grim look on his face, he was ready for the showdown. Songho, now fully clued in, muttered, looks like we've got company. The blue-cap guy, now swinging a spiked bat, confronted Songho, who coolly asked, what? Why are you out here? The guy, totally caught off guard, stammered, me? I just came out the back to farm some fireworks. The blue-capped leader is absolutely fuming, yelling for answers. But Songho, cool as ice, drops a knowledge bomb, zombies are diurnal, so they're all snoozing by midnight. He keeps dropping facts, saying you can roam free as long as you dodge the creepers and keepers that pop up at dawn, then challenges the leader, isn't that right? A smug laugh escapes Songho, declaring his absolute intolerance for newbies like them. The leader, trying to catch up, remembers a crucial detail about keepers and creepers, you need to be level 7 or higher for them to even show up. He confidently states his current level is 5, meaning no keepers are coming out to play. Songho, eyeing the spiked bat in the leader's hand, sarcastically praises his thorough studies. But then, a sinister grin creeps onto Songho's face, as he drops a bombshell, what if Inhak's intel was totally wrong? The leader, completely blindsided, stammers, what are you even talking about? Songho brushes off his questions, but then thanks him for completely messing up his original plan. His eyes blaze with a terrifying purple glow as Songho drops the ultimate threat, forget farming fireworks, he's coming for their hideout first. The leader's face twists in pure shock, barely able to gasp out, have you completely lost your mind? The leader of the hostile group, Kim Cheol-jun, is absolutely petrified, a shocking surge of power crackling around him. Panicked, he screams, demanding his crew deal with whatever horror just appeared. His crew, including the white-suited bruiser with a spiked club and the spiky-haired enforcer, steel themselves, gearing up for an epic showdown. The whole squad is locked and loaded, weapons gleaming, ready to throw down. Then, a monstrous thud shakes everything, announcing a terrifying new arrival. Out of nowhere, a massive keeper monster bursts forth, its purple hide and blazing red eyes screaming pure terror. Its colossal, clawed hand smashes down with bone-shattering power, making one of the guys shriek, "K-Keeper. What the? This thing is no joke." Kim Cheol-jun, the leader, immediately bails, bolting like a coward and screaming obscenities at the terrifying beast. But the spiky-haired guy isn't so lucky, getting absolutely rocked by the keeper's attack, sent flying with a brutal, bone-jarring hit. The white-suited brawler, however, isn't backing down, charging in with his spiked club, as his spiky-haired buddy, despite being slammed, gets back up and sprints to cut off the monster. The spiky-haired warrior pushes past his limits, a fierce blue aura flaring around him, even as he grumbles about his garbage traits. His white-suited partner, eyes blazing with pure grit, roars, "If I can just catch this guy this time," and shouts for his brother. The keeper monster's brutal attack connects, absolutely decimating the spiky-haired man with a bone-shattering impact. The sheer power of that hit sends shockwaves tearing through the air, a devastating ripple effect from the monster's raw might. The spiky-haired man is down, bleeding out, as the white-suit man and teal-jacket woman bolt past him, pure panic plastered across their faces. Their so-called leader, Kim Cheol-jun, is already gone, bolting like a coward into the distance with a desperate, "Damn it." He risks a quick look back, his face a mask of pure terror and disbelief at the sheer monstrosity hot on their heels. All he can manage is a stunned, "What the hell is going on?" as chaos erupts around them. The keeper monster, however, isn't slowing down, its heavy, thudding footsteps shaking the very ground as it closes in. Thinking fast, the white-suit man shouts a desperate command to the teal-jacket woman, "You go left. I'm going right." She quickly agrees, shouting "Why yeah," and then "OOPPA," as they split up, hoping to confuse their pursuer. But wait. Back where he fell, the spiky-haired man is starting to move, a faint, but powerful, purple aura flaring around him as he pushes himself back up. Spotting his comrade's sudden power-up, the white-suit man immediately doubles back to help, as the spiky-haired man barely manages a weak, "Help me." Then, without warning, a colossal explosion of orange and yellow energy detonates, ripping through the street and shaking everything to its core. He's launched through the air, absolutely rocked by a devastating blow from the monster. Still reeling from the hit, he's just a ragdoll, spiraling through the air amidst the wreckage. No time to breathe, no time to think. The keeper monster is already on him, red eyes burning with predatory intent. He tries to fight back, a desperate surge of energy, but his mind is screaming, "Where did everything go wrong?" Still, he snarls, "Do you think I'll go down like this?" But his defiance is met with pure, unadulterated power, the monster's attack smashing into him with bone-jarring force. The keeper monster lets out a terrifying roar, its monstrous jaws wide, ready to end this once and for all. Meanwhile, the white-suit man can only watch in horror, a single, frustrated "fuck," echoing in the chaos. Then, the monster's grotesque tongue whips out, a brutal, precise strike that slams into the spiky-haired man. Completely overwhelmed and utterly broken, he can only utter the chilling truth, "This is so incredibly futile." And then, another sickening impact, sending a spray of blood across the grimy concrete. It's over. The keeper monster stands victorious, its massive foot grinding the defeated man into the pavement, the sickening sounds of his body breaking filling the air. A sharp clack rings out as Song-ho cocks his rifle, a fierce blue aura flaring around him. He gives a grim nod, acknowledging the critical damage his ally managed to inflict, but now it's his turn to step up. Then, with a determined glare, he unleashes a torrent of blue energy, charging a devastating attack as he proclaims, "Now then, shall we deliver the finishing blow?" A blazing orange projectile blasts forth, tearing through the air with incredible speed. Song-ho goes all out, launching a devastating attack and taunting his foe, daring them to try and finish him. A concentrated blue energy projectile blasts from his hands, leaving a blazing yellow trail as it rockets towards its mark. The attack slams home with a blinding yellow explosion, lighting up the entire zone in a furious, fiery glow. The keeper monster reels from the hit, green energy erupting from its form, but it just won't go down, its sheer toughness shocking everyone. He watches the monster's hand glow with a sinister red, and it hits him, his bullets are vanishing way faster than he thought. Even with the monster still moving and its hand crackling with yellow energy, it's obvious this relentless assault is wearing it down. The rapid-fire impacts just keep coming, a non-stop barrage of pure energy. The monster screams in agony as it's pummeled again and again, green energy exploding from its body against a blood-red sky. With a fierce glint in his eye and his hand blazing red, Song-ho makes a grim promise, he's not stopping until this thing is dust. He admits this drawn-out fight is a pain, but his determination. Absolutely rock solid. Finally, the keeper monster crashes down, its body lifeless in a puddle of green blood, with Songho's foot planted triumphantly nearby. Suddenly, a flurry of holographic messages pop up, shouting that he's hit level 12, snagged 20 points, and unlocked the awesome new skill, terrain detection. He's surrounded by system alerts, but a chilling truth hits him, direct or indirect, a kill is a kill, no matter how you slice it. Staring down at the defeated Kim Kielchen, he's like, don't even trip, bro, as the grim reality of his power plays out. A sleek black bag, probably packed with loot, just chills on the ground, waiting to be claimed. Night falls, and he just walks away, leaving the defeated in his dust, the air still buzzing from the fight. His boots hit the pavement, and he's totally over it, thinking the guy was just trash getting baited by trash and dying anyway. After that whole ordeal, his morning grind was surprisingly chill and super productive. He heads straight for Kim Kielchen's old hideout, a spot he'd already scoped out, with a tiny white cat as his loyal sidekick. The hideout loot wasn't exactly what he pictured, but it was still loaded with hot items that would sell like crazy at auction. He checks out his new treasures, with the cat chilling next to him, and figures Kim Kielchen was basically doomed anyway, thanks to cigarettes and alcohol. Seriously. Talk about a self-destruct button. Next stop, the epic Gwangali district, a total hotspot by the ocean. Surrounded by mountains of crates, he and his furry friend are on the hunt, scoring even more awesome gear. He didn't just snag the fireworks for the festival, he also unearthed a massive golden orb, a mind-blowing discovery that leaves him totally stunned. With his new furry sidekick, Dingo, by his side, the monster grind was on. He was tearing through the city, dodging the big baddies and optimizing his monster-slaying route. His eyes were locked on the prize, Dingo right there with him, even as a creepy skeleton monster lurked. Those snoozing zombies were no match, he took them out like it was nothing. Swinging his brutal club, he was a whirlwind of destruction among the defeated. He was systematically clearing the zone, one by one, leaving a mountain of defeated enemies in his wake, with Dingo right there. The sheer number of defeated creatures, their bodies piled up, made leveling up an absolute breeze. His stats were off the charts. Level 14, 324 points, and a brand new skill, terrain detection 2, while Dingo was practically howling with hype, feeling his master's power surge. But even with all that sweet loot and XP, one nagging thought still bugged him. After grinding all night and finally wrapping up at 7 a.m., the city was still shrouded in a gloomy, overcast morning. He launched himself off the building, dropping down to the street where even more defeated enemies were scattered. Crushing the farming session was awesome, but staring at that glowing blue screen, he knew it wasn't just about getting stronger, there was a bigger game afoot. Moving all these supplies. Twice. That's a brutal, soul-crushing grind, but it's gotta be done. Surrounded by his meticulously stacked loot, he eyes the portal, his ticket to another dimension. Man, if only that other world wasn't stuck in an eternal winter. He thinks, shivering slightly in the icy, snow-dusted realm. Nope, absolutely not, he declares, shutting down that thought. One tiny spark, and this whole place could explode. No way he's risking his hard-earned stash. Plus, leaving stuff on the ground. Hello, moisture damage. So, yeah, this elevated storage setup is still the absolute best move. He's jotting down notes, thinking about the time shelter nearby, a key piece of his master plan. Then his mind jumps to Kwon Kyungjan's golf course hideout, a thought that's quickly interrupted by a deep growl and a sudden, violent crash. He spins around, facing a solid wooden wall, his footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Suddenly, the weather outside goes absolutely wild, a torrential downpour erupting out of nowhere. Rain absolutely pounds the pavement, glowing blue as it hits the slick ground. But through it all, his main goal. Building an epic moat. Song-ho was grinding, pushing that excavator to its limits, digging out a massive trench around his base. He knew trying to move supplies with the cold still biting was a death wish, way too risky. Day after day, it was the same grind, that excavator arm just kept tearing into the ground. And when that moat was finally done, everything outside had flipped. Staring down into that massive ditch, he cursed, swearing he'd never do anything that insane ever again. But while he was digging, the ice-covered barbed wire fences were already starting to crack and explode. The ice walls were coming down hard, the brutal cold finally breaking. Then, boom. The sky cleared, bathed in a soft, warm light, a total flip from the endless winter. That brutal cold was finally gone, replaced by weather that actually felt like humans could live in it. Song-ho stood there, a swirling blue energy erupting from his hand, and he was like, yeah, can't really complain about this. That blue energy went wild, forming a massive vortex around him, and other awakeners were just stuck, totally paralyzed by his power. With a confident grin, he announced his next move, ready to unleash the next phase of his master plan. Standing tall in the sun-drenched forest, he takes a beat, soaking in the calm before the storm. Just randomly thinking, he ponders, looking down at his furry companion, who gives a cute woof back. He's got a rifle in hand, thinking, man, firearms are totally OP in this survival game. And the reason they're so broken? Nothing fancy, just pure, raw power, as his little wolf buddy barks a woof in agreement. These bad boys were supposed to be super late game, only dropping after the wire disease was gone, and even then, you had to grind like crazy to get them. He glances at the wolf pup, who's now rolling around, looking all cute and surprised. Yeah, you heard that right, you got a farm for these weapons. He stares at his little buddy, a subtle rainbow in the distance, probably thinking about how wild this whole weapon system is. Meanwhile, a giant bear monster chills by a river. Could this be where those farmed weapons come from? He's just thinking, seriously, this is absolutely bonkers. Big shout out to Dingo, who totally crushed at finding the best routes, he thinks, giving his good boy a pat, and Dingo's all like, WF, so happy. Could it be his perception stat jumped to 14 just from rocking this watch? He wonders, checking out his wrist, that watch definitely doing some heavy lifting. Deep within a surreal, glowing purple forest, Songho was locked onto his prey, a colossal owlbear, its sheer size dominating the digital grid of the landscape. His senses were on fire, and he realized that his terrain detection skill had just leveled up to an insane level 2. The beast, casually splashing in the water, had absolutely no clue he was even there. Stealth, 100. He quickly checked his ammo count, only 15 bullets left. And this wasn't just any monster, this owlbear was even tougher than a keeper, making this hunt a serious high-stakes gamble. With surgical precision, he brought up his rifle, locking onto his target. Even though these bullets weren't nerfed by the wire disease like back home, he knew every single shot counted. He figured he'd need at least 7 shots to drop this thing, but with 0 resupply options, every single bullet was gold. His resolve hardened, he had to make every single shot count in this new, brutal world. His gloved hands gripped the rifle, the watch on his wrist catching the light, as he braced for the perfect, one-shot takedown. Then, a deafening crack ripped through the silence of the forest. The glowing projectile found its mark, slamming directly into the owlbear's eye, exploding in a shower of vibrant green particles. The colossal beast reeled back, a terrifying crimson aura exploding around it, as it crashed to the ground. The owlbear, a beast of pure fury, tore through the forest, its single crimson eye burning with lethal intent, the very earth trembling with its monstrous charge. This colossal creature, a whirlwind of feathers and muscle, was a force of nature, blitzing through the trees with terrifying momentum. Suddenly, a voice slices through the chaos, a taunt echoing through the woods, and a golden streak of death rockets towards the beast. The monster's head violently jerks, its charge momentarily broken, as the first precision shot connects. Boom! A bullet rips into its face, feathers exploding outwards, the sheer force of the impact shaking the very trees. That's it. The beast unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, its rage now absolutely unleashed. But the hunter is relentless. Another shot, another impact, green blood erupting from its shoulder, and the owlbear screams in pure agony. With the beast reeling, Songho knew it was time to end this, setting up the ultimate finisher. Then, from above, he descends like an avenging angel, rifle locked on target, declaring, "We're finally at eye level. Let's do it." Bam! The ultimate headshot. The bullet tears through its glowing red eye, and the owlbear's reign of terror is officially over. Songho, bathed in a cool blue aura, delivers the ultimate mic drop, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunts the defeated monster. And just like that, the colossal owlbear crashes to the ground, the rain washing away the last vestiges of its monstrous presence. The colossal keeper monster explodes into action, its fiery red eyes burning with primal rage as it rips through the earth, closing in for the kill. But Songho is already one step ahead, a tactical genius. He coolly activates Slot 2, ready to unleash pure chaos. A confident, almost cocky, grin spreads across his face as he blazes through the trees, a human missile with a knife, ready to strike. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he channels raw blue energy, manifesting a shimmering shield and a deadly dagger, ready for anything. The monster's closing in, but Songho's got a trick up his sleeve. He whips out a lighter, sparking a mysterious, round device with a satisfying crackle. The glowing device slips from his fingers, a silent, whistling projectile plummeting towards its target. He's still sprinting, still thinking, activating Slot 3 in a flash, right as his secret weapon hits the dirt. The keeper's monstrous claw comes crashing down, but Songho's lightning-fast reflexes bring up his blue energy shield, blocking the devastating attack with a bone-jarring crunch. Then, a blinding, earth-shattering flash erupts from below, a colossal explosion ripping through the air right under the monster's feet with a thunderous boom. The sheer power of the blast sends the keeper monster flying backward, its colossal frame staggering as Songho holds his ground, shield unwavering. Swallowed whole by the inferno, the monster's massive silhouette is consumed by crackling energy and blinding sparks. Then, a brutal secondary explosion detonates right on its leg, tearing through its flesh and forcing a guttural, agonizing scream from the beast. The keeper monster was already reeling, but Songho wasn't letting up, his mind racing with the brutal logic that an owl-headed beast, no matter how powerful, would always have a fatal weakness to light. Armed with that killer insight, he unleashed a brutal, bone-jarring kick, sending the already battered beast reeling even harder. Purple energy surged around him as he dropped a glowing blue cube, setting the stage for the ultimate, devastating blow. His eyes blazed with an infernal red glow, his focus locked on, ready to utterly annihilate the threat and get out of there. The attack connected with a gruesome gush, green ichor exploding from the monster's head as its red eyes flared in pure agony. A guttural scream tore from the creature, its entire form convulsing under the sheer, crushing power. Then, a final, sickening gurgle tore from its throat, the death rattle of a defeated beast. And then, with a colossal, ground-shaking thud, the keeper monster hit the dirt, its reign of terror officially over. A triumphant chime rang out, and a system notification flashed, 25 points, baby. Just moments later, another message popped up, confirming the level up to a sweet 15. Gasping for air, Songho watched the system flood his vision with upgrades, soundless movement acquired, level 15 bonus trait effects, and a dimensional slot plus unlocked. He let out a triumphant, exhausted breath, soaking in the sweet taste of victory and power-ups. The system then detailed the soundless movement skill, promising to make him a ghost in battle, and just like that, a brand new slot 4 was ready for action. A holographic system window blazed to life before him, showcasing the insane power of Dimensional Slot Plus. It promised instant retrieval from his subspace pouch, though only one item per slot. With 10 maximum slots and 5 already filled, the command interface was ready. But even with all that, he just scoffed, feeling totally underwhelmed by the new skill and trait effect he'd just scored. But hey, he thought, those owlbear claws. They've gotta be worth a fortune as weapons. A determined look hardened his features, his eyes locked onto his next objective. He decided it was time to squeeze every single drop of potential out of this situation. And with that fierce resolve, he revved up a glowing chainsaw, bringing it down hard on the fallen monster, the blade ripping through its tough hide with a satisfying, tearing sound. Songho is living his best life, chilling by the campfire, cooking up a storm, and soaking in the good vibes. Meanwhile, the wolf pup is absolutely chowing down, gobbling up its food like there's no tomorrow. But wait, the pup's already barking for seconds, and Songho's like, dude, you just ate 5 meals. How are you still hungry? But of course, Songho can't resist, tossing another tasty morsel, and the pup snatches it up instantly. He watches the little guy feast, telling it to bulk up fast. Giving the pup a good head scratch, he's already planning their epic combo moves, and then it hits him, the pup's gotten seriously huge. With the pup happily chewing on a stick, Songho figures it's time to hit the road again. He springs to his feet, asking if they're ready for the next adventure, totally hyped for whatever comes next. Suddenly, a dazzling purple interface pops up, revealing a brand new system feature, the Auction House, finally unlocked at level 15. The Auction House interface is pure eye candy, glowing with intense purple energy, promising epic loot and game-changing trades. He checks out the List Item and Retrieve Item buttons, plus that 10% transaction fee, and instantly recognizes the UI from his old game, meaning he's already a pro at this. Hold up, is this for real? Songho is absolutely floored by the system notification, a whopping 10% transaction fee staring him down. This is a total ripoff compared to the measly 5% it used to be in the game. What a blatant ripoff, he fumes, his finger poised over the Retrieve Item button, ready to dive headfirst into this new, potentially lucrative, system. His eyes widen in shock as the full auction interface blasts onto his screen, showing a minimum bid of 10 points, a buy now price of 100, and a 20-minute countdown on some mystery item. He spots the Old Ebony Club already up for grabs, a clear sign that other players are already in the game, and he has to tell himself to chill out, the competition is already heating up. A quiet whoop escapes his lips, his face a picture of stunned disbelief and a hint of annoyance at how fast things are moving. He pictures other players, shadowy figures with glowing eyes, already at the top of their game, especially if they're rocking those semi-endgame combat traits. It's not even weird, he thinks, for them to be way higher level than him, even though he's a non-combat specialist. His hand instinctively moves to the comment button, right under the Old Ebony Club listing, a gnarly spiked mace that's probably already causing trouble. He pops open the comments section, and it's a ghost town, no one's posted yet, making him wonder, did I seriously level up too fast? A new mission instantly pops into his head, today's TODO, beat up a keeper XS. A smirk plays on his lips as he reads the comment's unique phrasing, instantly recognizing the style and knowing exactly who's behind it. He lets out a small, knowing chuckle, his gaze locked on the glowing interface, a new plan already forming in his mind. Anonymity was the name of the game, letting players go full incognito and become whoever they wanted. Players were going all out, rocking masks and wild personas, making it impossible to tell who was who. And get this, you could customize everything, gender, voice, even your whole look. Talk about a wild, unpredictable world. Unless you were in global chat, where IDs popped up, you were totally in the dark about other players unless they spilled the beans. So when a familiar ID, Nurafisnurafipsi, popped up, it was a total shocker, especially with that blonde hair and those intense red eyes. But here's the kicker, the more OG players there were, the more they just ignored what the devs wanted them to do. These seasoned players were always pushing the limits, making their own rules and turning the game upside down. Song-ho, glued to his holographic screen, was totally deep in thought about all this, watching the player drama unfold right in front of him. He spotted this one player who always tacked excess onto their messages, like, damn, did I level too fast, and today's TODO, beat up a keeper. XS. Seriously, this person was the ultimate attention grabber. Spotting that familiar player's vibe, Song-ho reached out to the holographic screen, his finger ready to make a move. A small smirk crept onto his face as he typed a quick HI, making his move on the mysterious player. Boom. A reply instantly popped up on his screen, declaring, "Who are you?" "I'm Rabbit Princess." He's checking the message, and that smirk. Yeah, he knows exactly what kind of energy he's dealing with here. The chat is heating up, and he's totally here for it, a grin spreading across his face as the conversation gets real. Rabbit Princess is on the offensive, demanding to know who he is, and he drops the "Gimbap lover" bomb, but the lag in her response has him thinking, wait, is she on to me? Then, a notification pings, and it's pure, unadulterated victory cackling coming through the chat. Rabbit Princess is already hitting him with the, "I trusted you," and "How long have I been waiting?" lines, totally playing up the drama. She tries to suss out if he's rolling with the president right now, but he shuts that down fast, confirming he's a solo act. She's genuinely shocked, thinking he was totally in with the government after those doomsday flyers, but he sets the record straight, it was just some intel, not a full-on partnership. Chilling on the couch, he's thinking about how deep the Sura knowledge goes, and there's no way he's spilling the beans on his own special ability. Rabbit Princess totally gets it, dropping the truth bomb that unless you're a full-on combat beast, showing off your trait is basically signing your own death warrant. He's beaming, a real smile this time, because Rabbit Princess just proved she's on his wavelength, totally getting his strategic mindset. Over on his screen, Inhack's looking a little stunned, like, seriously? You guys are just gonna spill all that? He lets out a confident laugh, sending one last message that basically says, yeah, we're a team now, deal with it. Rabbit Princess drops a bombshell, revealing her ultimate trait, resurrection. She casually mentions infinite uses with enough points, and Song-ho's jaw practically hits the floor. What? Seriously? Not only that, but she's already level 17, packing physical, elemental, and special resistances. Talk about overpowered. Then, with a cheeky grin, she throws the question back at him, how about yours? But Song-ho looks like he just swallowed a lemon. He flat out refuses to spill the beans, leaving Rabbit Princess utterly bewildered and demanding to know why. Turns out, his reason is painfully simple, he's got major trust issues. Back in reality, Mi-kyung and Oh Hyungjin are chilling, looking like they're about to drop some real-life ability stats. Song-ho quickly smooths things over, assuring Rabbit Princess it's not personal, he just needs to meet her in person before spilling his secrets. She gets it, at least a little bit. Then, switching gears, she tells Gimbap lover Nim to hit up the auction house again. Suddenly, a hand slams down on a glowing NO button on a mysterious registration prompt, leaving everyone wondering, huh? What do you mean? Song-ho's eyes practically pop out of his head, because this registration prompt is popping up way too soon, they've barely finished the tutorial. Suddenly, a system window pops up, showcasing a magic metal ring, and the system itself hypes it up, saying Song-ho knows its true worth. This thing is glowing with magic, promising epic health and strength buffs. Then, a flashback hits. A buff dude with shaggy brown hair is talking, bragging about how he scoured the whole area for this ring, and he's just giving it away for 10 points. Back in the present, Song-ho's jaw drops, totally baffled by how anyone could just hand over something so incredibly valuable. The system flashes XS in huge letters, screaming just how rare and epic this item truly is. The flashback continues with the guy just saying, just take it, like it's nothing, claiming he's trying to build trust with Song-ho. What a move. Flashback to the game. A brutal fight is going down, with a massive keeper monster choking out Inhack, while Rabbit Princess, bald and fierce, is right there in the thick of it, fighting by his side. Talk about a ride-or-die duo. Then, Inhack and Rabbit Princess are seen escaping, then chilling in a field, showing just how tight they were back in the day, true veteran buddies. Back to reality, Song-ho's mind is racing about this crazy generosity, still kinda shocked but totally thankful for the unexpected gift. He stares at the magic metal ring in his palm, surrounded by a pile of loot like owlbear claws and smoked trout, totally plotting his next big play. He figures the best way to show he's serious is to take action, and boom. System messages confirm his owlbear claw and smoke trout are now up for grabs. Then, the system drops a bombshell, calling his listed items freaking sexy. Seriously, the system is hyped for his loot. He remembered the others' weird preferences, grilled fish for snacks, animal claws for weapons. What a combo, as he scrolled through the system. Then, a wild message popped up, monsters in Busan already, he was asked, and he casually dropped that it was all about his trait. Suddenly, a glowing item appeared, a literal token of trust from the system, sparkling with pure magic. He was totally blown away, shouting, "OHHXS. That's insane," right before the system dropped a reminder about Rabbit Princess Nim. He was cool with them coming to Busan or even chatting casually in-game, but the system's cheeky comments about his identity within anonymity were pushing it. He laid down the law, real life means clothes, and no more excess. He just wanted to keep a low profile, seriously. He doubled down, emphasizing that his whole identity within anonymity thing was crucial, and he wasn't backing down. But the system, being the troll it was, shot back, "Naked's fine if you're alone." He just groaned, and the system, surprisingly, agreed to switch up its catchphrase. Once the chat with Gimbap Lover wrapped up, he finally got to dig into a real meal, devouring that grilled fish like it was the best thing ever. And then, like magic or just pure luck, the typhoon outside just stopped, leaving him in a strangely peaceful, reflective mood. His intense gaze, sharp and full of thought, showed he was deep in contemplation, processing everything that had just happened. Blinding sunlight blasts through the window, but the real question isn't about the light, it's about what to call this insane reality. Is this some kind of divine revelation, a god-tier awakening for this absolute unit of a man? Or did his best friend, the ultimate survivor of the game, just straight up become a god? No matter the reason, Seokyun just went for it, leaping down, a total blur as he plummeted towards the city below. He slammed into the ground with a bone-shattering impact, creating a massive crater and sending a shockwave that rocked the entire street, totally catching a nearby monster off guard. No time to waste, his hand shot out, a wicked red energy bursting forth as he absolutely demolished another enemy. The city skyline loomed, completely oblivious to the insane battle raging on the streets below. Seokyun was a whirlwind of destruction, his insane kick sending another monster flying straight into the horde. He was fighting for something, maybe to finally reunite with the friend who brought him back from the brink. Then, with a colossal, giant swing, he absolutely obliterated a path through the swarming enemies. His bare foot slammed down, glowing with an otherworldly light. But there was one tiny problem, his power was so off the charts that he was literally blowing up the entire city, reducing buildings to dust with every move. Wahahaha. And that was it, the moment everything clicked. As Seokyun, still reeling from the sheer power he'd unleashed, surveyed the devastation, a massive bung reverberating through the air, leaving him with one burning question. He stood tall over a defeated foe, the apartment complex behind him a shattered mess, and the thought hit him, is this even my hideout? Clearly, whoever was navigating him was absolutely terrible. 3 days. That's all it took for the typhoon to clear out, leaving behind a world completely transformed and crawling with monsters. But hey, in the chaos, the gym party members weren't just surviving, they were evolving, adapting to this insane apocalypse. Take Yuhyan, for example. He hit level 5, and now his crafted dolls can fly way farther. Suddenly, a paper airplane glides right into Songho's hand, bringing news that the gym party had relocated to a taekwondo studio just around the corner from him. Chilling on his couch, he casually checks out the latest intel from his crew. And get this, Yuhyan and a woman actually became a couple, finding love and power in the middle of this crazy world. And oh Hyungjin. He hit level 10, which means he just unlocked a brand new shop. Talk about a game changer. Every time he got these updates, Songho was secretly boosting their progress, guiding them to pre-scouted farming spots. Pen in hand, he's meticulously scribbling new intel onto another paper airplane. He launches it from his window, thinking, this should be enough, right? He's making sure they can farm safely and power up without a hitch. Then, his gaze snaps to a glowing purple holographic screen, and what's on it? Auction house. Songho is locked in, staring at a holographic interface, confirming he's still connected, still keeping tabs on someone important. But those replies? Super slow. He's left guessing what they're up to, all while a brutal flashback hits, he's getting punched, monsters are everywhere, and someone screaming, move aside. I have to go to Busan. He gets it now, just like in a game, this reality system is brutal. From level 15, the XP needed to level up literally doubles every single time. And he's also discovered a terrifying, hell-level zone, probably popping up right there in his status window. His status screen flashes, level 15. Health, strength, agility, dexterity, perception, all there, plus insane traits like exclusive dimensional gate access and skills like survival instinct, terrain detection LV2, and soundless movement. He quickly crunches the numbers, realizing he'd need to take down about 100 zombies just to hit level 16. A challenge he knows he could conquer if he just went all in on hunting. But then, a thought hits him, his situation is different. A smirk playing on his face as he wonders if that hell-level zone is even real. He stretches, making a firm decision, no single-minded hunting for him. He's got way too much other crucial stuff to handle. Just 2 hours later, and the world outside has completely transformed, settling into an eerie calm. Holding a mithril knife, Songho can't believe what he's hearing. "You guys actually made this yourselves?" he demands, incredulous. The little red beetle creature chirps an enthusiastic BBU, as its grey companions look on. He's fine with them barging in and taking the rare ore they agreed on. But then he drops the bombshell, "You guys are beetles. How could these tiny creatures possibly craft something so intricate?" The red beetle creature flares up, protesting loudly with BBU BBU BBU. It seems to be begging for a shot, a chance to show what it can do. Songho, holding out a coin, lays down the ultimate challenge, "Prove it. Craft something with this." The red beetle creature accepts with a determined BBU. The red beetle creature gets to work, its tiny hands moving with surprising speed, BBU BBU, echoing with intense focus. And just like that, with a triumphant flourish, it reveals a brand new, perfectly crafted knife. Songho's jaw drops. "Whoa. It actually works," he exclaims, utterly stunned by the beetle's incredible skill. Songho, absolutely floored by the beetle creature's hidden talent, can't help but ask the burning question, if they're this good at sharpening, why was their mithril knife so janky in the first place? He's practically showing off the newly refined blade, its edge glinting, while the little red beetle creature just stares, its antennae doing a nervous little dance. He spots the three creatures, and one of the grey beetles looks like it's about to burst into tears, making Songho wonder if it's actually crying right then and there. He tells them to get it together, and draw out exactly what's going on. Pointing to a map, Songho, ever the pragmatist, declares that as their client, he's willing to hear their side of the story. The beetle creatures, taking his words to heart, immediately get to work, their little legs furiously sketching their story onto the floor. From their rough sketches, Songho pieces together the tragic truth: goblins have been relentlessly beating them down, leaving them defenseless without proper weapons. Witnessing their ongoing misery, he demands to know precisely where these goblin bullies live. Songho carefully scoops up the red beetle, its tiny form nestled in his palm, while the other two grey beetles gaze up with hopeful eyes. The red beetle points directly to a location on the map, and Songho quickly confirms, "Ah, you mean their nest." With a fierce resolve, he vows to wipe out those goblins in short order. Songho is taken aback, staring down at the tiny red beetle creature that just spoke. The beetle fires back, confirming the deal but making it clear Songho has responsibilities too. The little red beetle, pen in hand, is practically buzzing with excitement, its glowing scribbles hinting at a mind far sharper than its size suggests. It keeps going, offering to incinerate his kills if he brings enough, a total game changer for their alliance. But wait, there's more. The red beetle points to a map, demanding a crafting job right after the goblin raid, and it's guaranteeing a sweet reward. Songho grins, completely surrounded by the chittering beetle crew, their excitement is off the charts. It hits him, these beetles have some serious leadership potential, and it's a total shocker. After the beetle negotiations, he's back to the grind, farming like a boss with Dingo right there. But the zombie grind is getting brutal, these aren't your early game pushovers anymore, they've leveled up. A spiked club rips through the air, leaving a blazing blue energy trail. Songho blazes forward with insane speed, his eyes burning with resolve as he charges into the upgraded threat. Songho's foot slams into a downed zombie, a sickening crunch echoing as the creature lets out a guttural GHH. Before he unleashes another lightning-fast kick, a blur of motion connecting squarely with its decaying face. The city streets are a chaotic blur, a relentless backdrop to the escalating fight, with danger lurking around every corner. Suddenly, he spins, his weapon igniting with a fierce blue glow, delivering a devastating blow that obliterates another zombie's head in a burst of gore. Surrounded by a pulsating purple aura, he locks down one grotesque creature, but the horde is relentless, with another zombie lunging at him. No time to waste, he stomps down, pinning a defeated zombie under his boot, its form twisted in a final, agonizing pose. Without missing a beat, he unleashes a brutal overhead swing, his weapon a blinding blue arc that absolutely demolishes the head of another charging zombie, his purple aura exploding with raw power. One zombie lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its glowing red eyes bulging with sheer, unadulterated terror, as the massacre unfolds around it. Amidst the carnage, Songho's eyes burn with an unyielding intensity, his masked face a portrait of absolute focus and deadly resolve. He's a whirlwind of motion, his weapon already back over his shoulder, a silent promise of more destruction to come. And just like that, another zombie crumples, impaled by his searing blue weapon, the battlefield awash in his terrifying purple energy. The sheer, brutal efficiency of his combat leaves only one possible reaction, a stunned wow. Hanging in the air. His eyes are blown wide, a single bead of sweat betraying the sheer intensity of the moment, the stakes higher than ever. Taking in the desolate, high-end district, Song-ho can't help but comment on how surprisingly fancy this abandoned place is. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for this whole mess, he'd probably never even step foot in a place like this. With his loyal wolf pup right there, he keeps pushing forward, navigating the eerie silence of the ruined city. As they pass a fallen figure, a sudden thought hits him, is Suyin, someone he knows, even still alive out there? He pulls out a business card, and boom, it's Jo Soo-yun from Calypso Hospital, a direct connection to his past life. Still moving past those massive buildings, he remembers the crucial intel, people who've touched Awakeners are totally immune to zombie spores. That knowledge brings a huge sigh of relief, because he figures Suyin, who he actually shook hands with, probably didn't turn into a zombie. A warm, smiling image of Suyin, reaching out her hand, pops into his head, a bittersweet memory of the past. But his focus quickly snaps back to the present, to a much bigger problem, the mysterious location of Eden Villa. He connects the dots, realizing this spot is super close to the golf course, which is also where my dream Kwon Kyungjun's bunker is hidden. With a look of pure determination, he heads straight for that dark entrance, ready to face whatever secrets are waiting inside. He's at the edge of a massive elevator shaft, yelling down to his furry sidekick, "Get up here, Dingo." And Dingo, being the good boy he is, barks right back. Dingo's on his back, ready for action, and he's rappelling down into the abyss. He's already scoping out the scene, realizing this place is a magnet for survivors, which means it's also a powder keg for trouble. He's thinking, this is literally a ticking time bomb for fights to erupt. Every step is calculated, he's moving with precision, a true pro. He finally hits a ledge, and with a powerful pull, his hands grab on, hauling him up like it's nothing. Taking a quick breather, he thinks, most people would be totally wiped out just from this climb. But putting that aside, he's thinking, this rope setup looks super professional, meaning someone's been using this route for a while. He's now in a creepy hallway, and it hits him, Suyin was behind all this. Is this even her unit, 302? The hallway is trashed, just piles of rubble everywhere, screaming chaos. He walks right up to a door and gives it a solid knock, the sound just booming in the silence. No answer, so he just mutters, damn it, seriously. He's at the door, and he's not holding back. I told you I'd be here on time, didn't I? He practically shouts, ready for whatever's next. But a voice from inside cuts him off, full of worry, warning him that he shouldn't have come, not with a murderer lurking around. Silence. Then, a sudden, sharp question bursts forth. Suddenly, the door swings open just enough to reveal a grinning Song-ho, with Dingo, his loyal wolf pup, practically exploding with barks, as he cheerfully greets Suyin. Suyin, still on edge, demands to know why he's even there, and he just coolly drops the bomb, he's here to collect his medicine money. Even Dingo, perched on his shoulder, seems to be like, wait, what, muttering about that whole murderer nearby thing they just heard. A sly, knowing smile creeps onto Suyin's face, a soft, almost mischievous chuckle escaping her. But he's not letting it go, his expression serious as he demands, more importantly, what do you mean, a murderer? Suyin, finally stepping into view, motions them inside, admitting this is going to be one seriously long conversation. The moment Dingo and he hit the couch, Jo Soo-yun just exploded with information, totally letting loose all her pent-up frustrations. She was going off so hard, he couldn't even get a word in edgewise, her hands flying as she laid out the whole crazy situation. Basically, the time shelter was a total mess, completely fractured. With the time shelter at the core, 3 different factions had carved out their own turf, living in totally separate zones. One of these groups, Party C, was huge, with at least 10 members, and their leader, a dude in a slick purple suit, had these creepy glowing violet eyes. Then, out of nowhere, Party C suggested opening the time shelter, and sharing all the supplies. But when the other 2 parties flat out refused, that fragile piece just completely imploded. The whole crew was listening, looking super grim, as the story took a seriously dark turn. A bloody hand clutched a knife, the red stuff just dripping everywhere. And then, a murderer just popped up out of nowhere, leaving a bloody trail of chaos. With glowing red eyes and a nasty scar over his left eye, this dude in a black suit just smirked, blood splattered all over his face, a terrifying purple aura blasting from him as he gripped that bloody knife. With a group that massive, there's no doubt the leader of Party C is the infamous Kwon Jae-jun, his eyes burning with a chilling purple glow. He connects the dots, realizing the killer is probably just some poor subordinate, completely mind-controlled by Kwon Jae-jun's terrifying power. But why did Kwon Jae-jun even bother with a proposal instead of just mind-controlling everyone? He figures it's gotta be because his power has some kind of major drawback or condition. But he has to keep up the act with Suyin, he absolutely cannot let her get pulled into this nightmare. So, to sum it up, a killer showed up because the other team said no to Party C's demands, and while he can't prove it, he's absolutely sure it's all connected. She drops the bombshell, confirming that someone from their team and Team B got wiped out, their bodies left in a bloody mess. But here's the kicker, despite all the bloodshed, Team C hasn't lost a single person. It just makes Kwon Jae-jun and his crew even more suspicious. He's totally stumped, asking himself why they'd rush to open the shelter now when it'll just open on its own later. He just doesn't have enough info to figure it out. Switching gears, he casually asks Suyin, your trait was healing, right? Her hands shimmer with a gentle green glow as she confirms, yep, but it's only for minor stuff. He nods, explaining how he gets points for helping but never levels up, and that's exactly what sparked his big theory. As he stares at the glowing power in his hand, he realizes, if Team C's leader isn't a fighter, then his trait has to be something totally different. But here's the twist, his trait wasn't about raw power, it was a mind-bending puppetry skill, controlling others without boosting his own stats. So, what's the catch? He'd be stuck grinding for materials, constantly crafting insane area of effect weapons just to power level his crew. Imagine the logistics nightmare. He'd be running a full-blown supply chain just to keep his puppet army leveled up. Jo Soo-yeon's mind was blown, she needed to know more about his wild theory, but even she had to admit, his hunch was totally plausible. He pressed on, emphasizing that his minions getting stronger didn't mean he was leveling up himself. While he dropped these truth bombs, his adorable wolf pup perked up its ears, totally engrossed in the high-stakes discussion. And let's not forget, running a whole clan of these guys would be a massive headache, a constant struggle. Jo Soo-yeon totally got it, nodding along about the endless headaches of management, convinced his theory was spot on and perfectly explained everything. Switching gears, Song-ho casually asked if she had a party meeting coming up, and she reluctantly confessed she had some business to handle. He pressed, going out to farm, but she shot him down with a firm no. Reading her like an open book, Song-ho smirked, sensing a confession was imminent, leaving her utterly bewildered by his perception. Then, with a blush, she spilled the tea, her party members were, like, total idiots. Song-ho's just chilling behind Jo Soo-yeon, who's totally fuming, with the wolf pup looking up at him, as she vents about how mad she was when he showed up at her door. She clenches her fist, totally fired up, and keeps going about her party members, who are apparently only motivated by their sexual drive. She's like, their sexual drive is the only thing they've got going on, and Song-ho just deadpans, yeah, that sounds like a huge problem. But Song-ho just flashes a slight smile, brushing off her worries with a chill, nah, it's all good. Still looking worried, she changes the subject, asking him what his next move is. Song-ho fiddles with his glove, then drops the bomb. He's scouting the time shelter, which immediately makes Jo Soo-yeon freak out about him going solo against Team C. He just turns away, super chill, telling her he's just gonna be a stealthy spy from the shadows. He adds that the zombie apocalypse means Team C won't be all together, which is apparently a huge bummer for the wolf pup, who's just sitting there looking super sad. Suddenly, Song-ho holds out his hand, revealing a super bright yellow crystal, calling it a housewarming gift. He tells her this glowstone can be a candle, and she can even snap it into bits if it's too bright, while Jo Soo-yeon just stares, totally shocked. Then it hits her, if he's got a glowstone, he's gotta have unlocked the shop already. Song-ho just gives her a confident smile, telling her to chill out and not overthink it. He's already plotting his next power play, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze, vowing to pay back the cost of that medicine with a massive interest. Standing tall, his loyal wolf pup by his side, the epic chapter title, Apocalypse's Old Timer, drops. But elsewhere, a massive bunker looms under a clear sky, as a voice demands an update on the purification progress. Kwon Jae-jun, with his menacing purple eyes glowing, sits like a king, taking in the report from his subordinate, who reveals that the murderer just took out another Team B member around 3 p.m. The subordinate keeps going, detailing how they've confirmed Team B's remaining members are relocating their gear, meaning Sector B's purification is about to wrap up. Kwon Jae-jun then pivots, asking about Team A, and his subordinate reports zero significant movement from them yet. Without missing a beat, Kwon Jae-jun coolly declares they should just take out another Team A member, and his subordinate instantly agrees, calling it the ultimate power move. The subordinate then clarifies that while Team A's members are scattered and hard to track, they did catch a female member heading straight for Eden Plaza. Kwon Jae-jun takes it all in, and with a chilling command, orders the murderer to be dispatched to Eden Plaza. The subordinate watches as the murderer, a scarred figure with glowing red eyes, strides away, ready to unleash pure chaos. Kwon Jae-jun's purple eyes blaze with chilling intensity, his mind already mapping out the next brutal moves in his purification scheme. Kwon Jae-jun, radiating intense energy, interrogates a subordinate, who nervously admits, about that, we couldn't identify him. The subordinate bows low, clearly having failed his mission, as Kwon Jae-jun's chilling voice cuts through the air, demanding, so, did you find that guy? A frustrated, damn it. Escapes the subordinate, his hand clenching in a desperate grip, the pressure from his boss clearly getting to him. Kwon Jae-jun's eyes blaze with purple energy, his focus absolute, as he growls, I know he's in Busan, but where the hell is he? From a high vantage point, overlooking the ravaged city, he declares, I need to catch him as soon as possible. Elsewhere, a subordinate ruthlessly takes down a grotesque zombie, his glowing blue knife plunging into its chest in a brutal, bloody kill. But even with the kills piling up, Kwon Jae-jun is fuming, exploding, what's the damn problem? Why am I not getting points or XP when my linked subordinates get kills? His face twists into a furious snarl. A chilling silence falls, as he mutters, otherwise. A terrifying vision flashes through his mind, of being devoured one day by that unknown bastard. His gaze hardens, remembering the terrifying foe, the one with the paralysis poison before the apocalypse. Standing before his subordinates, he seethes, and if I can't attend the auction house meeting, those other regional clan leaders will look down on me. Kwon Jae-jun is absolutely seething, a furious God damn it ripping from him as his subordinate calls out to the boss. From a bird's eye view, his crew delivers the goods, announcing the zombies are bagged and tagged, their pathetic groans barely audible. The urban wasteland is their stage, the tied-up undead completely at the mercy of his perfectly coordinated team. Kwon Jae-jun takes a mysterious, glowing item from his right-hand man, a cool, good work, acknowledging the job well done. No time to waste, he casually drops the Molotov, the fiery bottle already primed to ignite the chaos. The bottle spins, a quick roll before the Real show begins. And just like that, the inferno erupts, the helpless zombies screaming as the fire licks at their feet. The blaze explodes, a terrifying ROAR from the undead as they're engulfed. The whole horde is swallowed by a raging inferno, a brilliant, deadly spectacle of pure destruction. Kwon Jae-jun, cool as ice, watches the bodies burn and gets the sweet notification, 40 points in a bag and a level up to 9. Boom. But he's not done yet, his mind already calculating, just 6 more levels stand between him and his true power. And as he stands there, plotting his next move, a sinister purple energy pulses from his hand, a clear sign of his escalating strength. Kwon Jae-jun, with his eyes blazing in a sinister purple, lays out his 3-point plan, showing off his power. First up on his evil agenda, find that secret time shelter lock. Then, he's like, keep those zombies coming, people. And for the grand finale, his eyes burning with power, he demands they find the unknown. Purple power surges from his hand as he drops that mysterious command, leaving everyone wondering what unknown even means. His minion, without hesitation, snaps back, yes, sir. Totally on board with the crazy plan. Then, the subordinate spots it, a glowing blue mystery in the distance, a shimmering structure that screams, plot point. He's like, check that out. Clearly something big is happening. But wait, Song-ho is on the scene, scarf up, watching the whole thing go down, and he's got a smirk, calling out Kwon Jae-jun's crazy energy. He's chilling in the bushes, his adorable wolf pup right there, both of them totally scoping out the scene. Then, a voice, probably Song-ho's, drops some wisdom, chill out, don't rush it. Clearly, he's got a plan. And then, bam. His eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, revealing a hidden power or some serious rage. Amidst the shattered cityscape, a man drops to one knee, desperately calling out Soyeon's name. His words hang in the air, glowing with a soft pink aura, a clear invitation to go out with him, right here, right now. Still on one knee, the man clutches a single red rose, his face a desperate blend of hope and anxiety. But Soyeon isn't having it, her eyes narrowed as she challenges him, is this really your best move? A killer is on the loose, and he's doing this? He stammers, trying to explain he used his trait to get here, but Soyeon immediately shuts him down, accusing him of relying only on his power. Her voice cuts through the tension as she reminds him, a party member just got killed out there. He's taken aback, but quickly counters, yeah, but the killer was in another party's zone. As he reaches for her hair, Soyeon's face hardens, flatly stating she doesn't like this, and she can't trust him. He keeps pushing, claiming nothing's confirmed and promising to be the best boyfriend ever if she just says yes. But Soyeon has had enough, cutting him off cold. Her patience completely gone, she declares, let's stop here. She's not listening to another word. Soyeon turns her back and walks away, leaving him stunned, but he's not giving up, yelling, I'm not done talking yet. His heart pulses with a terrifying red glow, and he's practically begging, just one more chance. Suddenly, a weird energy ripples, and he's totally confused, what is this? He's clutching his chest, his heart going wild, and Jo Soo-yeon is just like, dude, did you even read the manual I gave you? She's like, it's the murderer, they're close, but then immediately snaps, wait, your info is garbage again. He's in denial, no way, but then quickly shifts gears, we gotta move. He figures they can't outrun a murderer with tracking skills, so their best bet is to split up and ditch the shopping district before they get into a death match. And just like that, Jo Soo-yeon turns her back, leaving him hanging. A purple symbol flares on his forehead, and he's like, fine, I'll track them myself. His face is all serious, totally focused. Then, a frustrated, damn it, rips from him, because the murderer, looking sharp in a suit with terrifying red eyes, is just standing there in the destroyed city. The horrifying truth hits, the murderer is literally right there. His red eyes are practically burning holes through everything. Knife in hand, the murderer just strolls forward, chillingly calm, red energy practically exploding around him. Jo Soo-yeon, looking totally guilty, finally says, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, he's just fed up, seriously, nothing ever goes right when you're around. Even with the murderer right there, he's still focused, at least we confirmed one thing. The tension is absolutely insane. Jo Soo-yeon's eyes snap open, a chilling realization dawning on her face as the true horror of their predicament hits hard. The murderer's here, and get this, his outfit is a dead ringer for C-teams. What does that even mean? And there he is, the murderer himself, a terrifying grin splitting his face as his eyes blaze with a demonic red glow, radiating pure menace. He's just casually holding a knife, like it's nothing. Then, with a chilling word, he unleashes it. A massive, glowing red grid erupts, engulfing everything in its path. This thing is fast. The red grid explodes outwards, tearing through the city, and just like that, Song-ho, Jo Soo-yeon, and Yoo-hyun are caught inside. The red energy pulses, shaking the entire city, it's a full-on lockdown. No escape. This glowing red cage is everywhere, and everyone's asking, what is this? Yoo-hyun freaks out, asking what the plan is, and Jo Soo-yeon, looking absolutely terrified, can only blurt out, run and hide. Song-ho watches the murderer, thinking, dude's fast, but Yoo-hyun is losing it, yelling, this is crazy. Once the death match starts, the murderer can't run, right? Song-ho's thinking, can we even hide from this guy? Then he starts digging through his bag, pulling out some high-tech anti-iron plague flashlight, this thing's self-generating and made of plastic and ceramic. He grips that flashlight tight, a spark of hope in his gaze, thinking, if this goes my way, we're golden. Jo Soo-yeon and Yoo-hyun are still running for their lives, but then she drops a bombshell, the secret savior could be heading straight for them. Jo Soo-yeon stares down the terrifying murderer, a knife glinting in his hand, knowing this is their last stand. They have to hold out. The murderer lunges, his hand shooting out with deadly speed, red energy crackling as he aims for her face. His attack is lightning fast, a terrifying blur against the city's red grid, but she's ready. But Jo Soo-yeon is faster, shoving the anti-iron plague flashlight right into his face, its light already pushing him back. The flashlight explodes, unleashing a blinding, golden torrent of light and pure energy. The murderer lets out a guttural kragh, clutching his head as a wave of purple energy explodes around him. That light is pure agony. A triumphant smile spreads across her face, the flashlight actually worked. It's a game changer. Gripping the flashlight with renewed determination, she remembers the manual's simple, yet powerful instruction, just shine a strong light. The murderer is down, but not out, struggling to recover as Jo Soo-yeon and Song-ho keep their eyes locked on him, anticipating his next desperate move. No time to waste. Seizing the moment, she unleashes a lightning-fast kick, keeping the murderer on the defensive. The impact is brutal, sending him crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. A pained groan escapes him, the realization hitting hard, how foolish of me. Still reeling from the brutal attack, she's down, blood spilling from her mouth, barely able to breathe. But the murderer isn't done. He's coming down, knife glinting, a terrifying red aura exploding around him, ready to end it all. She's shaking, reaching out a desperate hand, a faint cry for Hansang barely escaping her lips. But wait. Song-ho is on the move, tearing through the devastated city, a blur of motion heading straight for the danger. The murderer is right there, and she's closing her eyes, a dark thought flashing through her mind, at least she didn't accept that confession. His red eyes burning, the murderer sneers, spitting out his dark philosophy, how life is pointless, and he can't believe he's going out like this. That twisted grin. He raises the knife, red energy surging, ready to bring it all down. She's closing her eyes, giving up, but the murderer's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why she's just letting it happen. But then, clang. A deafening metallic crash rips through the air, stopping the killer cold. It's Song-ho. His blade flashes, blocking the murderer's attack in a burst of sparks, standing between the killer and the fallen woman. The murderer is stunned, his glowing red eyes wide with shock, letting out a furious "what" as his kill is stolen. No time to waste. Song-ho unleashes a devastating kick, sending the murderer absolutely flying. Song-ho's kick unleashes a blinding blue energy burst, slamming into the murderer with explosive force and sending him reeling. He follows through with a devastating surge, launching the assailant flying through the air, their body a blur of motion against the blue energy trail. Meanwhile, Jo Soo-yeon is still on the ground, battered and exhausted, her eyes wide as she watches the chaos unfold. But just as she thinks it's over, a hand reaches out to her, a beacon of hope in the encroaching shadows. Song-ho stands over her, his gaze intense, proclaiming with absolute conviction that death is not an option. He offers his hand, a clear sign to get up, his presence a shield against the world. Soo-yun's gut feeling was spot on. The C-team leader had a mental type trait, and he used brainwashing to turn his own people into puppets. Later, as they regroup in the shattered remains of the building, Song-ho finally gets it, that's how they moved so perfectly, even with so many members. He checks on her injuries, his hand radiating a soft green glow as he heals her, and she's already almost fully recovered, all thanks to his power. But he quickly sets her straight, telling her it's not just him, it's all thanks to her teammate, who's now a lifeless sacrifice, lying there after acting as bait. The grim reality hits her hard, as she finally grasps the full weight of their teammate's ultimate sacrifice. With a heavy heart, she accepts the tragic loss, but declares they have no time for sentimentality, they have to keep moving. He drops a bombshell. The murderer's insane regeneration and durability make him literally unkillable right now. Jo Soo-yun hangs on his every word, her face a canvas of worry and dawning realization. She presses him, so, no solution, and he confirms, normally, you'd be right. He lays out the brutal truth, a death match is designed so that you're forced into a showdown with the murderer, no escape. And even if someone bites the dust and the death field vanishes, the zombies, like a magnetic force, will form an impenetrable wall. This zombie wall would completely seal off any escape, leaving them nowhere to run in the devastated city. Then, with a gentle hand clasp, he asks Jo Soo-yun, do you even know why I dragged you into this, Soo-yun? It's because there's a hidden agenda, a crucial purpose for their being here. He points to a skybridge linking the towering structures, a silent hint at the next stage of their desperate struggle. His face darkens as he remembers the very beginning of the death match, the grim past clearly haunting his thoughts. He knows the boom will echo again, and the murderer, hyped beyond belief, will unleash hell. Meanwhile, Jang Won-taek looms over the ruined city, a stoic figure watching the chaos erupt below. The murderer's eyes are absolutely on fire, radiating a menacing red glow. A terrifying grin splitting his face as the death field around them starts to collapse in. This intense shrinking creates a fleeting gap in the barrier, a crucial opening that they can exploit to escape. But this window of opportunity is razor thin, a chance that they'll only get once. Song-ho lays out the plan, he'll give the signal for Jo Soo-yun to bolt across the bridge and blast through the barrier, even with those creepy zombies hot on her heels. Jo Soo-yun, clearly worried, asks if he'll even survive against the murderer, and he just grimly states that there's no other way. He explains that the murderer gets some random, special skill to mess with their plans, which means someone's gotta stay back and fight him. On a rooftop, with Jo Soo-yun by his side, Song-ho looks out at the ruined city and admits that even if they manage to glitch the system, if they can't actually get out, their whole strategy is toast. The sheer pressure of this potential failure hangs thick in the air, a silent menace over the destroyed city underneath that deceptively calm blue sky. After getting Jo Soo-yun safely up to the third floor, Song-ho takes his stand, waiting for the murderer on the first floor, his eyes locked on the desolate hallway. With each agonizing second, his heartbeat pounds harder and harder, a frantic rhythm of the coming battle. Song-ho was ready, locked and loaded, mentally screaming for the fight to begin, daring his enemy to make a move. He slammed into an unseen barrier, a shimmering wall of pure energy, trying to hold it back, but something was wrong, a chilling ripple in reality itself. Confusion flashed across his face, he could feel his enemy, right there, so close, but his defenses were useless, like they weren't even there. Then, in a flash, an invisible blow slammed into him, blasting him backward. He was launched like a ragdoll, shards of concrete exploding around him as he flew. The force just kept coming, his body a streak against the collapsing structure. Mid-flight, a chilling truth hit him, the murderer's special ability was a game-changer, a terrifying power he hadn't accounted for. Then, in a terrifying instant, the murderer appeared, right where Song-ho had been, his red eyes burning with dark power, revealing the insane wall-phasing skill that just shattered all expectations. Song-ho explodes into action, knife flashing, launching a lightning-fast assault. A crimson blur follows his strike, a deadly arc of pure power tearing through the space between them. But his foe is a blur of motion, countering with a vicious kick that slams Song-ho to the ground, leaving him vulnerable to the follow-up. A searing red slash rips towards him, and Song-ho barely gets his arm up, the force of the blow rattling him to his core. Scrambling back to his feet, he plants his hand, ready to spring back into the fray. No time to breathe. The spiky-haired assailant is already back, bat whistling through the air, aiming for a knockout blow. Not today. Song-ho unleashes a blinding blue energy shield, shattering the bat's momentum and sending his foe flying back. The spiky-haired man is rocked, staggering back with a nasty bruise blooming on his face and smoke puffing from his mouth. That counterattack hit hard. He clutches his throbbing cheek, his eyes flaring crimson with shock and rage. That hit was not in his plan. But this guy is built different. He shakes off the blow, knife appearing in his hand, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. I knew from the game, but even in reality, this much doesn't faze him. Then, a chilling realization, perhaps he's under mind control, he wonders, as he unleashes another brutal knife strike, a crimson wave of destruction aimed right at Song-ho. This guy's moves are basic, no ego, just pure aggression. And he's coming in hot with a blazing red energy blade. But Song-ho's shield is rock solid, deflecting the blow with a massive crack. The only catch? This dude just won't quit, pulling out a knife and ready for round 2. He's literally getting stronger with every hit, building up to something insane. Song-ho's thinking, seriously? Should I just finish this guy already? But then, a sudden burst of power from Song-ho sends the spiky-haired maniac flying. No. This isn't just about beating him, it's about setting up a move to take down Kwon Kyung-jun. But the spiky-haired man is unstoppable, instantly back on the offensive with another brutal red energy slash. Song-ho dodges the knife with lightning speed. As his opponent's entire body ignites with a terrifying red glow, his eyes blazing with pure power. Get ready, because stage 2 excitement is about to drop. Blasted back from the last attack, the spiky-haired man gets absolutely rocked, a massive dust cloud exploding around him as he tries to stay upright. A shocking realization hits him, it's not just raw power, this guy's speed just went through the roof. Before he can even blink, the spiky-haired man is on him, a lightning-fast strike sending Song-ho flying, leaving streaks of blue and purple energy in his wake. Still soaring through the air, Song-ho can't stop his flight, the sheer force of the hit propelling him even further. A harsh realization hits him, this guy's got an agility buff skill. No way he can outspeed this guy head-on, so Song-ho throws out his hand, a burst of blue energy igniting as he unleashes slot 1. Skill activated, he drops into a low crouch, locked and loaded for the next attack. Meanwhile, his foe, now a blazing red blur, comes tearing in with pure, unadulterated aggression. Just as the spiky-haired man gets too close, Song-ho detonates a blinding golden energy blast, lighting up the entire zone. Surrounded by the golden light, Song-ho's strategy is crystal clear, he's got to stall, no other choice. The rhythmic thud of footsteps pounds. Building in intensity. As Song-ho charges up a massive spiral staircase, pushing his limits. Suddenly, Jo Soo-yeon's voice cuts through the air, Song-icho. She delivers a critical update, the barrier is collapsing, and the zombie horde is literally building a wall to breach their defenses. But he's not ready to move yet, shouting back, not yet. He commands her to maintain vigilance outside, awaiting his signal. His plan is clear, he'll make his stand and hold them off on the second floor. With a fierce, determined gaze, he prepares for the inevitable. And Jo Soo-yeon acknowledges his orders with a sharp okay. As he steps through a threshold, a terrifying, crimson aura erupts around him. Only to vanish moments later, leaving him ready for battle. Forget fear, his excitement is absolutely maxed out, a blazing crimson aura exploding around him as his eyes ignite with a fierce red glow. Which means, he's about to go absolutely wild and unleash everything he's got. But hold up, an unseen enemy is already gripping their shield, the metallic click of it locking down, ready to take the hit. They're about to get rocked. Song-ho, knife ready, is pushing past his limits, screaming internally that he just needs a few more seconds. He's a red blur of pure rage. He launches himself like a missile, a literal river of red energy blasting behind him, his glowing eyes locked onto the enemy. The knife smashes into the enemy's shield with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves of red energy everywhere. Blow after blow, they just keep coming, each hit a thunderous thud. The defender is getting absolutely rocked, their leg buckling under the relentless assault, barely holding on. Song-ho's inner voice screams, just a little more. He's going for the kill. His face twists into a snarl of pure, unadulterated effort, the red energy around him practically screaming with power. Deep inside, his heart is practically exploding with a blinding, pulsating red light, the absolute core of his power fueling this insane attack. Then, with one last, absolutely devastating surge, the enemy is sent flying, blood-like energy exploding from the impact point, completely annihilated by Song-ho's unleashed power. Power surging, a blazing red aura erupts around him, eyes burning with crimson fire, as he hits peak excitement. A primal roar of resolve escapes him, knowing it's now. But elsewhere, a desperate young woman with dark hair stares down, a chilling question echoing in her mind, then. She bolts, a frantic scramble as she glances back, the sounds of rapid movement echoing through the collapsing ruins, her heart pounding a desperate rhythm. A death-defying leap, a desperate fall between jagged concrete, she navigates the treacherous terrain, each impact a desperate plea for survival. Below, a nightmare unfolds, a massive crowd of terrified people trapped on a glowing red grid, their desperate cries echoing from the abyss. The entire zone is a chaotic ruin, the red grid pulsing beneath scattered bodies, a landscape of pure devastation. She hits the ground, only to be swarmed. Purple-skinned monsters with glowing red eyes lunge at her and another fallen survivor, their savage grrgh echoing through the chaos. The monsters tear through the crowd, a relentless, savage assault overwhelming the terrified masses, a brutal, bloody massacre unfolding before her eyes. She's free-falling, a total blur as the world around her just explodes into chaos. Still falling, it's like shadowy hands are trying to drag her down into the abyss. The whole city is just ripping itself apart, with this insane red grid glitching over everything. And then, someone just shouts it, "It worked." Pure relief. The woman in the green jacket hits the ground, and it's like a massive weight just lifted off her shoulders. She actually made it out of that death trap. No time to waste, she's already sprinting, getting as far away from that nightmare as possible. But a quick look back at the collapsing city snaps her back to reality, because if she wastes even a second, Song-ho could be in serious trouble. Then, a panicked voice screams a warning, the zombies are swarming the entrance, blocking it off completely. That news just hits her like a truck, her hands flying to her head in total panic. Meanwhile, the spiky-haired man is tearing through the collapsing ruins, yelling for someone to get out now, and he gets a quick, understood, back. He launches himself across a massive gap, a dark blur against the shattered buildings. And just like that, more debris comes crashing down, the whole place just keeps falling apart. Song-ho goes all out, blasting a wave of crimson energy from his hand, absolutely shredding the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. He stares at the chaos he just unleashed, a shockwave of realization hitting him, this guy is insane, he can even break through his upward attacks. Then, a chilling challenge cuts through the air, aimed directly at the murderer. The murderer is now completely engulfed in a swirling red energy prison, clearly struggling, as Song-ho keeps up the pressure, basically telling him, "Alright, we've had enough fun, haven't we?" But hold up, the murderer isn't done yet. His eyes blaze with pure red malice as he unleashes a brutal counterattack, a crimson energy blade ripping through the air straight for Song-ho. He just stands there, radiating a menacing red aura, knife in hand, taunting Song-ho, "You won't be able to find me." But Song-ho's got a whole other strategy, pulling out a pistol and aiming it dead center at the still glowing murderer, muttering, "Dude, if you just stayed down, I wouldn't have to waste ammo." Before the murderer can even blink, a glowing blue syringe slams into his neck, and Song-ho's voice drips with a chilling question about pain, "And you don't feel pain, sounds nice, right?" Syringe empty, Song-ho keeps his pistol locked and loaded, telling the guy to just sleep for a few minutes because, when you wake up, the world will look different. Then, the sharp, decisive sound of gunshots rings out. There's screams filling the air with pure panic, and then, the ultimate bombshell drops, an open dimensional gate has just appeared. Suddenly, the dimensional gate rips open with a blinding flash, and a terrifying wave of blue energy explodes outwards, spewing forth a monstrous horde of zombies. But Song-ho isn't giving up. He's right there, trying to shut that gate down, a powerful blue orb flaring in his grasp, even as the zombies close in. He blasts through the zombie wall like it's nothing, reaching Jo Soo-yeon, who's totally stunned, demanding to know how he even got past them. She's completely lost, but he doesn't waste a second, grabbing her hand, telling her he'll explain everything later, but for now, they just need to run. There's no time to lose. Once that death field vanishes, the zombies are going to come for them with everything they've got. They're tearing through the ruined city, and Song-ho drops another bombshell, the murderer is still out there. She thinks they should head home, but he shuts that down immediately, his mind already made up. No way are they going home. He's decided, they're heading straight for the shelter. They're still running for their lives, and Song-ho drops the bomb, he's actually trying to lure the murderer and the Sea Party right to them. She remembers the murderer was under the Sea Party's control, but Song-ho's got a chilling update, that might not be true anymore. He explains that a video showed the murderer's negative effects would disappear after the death match, and it hits Jo Soo-yeon like a truck, the brainwashing could be gone. Her eyes widen as everything clicks into place, realizing Song-ho's master plan has been in motion since the start, and he just smirks, confirming she's caught on fast. Song-ho's jaw clenches with pure resolve. He's not just talking, he's laying down the law, the murderer is going down, the shelter is getting saved, and the C-team? They're about to get absolutely wrecked. His eyes blaze with conviction, challenging the very idea of letting things slide, because when has injustice ever been answered with anything but more injustice? He's back. But what a return, consciousness snaps back, and he's covered in blood, a knife in his hand, surrounded by utter devastation. Confusion hits him hard, as he asks himself, what is a technician doing here, and why is he holding these deadly ceramic blades so tightly? And it gets worse. He's covered head to toe in blood, desperately trying to figure out how he got here, as his eyes start to burn with a terrifying red glow. But the confusion is fleeting, as broken memories of a family, a life he once knew, start to pierce through the haze. The pieces are finally clicking into place, and his eyes are blazing with a furious purple as the horrifying truth of his past comes crashing down. Through the chaos of his mind, a terrifying image emerges, and that's when the face of the ultimate bastard finally comes into crystal clear focus. A primal scream of pure rage rips from his throat, the name Kwon Kyung-jun burning in his mind as the architect of his suffering. Kwon Kyung-jun, with that chilling smile and those glowing red eyes, manifests in his mind, radiating pure malice, his hand outstretched in a deceptive gesture. His face twists into a mask of absolute fury, as he unleashes a primal scream, condemning Kwon Kyung-jun for turning him into a weapon. His blood-soaked hand shakes with uncontrolled fury, the crimson glow of his power mirroring the raging inferno consuming him. A brutal, gut-wrenching sound rips through the air. The city explodes with fireworks, but for Song-ho, it's just a backdrop to the storm brewing inside him, a silent rage building beneath the dazzling light show. With a blood-soaked knife in hand, he lets out a guttural snarl, pure hatred in his voice. His eyes blaze with an infernal red as the memories flood back, the sheer audacity of being put through hell while his tormentor just chilled. The idea of someone else just power-leveling zombies like it was nothing while he was in agony. Unacceptable. He's ready to make them pay, telling them to prepare for what's coming. A chilling snap echoes as he clenches his fist around the blood-soaked knife, the tension palpable. Blood splatters his shirt as his entire body coils with raw power, those terrifying red eyes burning with an unholy fire, ready to explode. A terrifying crimson aura erupts around him, his declaration a chilling promise, he's coming to collect his blood debt, and there's no escape. Suddenly, a nervous voice cuts through the tension, uttering the name that just might change everything. Meanwhile, a woman in a green jacket, huddled with a spiky-haired guy, can't help but wonder if all these fireworks are really necessary right now. As they watch the chaos unfold, the spiky-haired man grimly observes that their enemies are about to be on high alert. But far away, Kwon Kyung-jun, cool as ice, reveals that this heightened alert is exactly what he wants. His sinister plan unfolds, he'll stir up enough trouble to make Team C's leader lose his cool, also he won't even notice when his ultimate murder tool slips away. Kwon Kyung-jun, ever the strategist, gives Jo Soo-yeon her orders, recognizing her strength as he tasks her with watching for Team C. Meanwhile, he's already plotting his next move, ready to strike when the moment is perfect. With a grim look, Jo Soo-yeon can only think of the man fueled by pure, burning resentment. From the heavens, a dark blur descends. Song-ho is dropping like a meteor, ready to make his grand entrance. His eyes blaze with an infernal red, his white hair a beacon of destruction as he rockets towards the ground. Kwon Kyung-jun watches the incoming threat, utterly unfazed, scoffing at the trash who thinks he can challenge him, apocalypse or not. Closing in fast, Song-ho leaves a blazing crimson path in his wake, a clear sign of the power he wields. Kwon Kyung-jun, ever the cool observer, simply watches, as Song-ho, engulfed in a terrifying crimson aura, plunges towards his target. Down below, one scarred man can only stare, his face a mask of pure dread as the power descends. Boom! Song-ho hits the ground like a bomb, a massive red energy wave blasting everyone nearby into the sky. No escape from the blast. The scarred man is sent flying, a mere blur against the overwhelming power. Cool as a cucumber, Kwon Kyung-jun sits on a crate, grilling the scarred man on the ground, demanding answers about his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man in a suit is totally lost, his head spinning as he tries to figure out how he even got here. Kwon Kyung-jun is absolutely furious, screaming at his enemy to back off or suffer the ultimate regret. But the murderer isn't having any of it, shutting him down cold, and then, with a chilling calm, he unleashes a death field with his blood-stained blade. Suddenly, the entire area is consumed, as a terrifying, blood-red grid explodes outwards, trapping everything within its deadly embrace. Kwon Kyung-jun is absolutely stunned, completely blindsided by the attack, and he can only scream in shock as the field takes hold. The murderer's voice cuts through the chaos, a cold declaration, proclaiming that Kwon Kyung-jun's time is up as the death field crushes him. The sheer power of the field is too much, and Kwon Kyung-jun is sent crashing down, utterly defeated. Before he can even react, two of the murderer's enforcers are on him, delivering brutal blows, and the blonde man from before, now looking rough with gray hair, is already down and out. But his loyal crew isn't giving up, immediately rushing to his side, frantically asking if their boss is okay as they pull him up, still caught in the deadly aura. The murderer, ever the strategist, barks out a new order, telling his squad to pull back and hold their ground, and they snap to attention, ready for anything. Suddenly, one of the murderer's elite archers knocks an arrow, aiming for the kill, while another warrior ignites with a brilliant blue energy, ready to unleash pure devastation. Kwon Kyung-jun, battered but not broken, tries to figure out what game the murderer is playing, knowing there's more to this than meets the eye. With no other choice, Kwon Kyung-jun and his last two loyalists are forced into a full-blown retreat, abandoning the fight for now. The murderer, ever the strategist, coolly observes the chaos, realizing his hypnosis has been broken. But the action is elsewhere, as Kwon Kyung-jun is ambushed. Two of the murderer's goons launch a vicious attack, one with a blazing red energy blade, the other with a lightning-fast punch. The murderer's thoughts race, calculating his next move, knowing that trying to brainwash him again would be a waste of time. His chilling confidence is justified as the death field pulsates around them, a deadly trap with no way out. A sinister grin spreads across the murderer's face, his eyes burning with malevolent red light, as he coldly states his plan, to utterly destroy his foe and seize every last skill and experience point. Meanwhile, the henchmen are relentless. They scream at each other to hold Kwon Kyung-jun tight, not letting him budge an inch, and they're ready to obey. They pile on, trying to pin him down, their combined strength a real threat. But Kwon Kyung-jun, his purple eyes blazing, sees through their pathetic attempts, scoffing that these brainless idiots are just pawns, completely unaware of their own fate. A primal roar escapes him, his face twisting into a mask of pure fury and resolve, those purple eyes now blazing with an inferno of power. Then, in a blinding flash of purple power, Kwon Kyung-jun explodes into action. His own red energy blade slices through the air, severing one attacker's arm and tearing into another, sending blood raining down. The sheer force of his counterattack reverberates, a brutal display of his unleashed power. Kwon Kyung-jun stands victorious, his attackers sprawled and bleeding on the ground, having shattered their hold, though another of his allies remains unconscious nearby. Someone is absolutely booking it across the pavement, a total blur of motion. The chase is on, and one of the murderer's goons, with his slick gray hair, is absolutely losing it, screaming at his crew for just standing around like total noobs instead of going for the kill. But hold up. Even as some crazy energy blast nails him, the gray-haired goon just shrugs it off, like, nah, that's totally useless. Back with Kwon Kyung-jun, he's got a Molotov in hand and is dropping a cold command, telling his crew to get those Molotovs ready. The murderer, with those terrifying glowing red eyes, is just chilling, watching the whole mess go down, and his voice is pure ice as he orders his goons to stop Kwon Kyung-jun, no matter what, even if they have to die. His goons, now looking like shadowy nightmares with glowing red eyes, are locked and loaded, their bodies twisted by the insane red energy field that's just pulsing around them. But Kwon Kyung-jun is not playing around. He's radiating this wild purple aura, totally manhandling the gray-haired goon, his power just absolutely crushing the guy's defenses. Then, with a savage burst of power, he lands a crushing hit, taking down the subordinate and sending him flying. The gray-haired goon lets out a pathetic cry, hitting the dirt, and Kwon Kyung-jun just taunts him, "What are you even yapping about?" With his eyes blazing purple, Kwon Kyung-jun is laying down the law, straight up saying he won the second they couldn't finish him off. The murderer, seeing his goons down for the count, doesn't even flinch, just casually dropping that Kwon Kyung-jun can't touch him, reminding him that in a death match, the murderer never runs, and oh yeah, he's got a whole army of minions still ready to hunt him down. Kwon Kyung-jun, with those intense purple eyes, just grins, daring the murderer to bring it on. The murderer, with a sinister grin, pulls out a Molotov, taunting his foe, demanding if he's ready to wake up from his delusion. But Kwon Kyung-jun isn't having it, firing back with a chilling declaration, trusting a murderer's power was the ultimate screw-up. Before the murderer can even make a move, Kwon Kyung-jun stomps down, shattering the Molotov and igniting a fiery explosion. The murderer's hand tightens, a dark glint in his eye as he coolly retorts, "A mistake." Then, with a chilling nonchalance, he lets the flaming bottle fall, the fire engulfing his very being. The inferno explodes, a raging vortex of fire, swallowing the entire area in its destructive embrace. But even as the flames devour him, the murderer just stares down, dropping a bombshell, "He came here to die all along." Kwon Kyung-jun's voice slices through the inferno, demanding if that's the real reason, or if it's just guilt over letting his family die when the world went to chaos. But even with the brutal truth and the flames consuming him, the murderer just grins, a terrifying, unhinged smile burning through the smoke. Kwon Kyung-jun's fuse is short, snapping at the murderer, asking how he dares to laugh when he's clearly lost his mind with death knocking at the door. Just as the murderer's twisted smile reaches its peak, a blinding energy blade erupts, impaling him straight through the heart. The murderer is skewered, the energy blade blazing through him, his body engulfed in a maelstrom of fire and pure, destructive power. The energy blade absolutely incinerates the murderer, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. But get this, even while burning alive, he whispers a chilling thanks, "Thank you for releasing me." His voice, somehow calm amidst the inferno, continued, "For letting me die with my dignity intact." Talk about a twisted exit. But hold up. Suddenly, a massive red energy grid explodes across the sky, and our new protagonist is absolutely fuming, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" He's absolutely livid, realizing, not only did some bastard come and break Kim Deun out of my hypnosis. His fist explodes with rage, the sheer audacity of it all, but you have the nerve to snatch my loot right in front of my face. This guy is seriously ticked off. You can practically feel the steam coming off him as his eyes narrow, pure fury etched on his face. He's out in the open, surrounded by city streets and trees, but his focus is laser-sharp as he scans for whoever dared cross him. His voice booms with pure, unadulterated fury, "Where are you hiding, you filthy rat?" He's not messing around. And just to drive the point home, he slams his foot down, cracking the very ground beneath him. Even as the murderer's body disintegrated, his last, fiery declaration ripped through the air, "Next time we meet, I'll tear you apart." Later, as the sun dipped below the ruined skyline, a voice sighed, "Man, today has been a seriously long day, hasn't it?" A second voice agreed, "It really has," as he strode through the post-apocalyptic landscape, having made up his mind to bounce. He laid out his logic to his crew, "Seriously, if I stick around here, my life's gonna get cut short." Jo Soo-yun, ever practical, chimed in, "Yeah, that's smart. Maybe we should scope out a spot near Kyungjun." Despite her head buzzing with a million thoughts, Soo-yun couldn't shake a deep feeling of thanks. Gazing at the ground, she mentally exclaimed, "Seriously, I gotta thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving my life." Song-ho, with a casual grin and a shrug, took in her worries. Soo-yun pressed on, giving him credit, "Honestly, if you hadn't been on watch, Soo-yun, we'd be toast." Her mind then flashed to the next problem, "The zombies and Team C are coming for us." Brushing off the second threat, Song-ho coolly stated, "Team C. Just forget about them." A tiny, confused Soo-yun popped up, asking, "What do you even mean by that?" He replied with a confident smirk, "Call it a gut feeling, I guess, but I just know it." He flashes a confident smirk, a single finger raised, ready to drop some truth. Declaring with absolute certainty that it won't be long before they completely self-destruct. Following the insane time shelter incident, Song-ho was totally trashed from his fight with the murderer, so he took a 3-day break, but don't think he just chilled out, because he still hit level 16 and snagged another 200 points. Day 1, after looting the murderer, he unlocked a brand new skill, life tracking, letting him pinpoint nearby life forms just by focusing. Then, he dropped 300 points on a sweet new weapon, the Orichalcum long knife, a blade so sharp it's eternal. Out in the wild, he was busy setting traps for wild boar piglets, always grinding, always preparing. And get this, he even confirmed Tokon was in some crazy, absurd location, adding another mystery to his growing list. Then, out of nowhere, a message popped up. Some unknown voice was like, "Yo, Kimbap comrade, why aren't you answering? Get up here, the zombies are slow, and the points are insane. Seriously, the points are sweet." Another day, another task, he fixed up his busted plastic shield with some beetles, always staying ready for anything. He and his crew teamed up, scouring the goblin nest to the northwest. And thanks to their teamwork, he pinpointed all the goblin trap locations, locking down vital intel for their next move. After 3 days of grinding, he was back to checking his precious bull peppers in the garden, making sure his crops were thriving. Amidst the lush, vibrant growth, he couldn't help but notice how ridiculously fast his crops were leveling up in this otherworldly forest. But then, on the 4th day, a.m. a sudden thought hit him, leaving him wide-eyed and totally caught off guard. Like clockwork, he headed to the balcony for his usual info drop. But hold up. The paper airplane, usually a buzzing messenger, was just sitting there, totally still. He snatched it up with a thump, thinking, did that kid Yu Hyun just drop this off early and bail for the bathroom? He unfolded it, and bam. A message from Lee Kyung-hoon, "Stop messaging Yu Hyun, no reply needed." Talk about a mic drop. He was absolutely livid, muttering, just because he's rolling with Young-jun's crew, he thinks he's hot stuff. He thought about all the intel and gear he'd secretly hooked them up with, and yet, this guy still had the audacity to treat him like dirt. Song-ho's mind is consumed by a dark, primal urge, a dangerous thought flashing through him, maybe he should just end it all, right here, right now. But just as quickly, a shock of realization hits him, making him question if he's finally gone off the deep end, wondering if he's losing his mind. He quickly snaps out of it, realizing that if he acted on those dark thoughts, he'd be no better than the despicable Kwon Kyung-jun, the very person he loathes. Taking a deep breath, he commands himself to get it together, to push aside the rage and look at the situation with a clear head, just like he swore he would. Then, Yu Hyun's voice echoes in his mind, revealing the brutal truth. Lee Kyung-hoon has been relentlessly battling Hyung-jun, always trying to snatch his spot, a non-stop fight for dominance. And if that wasn't enough, he also heard they were secretly teaming up with some new players who just moved in, making the whole situation even more twisted. But this new alliance, he realizes, is the perfect opening, a solid reason to finally kick them out, a golden opportunity to strike. And through it all, he knows he can't just leave Ms. Soo-yun to fend for herself, her protection is non-negotiable. That's right, he declares, the moment for revenge will arrive, but he won't let his emotions control him now, he'll stay true to his path. His hand flares with a vibrant blue energy, a clear sign of his resolve, as he declares that taking down the goblin nest is the absolute priority. His eyes blaze with fierce determination as the blue aura explodes around him, he's locked and loaded for battle. Deep within the sun-dappled forest, a voice cuts through the calm, demanding to know if they're ready to rumble. A loyal wolf-like companion lets out a fierce woof, its gaze locked onto the unseen threats lurking in the shadows. Song-ho can't help but comment on the creature's impressive growth, even its bark has a whole new vibe. He kneels, giving the wolf a reassuring pat, a quick moment of connection before they dive into the action. Next, his attention snaps to a buzzing swarm of small beetle-like creatures, making sure they're in on the plan too. A larger, vibrant red beetle-like creature lets out an excited poo-oo, its body practically vibrating with anticipation. Song-ho flashes a card showing a goblin's head, marked X3, asking if they've already crushed everything he asked for. He then reveals a second card, this one screaming 18 regular goblins, laying out the full, epic scope of their mission. The red beetle lets out another poo with a ghostly aura, clearly showing some hesitation, prompting Song-ho to ask if it's getting cold feet about the massive goblin count. With a gloved hand resting casually on his leg, Song-ho leans in to explain, hinting that his companions are about to get a mind-blowing revelation. He's not about to let anyone call him weak, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Because he's in a seriously bad mood, and he's about to make this quick. Power surges through his hand, as his weapon ignites with an intense blue aura. Turning his back to his crew, he commands them to pay attention, because things are about to get wild. With a fierce gaze, Song-ho locks onto his target in the forest, his loyal white wolf companion already hyped up and ready for action. His sights lock onto a filthy goblin nest, and he's about to show them what annihilation truly means. Then, a thunderous blast erupts, launching a devastating status ailment. The shot connects with brutal force, exploding a goblin's head in a gruesome spray. Green energy erupts from the impact, sending another goblin reeling in agony. Then, Song-ho charges in, his glowing blue blade a blur of death, as his white wolf companion tears into another goblin with savage bites. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, as the goblins realize their end is here. He's locked onto the goblin horde below, dropping a quick, intense command to his partner, Dingo. Stick to the plan, got it? He's dropping in, blue energy cubes flashing below him, and the wolf lets out a sharp bark, already a white blur of pure speed. The white wolf is a pure streak of lightning through the forest, an unstoppable blur of pure focus. He launches off a rock, hitting the ground with a massive, glowing impact. And then, a raw, echoing howl rips through the air, the wolf making its presence known. Perched on a massive rock, he keeps howling, a beacon of challenge. That piercing howl makes the goblins jump, their heads whipping around to find the source of the chaos. Even the colossal keeper monster, with its blazing red eyes and brutal tusks, is instantly drawn in, its gaze locking onto the wolf. A primal, guttural roar rips from its throat, the keeper monster accepting the challenge. Answering the summons, a whole horde of smaller goblins charges, their red eyes blazing with pure aggression. From his hidden perch, Song-ho watches the pandemonium unfold, a smirk playing on his face as he confirms, the aggro worked perfectly. He pulls back his bowstring, ready for the next phase, because thanks to that perfect distraction, his position is now absolutely prime. He's moving like a ghost through the dense undergrowth, getting into prime position on their flank, totally undetected. Meanwhile, the white wolf goes absolutely wild, smashing one of those goblins into oblivion. Another goblin gets wrecked, and the massive keeper monster is starting to get seriously annoyed. That hulking keeper monster is getting pissed, its red eyes burning with pure rage as it locks onto the source of the chaos. A primal roar rips from its fanged mouth, shaking the very ground as its anger explodes. The white wolf is a beast, standing over a mountain of fallen goblins, its glowing blue eyes daring the keeper to come closer. The keeper monster is completely distracted, charging headfirst at the white wolf with its remaining goblin squad, and Song-ho knows this is his chance, thinking this guy is the perfect test subject. He grips his sword tight, and it's absolutely glowing with intense blue energy, ready to unleash hell. Taking a deep breath, he shouts his battle cry, about to go all out. A confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes burning with focus as that glowing blade practically screams for action. And then, with a lightning-fast, devastating swing, he unleashes the glowing sword, a blinding arc of pure power. The keeper monster lets out a blood-curdling shriek as Song-ho's attack absolutely decimates it, sending its colossal body flying while the goblins below are just collateral damage. A glowing symbol flares on his cheek, showing off the sheer power he just unleashed. He's a total blur of blue energy, absolutely shredding through the remaining goblins, their bodies just evaporating under his insane assault. And just like that, he lands, the blue energy fading, leaving behind nothing but a completely cleared battlefield. A massive plume of smoke and fire erupts from the forest, a testament to the sheer destruction he just caused, and he just lets out a casual, phew. He casually bends down to grab some loot from a defeated goblin, thinking out loud that the cleanup is always way worse than the actual killing. He turns to his adorable little red beetle summons, asking if they saw his epic moves, and they're like, poo. Totally hyped. A system message pops up, confirming he just scored 60 points, but he's actually kinda bummed, like, seriously, only points. He's standing there with his loyal white wolf and a little red beetle buzzing around, ready to keep this adventure rolling. The beetle's like, what? Don't be disappointed, just follow me, and he's instantly like, WHOA, no way. Inside a surprisingly organized goblin ranch, a bizarre collection of creatures, fire birds, black charcoal, and even poison toads, were held captive. Our hero couldn't help but wonder if goblins were secretly master ranchers, but their calm demeanor hinted at an easy harvest. And guess who else was there? Dingo, the white wolf, caged with some purple birds, eyes practically glowing with hunger. Our hero couldn't help but laugh, realizing this was absolutely perfect timing for his ever-hungry companion. And check this out, even some poison toad friends were part of this wild collection. A smirk played on his lips as Songho thought back to his earlier doubts, convinced this whole thing was going to be a total bust. But oh, how wrong he was, because this harvest was turning out to be absolutely massive. Songho, exhausted but relieved, surveys the sprawling landscape, a distant village hinting at a new beginning. Clutching an ice pack to his head, he's thankful for the small comfort. Noting this brutal heatwave feels like a catastrophic breaking news event. But a deeper mystery gnaws at him: how can the otherworld, usually a frozen wasteland, boast such vibrant forests and impossibly fast-growing crops? Staring at the verdant growth, he's convinced a profound power resides here. He continues his journey, the ice pack a constant companion against the oppressive heat. Yet, the world's strangeness doesn't end there, he ponders, because the zombies aren't just endlessly respawning like some video game glitch. This crucial detail sparks a powerful realization within him. These terrifying undead, even the enhanced ones, aren't simply conjured unless a very specific, critical situation demands it. He mentally catalogs these unique triggers, like the sudden appearance of keepers and bone creepers at dawn. Or the strategically deployed enhanced zombies from the tutorial. He stops dead in his tracks, a single, crucial thought slamming into his brain, and everything clicks into place. He wonders, if he built a fortress on some deserted, zombie-free island, would a zombie horde even dare to show up? And get this, he's also thinking that the rewards from all those events might have totally changed since he was offline, for a whole week. His theories just kept piling up, one after another, and soon, he was on the verge of something big. He finally made it to the grain processing center, a total game changer in this apocalypse. He finally arrives at the processing center, a grin spreading across his face, exclaiming, "Yes. This is exactly what I needed." Inside, it's a goldmine of supplies, from animal feed to every type of grain imaginable, a literal jackpot in this wasteland. He makes a mental note to tell Hyungjun about this incredible find, then gets down to business. Slipping on his gloves, he asks himself, a determined glint in his eye, "Alright, time to get this show on the road." The sun rises on another apocalyptic morning, a stark reminder that sticking to a routine is absolutely crucial, to stay in top form. He's already grinding out push-ups, counting every single one, because in the apocalypse, staying fit isn't just a hobby, it's survival. Songho isn't just surviving, he's thriving. Kicking off the day with a power stretch, he's ready to conquer whatever the otherworld throws at him. Stepping into the sunlight, he's got one goal: let's make today a lively one. Get ready for action. With laser focus, he's got a game plan, 3 essential moves he's been grinding on. Priority 1, keeping tabs on Yu Hyun, just like he said, and a new message just dropped. Apparently, Kwon Kyung-jun forced the last one, and Jo Soo-yeon is hitting up the Rio officetel this afternoon. Drama. Next up, exploring the otherworld forest with his trusty sidekick, Dingo, and he's already thinking about the loot. Can they catch these monsters? Are they good for boiled pork? Time for a quick pit stop to feed his best boy, shouting, "Dinner today," as the white wolf chows down, with a creepy caged monster lurking in the back. And for his third mission, a quick check-in with Tokong, his white wolf chilling nearby as he scopes out what looks like an auction house. Chowing down on some grub, he's totally absorbed by this glowing purple screen, something big is happening. But then, it hits him, and his face just screams, "What the?" Something seriously off. He's locked onto the screen, a wild thought popping up: wait, someone listed items as a bulletin board. The auction screen is wild, showing free chat room, info chat room, and report chat room, all with insane, by now, prices, like you can just buy a chat room. What even is this? And to make things even crazier, diving headfirst into the free chat room he just snagged, he's immediately hit with a barrage of messages about check-ins and semi-veterans having a blast, a totally bizarre vibe for a system like this. He takes a beat, and the only thought that comes to mind is just how weird this whole thing is. He figures Tokong, the ultimate attention grabber, should be easy to find, but the real bummer is not being able to just talk to him face to face. His eyes are glued to the glowing blue screen, the light reflecting his deep thoughts. He lets out a sigh, just accepting that this is how it's going to be. He realizes neither he nor Tokong ever got around to setting up secret codes or signals, their schedules were just too crazy to make it happen. His loyal white wolf perks up nearby, probably sensing the deep thoughts swirling in its master's head. In this wild situation, Songho makes a call. His top priority is figuring out roughly how many players are actually in this auction house. A plate of rice and kimchi sits there, a quick break from all the intense planning. Given the auction house's ironclad anonymity, he can't shake the feeling that one person might just be putting on this whole show by themselves. To shake things up, he decides, he's gotta find something seriously eye-catching to get everyone's attention. Song-ho's mind races, locking onto the perfect play, an ice pack. It's the ultimate low-risk, high-reward move, keeping his true powers under wraps. And with a scorching heatwave baking the city, he's betting everyone will be desperate for a cool down. His finger flies across the glowing interface, locking in the ice pack's registration for a cool 5 points. He stares intently as the ice pack materializes in the auction's ethereal display, a mundane item now a hot ticket in this wild new world. Then, a.m. A storm of notifications explodes across his screen, and he can't help but gasp at the sheer, unhinged chaos. The chat goes absolutely wild, a torrent of disbelief and mockery, with users screaming about fake ice and the audacity of auctioning something so basic. The hate train keeps rolling, users trashing it as a total scam and raging about the 5-point price tag, then immediately flipping to conspiracy theories about how anyone even has ice in this heat, speculating the seller must be from another country. Someone else drops the "this isn't a game, it's reality" bomb, and then the chat absolutely loses it over a level 15 player, screaming about how that's impossible since the game just launched in Korea. The whole thing is pure chaos. The insults keep flying, calling anyone who buys it a sucker and reminding everyone that 6 points means 3 zombie kills, while one person just wants a cold soda but won't touch the ice, and another wonders if the seller is some kind of creation-type genius. The chat is a firestorm, with users sarcastically offering 1 point and calling it a joke, while others brand the seller a total thug for the insane price, and Song-ho can barely keep up with the lightning-fast comments. A smirk creeps onto his face, he's figured it out. At least 10 players are in this auction house, even as the chat keeps roasting the seller as a thug and wondering who'd be dumb enough to buy this crap. The chat explodes into full-blown rage, with one user snapping back that they're not forcing anyone to buy, and another screaming for everyone to stop cursing so much. The sheer fury is palpable, even through the screen. The auction chat was absolutely blowing up, with one user going off about how much work it is to crack lake ice with a drill. And another, totally losing it, just screamed about the sheer audacity of the seller. The complaints just kept coming, with one person asking about cutting ice with a hacksaw, and another straight up calling the seller a scammer for changing item names. Meanwhile, the auction screen was still showing other wild items, like an Barisu of random stat increase and a marble that might allow regression, all with their own, by now, options and countdowns. Song-ho, rubbing his neck, just sighed, realizing it was a waste of time to keep arguing with these people. He was just trying to see how everyone would react anyway, and was totally ready to pull the item if things got too wild. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification popped up, declaring the ice pack sold and netting him 4.5 points. His jaw dropped as he tried to figure out who actually bought it, muttering about which sucker, or, customer, fell for it. With wide eyes, a mix of shock and curiosity, he just had to know who bought his ice pack. Suddenly, a shimmering blue light pulsed, as the item was instantly transferred. Cut to a fancy room, where a woman in a killer red dress was holding the ice pack, its blue glow lighting up her face, and she was absolutely stunned, realizing it was real ice. She just let out a soft, thoughtful sound, totally mesmerized by her new, unexpected treasure. The mysterious woman in red, the one who just snagged Song-ho's ice pack, is absolutely loving it. She presses the frosty item to her face, a blissful expression washing over her as she wonders when she last felt this cool. Meanwhile, she's casually scrolling through the auction chat, where everyone's freaking out about the ice pack selling for just 5 points, but she just brushes off their whining about zombie kills and low rewards, thinking they're just a bunch of beggars who need to stay in their lane. A subtle purple glow starts to pulse from her hand, signaling that she's about to make some moves. Sitting like a queen on her throne in a ruined city, a system alert flashes, skill, zombie control, IS activated. She then coolly asks her zombie army if they know what to do, ready to unleash chaos. At her command, a terrifying horde of zombies, eyes blazing pink and bodies crackling with purple energy, unleashes a monstrous GWARGH. Their twisted forms are consumed by a frenzied bloodlust as they charge. Then, the controlled zombies turn on each other. One unleashes a savage punch, sending a head flying with a sickening thwack, as dark purple energy explodes from the gruesome impact. The carnage continues as another zombie mercilessly stomps on a downed opponent, its foot coming down with bone-shattering force, the ground itself seeming to crack from the sheer brutality. The battle rages on as a third zombie rips its victim to shreds, limbs flying and purple energy surging in a truly horrific display. And the final blow, a zombie clamps its jaws onto another's neck, a gruesome crunch echoing as blood erupts, the purple aura flaring violently around the dying struggle. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the puppet master, Song-ho is racking up points like crazy. System notifications pop up left and right, confirming he's gaining 2 points for every zombie taken down, his score skyrocketing from the unseen carnage. And just like that, the mysterious woman is back in the city, coolly chatting on her phone, casually mentioning how ridiculously easy it is to earn points and questioning why everyone else bothers fighting so hard. Her arm rests perfectly on the plush, ornate armrest of her throne, a vision of absolute, chilling control as the distant sounds of her zombie army's rampage fade. The mysterious woman in red is not happy, letting out a frustrated sigh as she stares down at something. She holds up the small, empty plastic bag, realizing with a hint of surprise, the ice she bought is already gone. A thoughtful hum escapes her as she leans back, a new plan already brewing, her mind racing to what's next. Lounging back, she casually wonders aloud, just who was behind this lovely little ice trick. A holographic projection of a figure wreathed in ice materializes, making her wonder if this person was packing serious ice powers or some kind of creation skill. A mischievous glint in her eye, she thinks, should she just hit them up? Her perfectly manicured finger, sporting a killer red, taps a glowing icon on the holographic screen. A satisfying funk echoes as she makes the move, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she connects. The screen flashes, revealing the ice seller's wild alias, he's DUCKBUTTJACKJACK. Her message pops up on the holographic display, a direct hit to the ice seller, demanding his current location. The chat exploded with demands for the ice seller's location and desperate pleas for ice, and Song-ho's eyes widened as he processed the sheer volume of messages. He'd accidentally reeled in a massive catch, way bigger than he ever intended. The chat was going wild. People were asking if he was the duck but quack quack, talking about his broken trait, and even trying to get him to join a faction in Seoul, but Song-ho just kept his cool. He figured he'd find out soon enough if all this chatter was legit or just a bunch of noise. The chat was a mess. Someone was yelling for everyone else to get lost, another was trying to recruit him, and then came the classic F*** off before I smash your face. Song-ho immediately knew that foul mouth could only belong to one person, her. Across town, the woman in the red dress was glued to her screen, a message popping up asking, what are you smashing? She shot back, exactly what you're imagining, punk. She rolled her eyes, internally calling the person an idiot for just realizing her true colors, and then laid down the law, stop acting up and shut up, all of you, unless you want to die. Song-ho watched her fiery messages, a smirk spreading across his face. Classic, strong against the weak against the strong, the move, her true personality was just as wild as he remembered. He pictured some wild character shouting, fire trucks don't stop at red lights, boy. A perfect image for the absolute mayhem she was causing. But Song-ho knew he had to keep his identity under wraps for now, especially with a huge crowd at the auction house, all ready to absolutely lose it if they found out the ice seller was actually Jimbapjoa. Song-ho is locked in, his fingers flying across the glowing holographic interface, totally immersed in the digital battlefield. But across the digital divide, the mysterious woman in the red dress, with a chilling, predatory grin, lays down the law. She's marked her target, and there's no escape, no turning back. Her messages flash across the screen, a warning to not be surprised later, followed by an impatient demand for the ice to be uploaded immediately. Just as predicted, the woman, who absolutely hates being frustrated, backs off fast, leaving Song-ho to scramble, realizing he needs to upload that ice before Togong even gets a chance to jump in. Then, a.m. A system message drops, announcing a flashy entrance with a dramatic tada that just screams attention. Instantly, a new player pops up, demanding to know who he is, and he fires back, me? Togong. Who are you? The reply. Duck but quack quack. Song-ho's eyes snap open, totally caught off guard, cursing the absolutely terrible timing of Togong showing up right now. Togong, the man himself, with a smirk and a raised eyebrow, calls out the imposter, declaring that the real Togong says Tasu, not Tada, then casually mentions some unavoidable circumstances he's dealing with. The mysterious woman in the red dress, her eyes burning with intensity, remembers that a promise to a close friend is absolutely sacred and must be kept. She scoffs, close friend, and wonders aloud who Togong would even call that. Her eyes blaze with fierce determination, a dangerous new strategy clearly igniting behind them. The chat keeps blowing up, with everyone talking about posting an item and then just vanishing from the conversation. With ice pack items flashing on the auction screen, bids flying and time ticking down, the digital drama is far from over. The woman in red can't believe it. This person isn't just unfazed by her veteran status, they're practically taunting her with hints, daring her to not be surprised later. Her patience wearing thin, she snaps, calling them a brat. Clutching her chest, the woman in red is fuming, demanding to know why, after all this time, they just ghost her instead of saying hello. Her eyes narrow, cutting straight to Togong, with a casual, yet loaded, invitation, want to hit a snack shop. Togong, with a hint of a smirk, replies, assuring her he's en route but stuck in the north, so he'll be fashionably late. Back at his screen, Song-ho can't help but chuckle, thinking, seriously? One more survivor and this is basically a real-life party. Auction house drama wrapped, he's off to Suyen's office to help her move, navigating the eerie, silent ruins of the city. En route, he's piecing things together, confirming his suspicions, a solitary figure moving through the shattered city. First off, the sheer number of windows boarded up with blackout curtains and planks is a dead giveaway, showing just how desperate survivors are to fortify their homes. And that can only mean one thing: the tutorial difficulty got nerfed, leaving way more survivors than anyone ever thought possible. The urban zones, once teeming with the undead, were now eerily quiet, the zombies just weren't respawning anymore. Sure, those once bustling city centers were now total lawless zones, but if you played it smart, you didn't have to bail immediately. Then, a voice from above cuts through the silence. "Yo, Song-ho." He glances up at the towering structure, spotting a familiar figure with light brown hair waving down, a beacon of hope in the ruined city. Mi-kyung flashes a huge smile, telling him to hurry up because they were about to chow down with Suyen and Yoo-hyun. But Song-ho's face remains stone-cold, arms crossed, clearly deep in thought. Yoo-hyun, clearly freaked out by his vibe, stammers, "Dude, why are you looking so intense, bro?" Mi-kyung then pushes back, like, "Seriously, you don't know," and drops the bomb that she's got a new trait and her blink skill can now teleport two people. Her face twists with worry, waiting for his reaction. Meanwhile, Suyen just chills, munching away, while everyone talks about her big move happening today. Yoo-hyun, still focused on Song-ho, suddenly calls him out, "Hold up, why didn't you say anything about that arm injury?" And Song-ho immediately freaks out, "And no, that's not it." Song-ho, with a bandaged arm, tries to play it cool, insisting it's just a minor injury he picked up earlier. But Mi-kyung isn't buying it, snapping back that he needs to come up with a better lie, as Yoo-hyun watches on. She calls him out on the obvious severity, making it clear that this is no ordinary injury. She then turns to Suyen for backup, who quickly agrees with her take. Song-ho finally gives in, confessing it was a crossbow bolt wound he patched up himself, which makes Yoo-hyun cry out in alarm. Mi-kyung and Yoo-hyun share a look of pure worry, the weight of his words sinking in. Song-ho glances up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as if just processing their reaction. Suyen then drops the bombshell, revealing it all went down only an hour ago. Flashback time. Suyen remembers hauling heavy gear to the rooftop, her body radiating a mysterious purple glow amidst the destroyed buildings. Down below, Yoo-hyun was moving smaller stuff, also glowing purple, when a blood-curdling scream suddenly ripped through the silence. Suyen's face clouds over as she relives it, the chilling scream echoing in her mind. She had a gut feeling, a bad vibe, even before the scream hit, her purple energy flaring as she peered down from the rooftop, a wave of terror washing over her. Suyen drops another bombshell, revealing that when she finally got to Yoo-hyun, he was already jumped by three randoms in hiking gear. From her perch, she saw the whole thing go down, Yoo-hyun, totally helpless, with three goons looming over him on the broken ground. It was a brutal scene. And get this, one of the attackers had the nerve to offer a fake apology, like, "Oops, our hands slipped," while Yoo-hyun was still down. That kind of disrespect just sticks with you. Suyen was convinced it was a setup, a deliberate attack, and Mi-kyung was totally on board, knowing Suyen's instincts were usually spot on. Song-ho was boiling inside, his face a mask of pure annoyance. This whole thing was seriously getting on his nerves. He clenched his jaw, a primal growl rumbling in his chest. This was pushing him to his limit. Then, his eyes flared with an intense blue glow as he thought about his crew. They were absolutely vital to him, no doubt about it. Yoo-hyun was his intel guy, his eyes and ears on the ground, always feeding him crucial info, and Mi-kyung was their getaway driver, handling all the mobility. And Suyen? She was the medic, the one who patched him up after every brutal fight, absolutely indispensable. His eyes narrowed, a cold fury building as he remembered those hiking outfits the attackers wore. They were clearly looking for trouble. With a fierce clench of his fist, Song-ho made a silent promise: he was going to hunt them down and make them pay. Mi-kyung tries to shut down the conversation, but Yoo-hyun isn't having it. He's pushing for answers, knowing she feels the same way. Mi-kyung can't deny it, admitting that Kyungjun and Bora, despite being new, already feel like part of the crew. Suddenly, Suyen cuts in, demanding to know why the director, who was supposed to be there, is a no-show. Suyen drops the bomb. Kyungjun and Bora, who were on house duty, just up and left. Yoo-hyun can't believe it, scratching his head in confusion. Did they seriously just ditch their duties and break the rules? Mi-kyung, clearly worried, presses Yoo-hyun, demanding to know if anyone has a clue where they vanished to. Elsewhere, Song-ho, looking intense, lets out a heavy sigh, confirming that Dal is secure. But then, he hears Hyungjin is alone, and his eyes narrow, declaring he's heading there with something to give him. Yoo-hyun, glowing with green energy and a huge grin, shouts his enthusiastic yes to the mission. He quickly clarifies that all three are at the base, proposing they check it out before making any moves. Song-ho's hand tightens, his mind racing, a silent question hanging in the air: did something just go down? He's watching them, and it's clear, everyone's already juiced up, glaring daggers, ready to throw down. And with that intense stare, Songho's like, alright, is this my cue? Do I have the green light to go in now? No time to waste, he barks the command, Mi-kyung, get us inside the base, now. Mi-kyung, looking a little worried, hits him with the classic, whoa, hold up. Shouldn't we, check things out first? What's the rush? But he's not backing down, his mission crystal clear, no bloodshed allowed. And she gets it, no arguments there. He grabs her hand, ready to warp, and gives her the heads up, hold on tight, this might get a little bumpy. And just like that, the world spins. Mi-kyung's reeling, clutching her head as the teleportation takes its toll. Suddenly, she's engulfed in a blinding, pulsing purple energy, the sheer power of the warp skill exploding around her. The purple light goes absolutely wild, streaking vertically, it's a full-on warp speed jump. She's still spinning in that purple vortex, getting yanked down as the teleportation hits its final destination. They slam down, a purple backpack skidding across the freshly cracked ground, the teleportation energy fizzling out as they make their grand entrance. And whoa, check it out. 3 figures are waiting, a dude with spiky dark hair and a blazing red aura, a woman with dark hair, and another guy absolutely glowing with a yellow aura, who just stares, totally caught off guard, muttering, huh? What just happened? Songho just dropped in, teleporting right into the middle of the action, his back to us as he faces down the other hunters. He puts a hand on the spiky-haired guy's shoulder, who's practically glowing with a red aura, but before he can even speak, the guy's already demanding answers about his sudden arrival. Songho just brushes it off, promising to explain later. But wait, Kyung-hoon, the protagonist hypnotist, is already trying to de-escalate, suggesting they just split up, and the other hunter's like, what? Are you serious right now? Kyung-hoon, now blazing with a yellow aura, explodes, yelling at Songho for barging in and spouting nonsense. The spiky-haired guy, still glowing red, lays down the law, telling Songho to back off because he's just an outsider. Kyung-hoon throws his hands up, arguing that if they leave, their combat power will tank, but then a cool voice from behind him just shuts him down, not really. It's Soo-yeon, dropping the bombshell, announcing that she and Songho are officially joining the team. And just like that, the new lineup is set. Songho's front and center, with Soo-yeon, Kyung-hoon, and the spiky-haired guy behind him, all looking a little shocked but ready to roll, even if they're not thrilled about it.